but I mean several. There have been several attempts at intrusion, and they have been unsuccessful. The fact that we have multiple facets of engagement with all these umpteen numbers of institutions since 2020 is a remarkable testimony to the resilience we've built and the dependability of the system. And I don't want that to be overstated, but it should not be understated either. Right. Second, we are not under any illusion that any system can be intruded, as it were, or compromised. But so far, it's been good. And those who have had the opportunity to vigorously test it have come to the conclusion that this is a first-class system. Second comment I want to make. We need to
briefly on that, Prof, for the sake of time. So briefly on that.
We need to deepen citizen education about the Ghana card itself. When you lose your Ghana card, you must report it to the police. It's like losing a passport. The essence of that is to ensure that appropriate action is taken very quickly to protect you and the card and prevent it from a user.
Right.
We also revoke the card. Immediately we become aware, so it cannot be used. And finally, constant recourse to biometric verification is what we ought to do, not visual or ocular inspection. A major bank in this country lost 162,000 Ghana cedis because it relied on ocular inspection of someone they knew too well, familiarity. And when a lookalike went there, they could not tell the difference. They did ocular inspection and then doled out the money to the person, and they had to pay through their teeth. Now, most of them are doing biometric verification.
Right.
That is why you are no longer hearing your Ghana card is no good. Okay. Go back to NIA. It is because they are doing verification, and we need to biometric, and we need to encourage that.
Thank you, Prof. Mr. Kono?
Thank you.
Very briefly.
Yeah,
very briefly.
So for us as education regulation, we want to make sure we walk the line. We make sure we work with the enforcers and the regulators in the space, and make sure that we don't stifle innovation and research, because that is what education thrives on. Secondly, for mind continuous learners, we want to make sure that everything that we do online, we are sure of what we are doing, and we are aware, because the boundaries between the traditional education space has been blurred by technology. Your faculty didn't have your contact numbers, but now they do because of technology. So let's be aware, avoid harassment and all forms of violence on technology-based. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kono. Kwasi?
I just want to say that these conversations and dialogues are very important. And for us sitting here and listening about cybersecurity and the dangers and the threats of it, I think as institutions and also the MSMEs that we seek to support, we need to find more and better ways to engage them and more and better ways to educate and sensitize them more on the work that is happening. So as MSMEs move more into the digital space, how best do we protect them? And it's a major takeaway. And how do we find stronger partnerships with the Cybersecurity Authority, with other parties here, and design interventions that would actually get the message to the last person on the ground? And it's important that we see and pay attention to this. But we also have to be careful in this conversation, because I think that people get confused sometimes in what cybersecurity is, or a mistake that is made on a computer. So in the initial conversations and introductions, when we talk about healthcare, and maybe if a wrong diagnosis was put in, it wasn't a cybersecurity. It was a person who made a mistake. So
I guess the extension was if someone else compromises from outside.
Exactly.
That is when it becomes a data breach.
Exactly. So we need to understand so that people don't think if we don't distinguish, then people will start saying digitization is not a good thing. So we need to be able to differentiate and realize that digitization is very important. It's a good thing. It's what will move us to the next level as an economy. However, we need to also be protected because we expose ourselves to a whole lot more.
Thank you very much, Akwasi. Let's wrap with Stephen.
Sure, thank you. So I'll take it a bit from what she just mentioned, the element of people. So I think one of the earlier speakers said that if you can put in so much technology, but if the people don't have the requisite knowledge or awareness, you are going to still have a problem. And so one of the key things we harp on is the fact that awareness, awareness, awareness. At the CSA, we do what we call public alerts from time to time based on these calls that we get. So,
And you mentioned, I think Dr. Ntribue mentioned the number 292 that everyone can call.
To get help,
Right.
yes. But based on that data, we release alerts that educate people, okay, what is the characteristic of this particular kind of fraud or attack? How do you detect it? How do you protect yourself? So that's one way of educating people. We go to schools, we work with partners in all the sectors, government, private, in education. So we want to really emphasize a bit about people people having the right kind of awareness. And then last things around the mandate, around regulation. Our philosophy is that of collaborative regulation. We are not just coming to say, hey, you didn't do A, B, or C, but it's really about building the ecosystem up, working together with stakeholders like we've got on stage here to make sure that we arrive at our vision of a secure and resilient digital Ghana. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Stephen, Kosi, Mr. Akono, Prof. Atefa, Mr. Numapao. Thank you so much for what you've shared with us today. And all of you in crucial institutions, we're hoping that as you advance, our safety, our data, our privacy will also be protected. And this has been the dialogue we've had. We have maybe some 2 minutes or 3 for a few comments from, okay, I see one person, and okay, hands are going up. So let's do this. I'll just ask that a microphone be sent around, and we do this very quickly. So we'll start with the lady. I would like us to do this in a batch of one. So just one cue, and it's done. So we'll start with you. Who's the next person? Let's see by hand. So you could form maybe a queue to this end so that we can see and we don't have others adding up. Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My name is Ao from Child Online Africa. I've heard about ecosystem. I've heard about stakeholders. But I really can't see the connection between the key actor and the stakeholders, because clearly ecosystem is an interrelation. How much do I contribute to the cybersecurity awareness creation? How much does GSE or NIA and all those other players contribute to it? We need to see that coming into play for us to know that there's a structured system in place for our cybersecurity advancement. Thank you.
So where's the linkage, basically? Right. Who was the next person? All right, let's.
Okay, my name is David Yeboah from KNUST. Practically, I wanted to ask, with all these conversations, what are the means or what are the things they implementing for our younger ones to understand what cybersecurity is? Because most of them are the ones, growing up to pick up from us. So if we having these conversations, yes, it's good to have all these conversations, but the majority of such people are the ones at the base. So what are we doing, or what are they doing to help them understand the climate and the cybersecurity conversation?
Thank you very much. I hope the questions will be very brief so we can have one final round of responses.
Yes, just a brief question to the GTech man. I just want to know whether there's any policy in terms of cybersecurity for the units we have in the country.
For the what?
University that we have in the country. I'm asking this question because from where I stand as a lecturer, and occasionally we teach ethical hacking. And occasionally we try to knock at the back door of some universities in the country. And I can tell you for sure.
What you see?
What we see, and these days the students we are dealing with, they are not the students of yesterday. I'm telling you.
Students who can switch
Once my teaching assistant was in my office, and then he called me and said, come and see something. Behold, he was on a university server. I won't mention the name of the university. So you can have students going onto the university servers or hacking into the system and even manipulating their academic records.
Right.
A student who will not go for lectures will come out with first class. I don't know whether you have any policy, and if you have, are you ensuring that the university adhere to these policies?
Thank you very much. Next person. And that'll be the final person.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm called Wisdom Adevu from KNUST. I have two questions here quickly. The first one goes to Prof. Atefua.
We can do one question. One question.
Okay, one question. Thank you. The fintech always come up with an identification. So they are now falling on you, the NIA, to get our Ghana card to verify our credentials in the system before they process our data for us. Now, here is the case that all employees that are getting their pay through controller, their data has been leaked to some fintechs. We'll be there, they'll send you a message. So how sure are we that the message that, the data that has been encrypted at your end and later has been decrypted at the end of the fintech, that particular third party will not have access to our Ghana card information and then do whatsoever they want to do with it? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just noticed that there was a gentleman there. Let's quickly let him have his say in some 30 seconds, and we shall take it from there.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Henry. I was expecting data protection to be here, but they're not here. Now, I wanted to ask on NIA if the partnership has a third-party oversight on the operations, because it's a private-public collaboration. And so I'm looking at that third-party oversight on what exactly you do that comes in. Again, I think that lecturer was actually, he actually lectured me in the university. So I'm looking at, with the schools again, what are the roadmaps when it comes now to the checks you're doing on the systems, like you had mentioned already, if there are certification processes that you're actually putting them through, like 27001 ISO, and even with your procurement, and if you're doing risk assessment on their servers and other things to certify these systems that they have in place. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see more hands, but unfortunately, I did not see you earlier. We can't keep doing this. I am sorry. My apologies. We are working with time. Okay, fine. We'll do last one. Last one. The forces have determined that you should have a say.
Thank you very much. I'm so grateful. I'm Abubakar Isaka, the president of the Cybersecurity Aspect Association of Ghana, and my question goes to my good friend, Stephen, from CSA. Currently, Director General just stated that we have about 1,000 cybersecurity professionals registering. And then looking at the workforce in the Cybersecurity Authority being about 100, focusing on the areas that Ghana need to better ourselves in the cybersecurity landscape, which has to do with capacity building. What are we doing in harnessing this workforce to collaborate with CSA to embark on a national agenda of capacity building to ensure that the ordinary citizen is aware of these cybersecurity threats that we are prone to? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, all of you, for the wonderful contributions, questions as well. This is just to let you know that we are continuing with the event, but on television, JoyNews TV will be ending the conversation from here. But later on, we'll bring you details of what you have missed on that channel. But the conversation continues here at the EcoBank headquarters. So, to the panel, I heard Mr. Akono, G-Tech, you were mentioned. I believe Professor Atifa at a point you were also mentioned. But quick reactions from the panel on some of these.
to Jubilee House is on. Ghana is at a crossroads.
It's time again for the people to choose, and the world is watching.
In a nation where every vote counts, every voice matters, there's one name you can trust for your election coverage.
JoyNews, your election headquarters.
Our team of seasoned journalists will bring you up-to-the-minute updates, unbiased analysis, and the stories behind the headlines.
Your election headquarters brings you JoyNews 2024 election.
The election headquarters for an informed electorate. JoyNews, independent, fearless, credible.
Hello, good afternoon. Welcome to JoyNews today. We're coming to you live from our studios in Kokom, namely we're on DTT because we're free to on DSTV channel 421 and Go TV channel 125. We are your home of independent, fearless and credible journalism. Coming up this afternoon, policy think tank Imani Center for Energy and Education security analyst Professor Kwesienin heads the Supreme Court to challenge the constitutionality of the removal of some members of the public service from office by the president. We have details of that suit shortly. Also this afternoon, expect power outages during peak hours. That's according to the Electricity Company of Ghana, citing increased demand on its transformers, causing blown fuses and broken conductors.
I keep saying there is no doom so, but everybody wants to stay with the fact that there's doom so. If there's doom so, that means there's a generational gap.
More than 3,000 school children in the Binduri district lack a desk for teaching and learning. This afternoon, there's an urgent call for government and corporate organizations to step in to resolve the issue. My name is Aisha Ibrahim. We're also live on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and X Spaces via JoyNews on TV. My personal handle is @Denana Aisha. Please do stay for details. More than 3,000 school children in the Binduri district of the Upper East region do not have desks to sit on for classroom instructions. This is according to the district chief executive, Ayenga Abangri Yakubu, who is calling on government and corporate organizations to help. He was speaking to JoyNews after during a presentation of 500 dual desks to the district assembly to be distributed to some basic schools in the area. Correspondent Albert Sori has more.
The Binduri district of the Upper East region is one of the new districts created in the year 2012. Before then, it was part of the Boko municipality. As a growing district still trying to get all its structures in place, the education sector here is lagging behind the older districts of the region. Many of the basic schools here lack furniture, and the school children have to either sit on the bare classroom floors or improvise in some other ways to sit for lessons. According to the district chief executive, Ayenga Abagri Yakubu, the furniture deficit in basic schools in the Binduri district is about 3,400.
From the GS last year, beginning of last year, and director actually gave me, and the number was about 3,400 or so. And as we are procuring, then we still have the needs. It is increasing because as we have just procured this like this, you go and because of one single nail, they will abandon that desk. So when you go to the school, some of the schools you see, especially the metal ones, you see the guests because of a screw, they will get packed somewhere.
The National Petroleum Authority, NPA, has donated 500 dual desks to the Member of Parliament for the Binduri constituency, Abdullahi Abanga, who has in turn presented the furniture to the District Assembly to help reduce the furniture deficit in the schools. The MPA made the donation in response to a request the MP made to them for support. Alice Atubiga presented the furniture to the District Assembly on behalf of the MP.
Petroleum Authority has done a great job for us because we have issues and we always run to them for support, and they are always willing to support us. We want to say a big thank you to them on behalf of my District Chief Executive and my MP, Honorable Abanga Abdullahi. I've also seen pictures of dilapidated schools in the constituency, so I would like to encourage benevolent organizations who are interested in education to also come and renovate such schools for us. All these things motivate the children, and the environment they learn in. All these things will encourage them and motivate them to learn better.
Some of the school children were excited to finally have furniture for their classrooms.
When we come to class, we lie on the floor. We don't feel comfortable. But now that this furniture has come, it will help us in our studies. We thank National Petroleum Authority for this furniture for us to sit on.
The District Chief Executive said the dual desks will be distributed to 3 schools that are in dire need of them. He, however, appealed for more donations of furniture to cater to many more school children in the district. For Joy News, Albert Sori, Binduri.
Deputy Minister Designate for Health Alexander Kwesi-Arquah has told Parliament Appointment Committee that there's still public confidence in the National Health Insurance Scheme. The NHIS have come under scrutiny following several complaints by beneficiaries. JoyNews' ongoing series on the NHIS has confirmed some of these complaints of patients, including out-of-pocket payments for various services at health facilities. The matter came up strongly at the vetting of the Deputy Minister Designate for Health, Alexander Arquah, and my colleague James Aveji joins us via Zoom with more on this. Aveji, what has been the Minister Designate's response to this query?
Well, Aisha, I think that the Minister Designate, Deputy Minister Designate, thinks that yes, he accepts that there are challenges with the National Health Insurance Scheme, especially with funding, and that is leading to the challenges we have seen over the period. He was of 2 views. One, that there is a need to rethink about the funding of the health insurance scheme. He is proposing that there needed to be a conversation about what he calls co-funding, where there will be some specific amount of money that would be imposed on users to pay out of pocket, where will not be charged varied amounts of money. You know that if you are using the health insurance scheme and you go to the hospital, you are expected to pay this specific amount of money, where, beneficiaries will not go to the hospital and be surprised by the amount of money they are paying. So he is proposing that there needed to be a conversation about co-funding as well. Apart from that, he believes that there's been enough confidence in the insurance scheme. He talks about the fact that he has experienced a patient drive into a health facility in a Range Rover, but still holding the health insurance card, and that is what he's been admitted to the hospital to before opting for paying for his treatment. And so he believes, despite the challenges, there's still that level of confidence in the National Health Insurance Scheme.
There was the issue about dialysis. How did he respond to this?
Yes.
Well, James Aveji is our man in Parliament. He's been monitoring the vetting for us, and he brought us details of how the Deputy Health Minister Designate has been responding to issues concerning the fixing of the NHIS. Aveji, if you're back, the question about dialysis treatment came up. What has been the response of the Deputy Minister Designate?
His response has been that we need to strengthen, again, the health insurance scheme to get to a level where it can pay for dialysis. He bemoaned the fact that recently
facilities had to go through challenges until government stepped in to pay some.
All right, so we lost James Aveji there, but essentially he's been talking about the Deputy Health Minister designate who's been facing the Appointments Committee and who's been explaining how they intend to fix the problems and challenges facing the National Health Insurance Scheme. Let's move on to other stories. And the Electricity Company of Ghana, ECG, says there may be power outages in some parts of the country. It says that, especially during peak load periods between 7 and 11 p.m., as it says, increased demand has resulted in blown fuses and broken conductors of its transformers. A statement issued by the power distributor reads, and I'll be sharing that shortly with you on the screens. It's been explaining why this will happen. Before we get to that statement, let's listen to the Managing Director, Dubik Mahama.
I know the engineering team puts out these, these notices. If your customers are saying, if my customers are saying they didn't get them, then I'm sorry. But all maintenance schedules are put out there. I keep saying there is no do so, but everybody wants to stay with the fact that there's do so. If there's do so, that means there's a generational gap or there's a generational problem. But we keep repeating.
We can now see the statement that was issued by the ECG. It's coming up shortly on your screens. The Electricity Company of Ghana wishes to inform our cherished customers, the general public, that so far 630 distribution transformers within communities across our operational areas have been identified to be full to capacity due to increased demand. The situation may result in blown fuses and broken conductors, causing outages, especially during the peak load period in the affected areas. However, we wish to assure our customers that transformer upgrading and new projects are ongoing to relieve these transformers to ensure a more reliable power supply. Customers within the underlisted communities are therefore advised to report any localized outage or voltage fluctuations at the ECG call center or reach us on our social media handles for prompt rectification. Me. We're still live on JoyNews today. We'll take a break. We'll be back with more.
Across Africa, a new era has begun. Shifting our focus to a new horizon, connecting us with one purpose: to create and share opportunities to grow. Today, we are making a brighter tomorrow, built by our dreams and our energy. Across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future. A Pan-African future. Together. EcoBank. A better way. A better Africa.
It's time to get stepping, because if you upgrade your DSTV subscription now, we'll step you up to an even higher package.
Respect that.
Upgrade now and step up to even more action. Step up to more football. Step up to more local drama. Step up to more fun and get more than you pay for. Upgrade now and get boosted to the next package at no extra cost. Visit your multi-choice branch or agent and upgrade to step up and get boosted.
Ahani now want our children to use the internet to learn. No we be farmers, doctors, lawyers, fishers, traders in a market kahun. Friends and loved ones who bonkomu fondo without any interruptions.
Ow, yes, ow. A stable service netuma send them mobile money na come our parents of ye.
JT Trot Room or Pedosha Chelsea vs Man City game without missing a moment.
Era mana, onoze nenywa jido bo receive mobile money payments every new customers ho. Pay delay so. Eboze love talks in quoting or po. Obotuma kasa till he sleeps on the phone.
Eyimuna is made possible because of the red, white, and grey telecommunication towers are our hen communities in Munti. Them telecommunication towers are ye safe or ho to the benefit of Obiara our community nimo. We are here, de yebobwa. In case of any emergency biara and now you see a theft going on, for the Ghana Police Service on 191 and now 18555. Ebotunsa fre 0209 222220 and 0242 435629 and now 30 for assistance. So, welcome the telecommunication towers into the approved locations in your neighborhoods so that you can keep connecting to the people and things you love. Message Ghana Institution of Engineering and the Radiation Protection Institute and a endorse.
These holidays, you don't need to go far to find the best entertainment.
Have I got a surprise for you?
All you need to do is stay connected to DSTV.
I'm so excited.
Pick your moment of fun and share it with your family.
Oh, that's gorgeous, yeah.
Overpowered.
Pick the best stories and share them with your friends.
Max Verstappen wins.
Pick your moment to shine with the world's hottest stars. Because it's your moment to hang out with the characters you love.
So basically,
whether you're at home or on the move, make it a holiday to remember.
This is the final round. Ain't gonna stop me now.
Because these holidays, it's your moment to enjoy the best entertainment. So get and stay connected to DSTV to enjoy every moment.
Whoa.
Welcome back to JoyNews today. Policy think tank Imani Center for Energy and Education Professor Kwesi Enning have filed a suit at the Supreme Court challenging the constitutionality of the removal of some members of the public service from office by the president. The two contend that such termination of the appointment of the IGP, the Controller General of the Ghana Immigration Service, the Chief Fire Officer, and the Director General of the Prison Service by the president are unconstitutional and should be declared as void. Head of our legal affairs desk, Richard Kwejo-Nyakon, has a copy of that writ and joins me in the studio with more. What's the nature of the release that they are seeking?
So, Aisha, the plaintiffs in this action, Imani Center for Education and Policy,
Professor Kwesi Enin have invoked the jurisdiction of the Supreme Court that upon a true and proper interpretation of some provisions of the Constitution, the President has no authority to terminate or remove from office of the GIS boss, the Inspector General of the Ghana Police Service, and then the Director General of the Ghana Prisons, unless only upon stated misconduct or stated misbehavior, and establish against these office holders or incapacity to perform their functions of office by reason of infirmity of mind or body, and then unless by death or retirement. And so that the President of Ghana, upon assumption of office, has no power to make fresh appointments to such offices, that upon a change in government, the succeeding President has no such powers to remove or terminate the appointment of such office holders. So their contention keenly is that such office holders belong to the public services and want a consequential order from the apex court to restrain the President from embarking on such an enterprise.
But the Constitution empowers the President to actually appoint these people. So why are they challenging the removal of same people who were appointed by the President?
Well, so they make that point that the Constitution and other relevant laws empower the President to appoint such office holders. There is a notable silence on the procedure for their removal or termination of their appointment, and the President throughout the Fourth Republic have taken advantage of that to remove such persons. And so that is really their contention.
And are they citing examples of some of these things, the reason why they see the need to actually challenge it?
So, Aisha, let me run you through a plethora of some of the examples they cite. They said that in 2017, the then Director General of the Ghana Prison Service, Emmanuel Yao Ajato, was asked to proceed on leave at the age of 54, and subsequently another was appointed in his stead. Similarly, Madam Elizabeth Ajay, then the controller of the Ghana Immigration Service, was in 2011 removed from office by the then President, His Excellency John Evans Atta-Mills, at a time when she was not also of the age of retirement. In the police service also, on the 21st of January 2001, Mr. Peter Namfuri, the then Inspector General of Police, was removed from the office of the Inspector General of Police, and by extension, the Ghana Police Service, by the newly elected President at his time, His Excellency John Ejekum Kufuor. And then in 2009, the then Inspector General of Police, Patrick Kwatia Champong, was removed as Inspector General of the Police, by extension, the Ghana Police Service, by the freshly elected President, John Evans Atta-Mills. So the time of Patrick Kwatia Champong's removal from office, he was 58 years of age, they contend. And they say that there was no reason assigned for the removal of Patrick Kwatia Champong. They also make mention of during John Dramani Mahama's time, that on the 1st of February 2013, he instructed the then Inspector General of Police, Paul Teriakwe, to proceed on leave, and the President consequently appointed Mohammed Al-Hassan to act as the Inspector General of Police at a time when Paul Teriakwe was not due for retirement. Again, on the 22nd of July 2019, the President of the Republic demanded the then Inspector General of Police, David Asantia PhD, to proceed on leave despite not having attained the age of retirement. They conclude that in August 2021, James Opombuenu, who was the then Inspector General of Police, was asked to proceed on leave, and the current Inspector General of Police, Dr. George Akufo-Dampare, appointed in his stead. And so these are the chronicles they have detailed in the suit that is pending at the Supreme Court. It was filed yesterday, and so we are waiting for when the Supreme Court will slate the date for the hearing of this case.
Right, we'll follow up this and bring you updates on the story from the Supreme Court as it unfolds. Let's get on to other stories. The Managing Director of the Water Company Limited, Clifford Brimer, says work on the Yendi water project has not commenced because of delays in approval. According to him, they had selected the contractor to begin work, but that has not been done because there hasn't been clearance. Dr. Clifford Brimer was speaking when he led a team to the Gbewa and the Yagbon palaces to update the chiefs on progress on the Yendi and Damango water projects.
The Yendi Water Project, which will be financed by the Indian Exim Bank at a cost of $30 million, is aimed at providing the people of Yendi municipality and its environs with 15,000 cubic meters of water daily. Sod was cut in 2020 for work to begin, but after 4 years, that is yet to be done. It is against this backdrop the MD and his team were in the area to update the chiefs on what they had done to improve the water supply to homes in the area. Speaking at the Gbewa Palace, Dr. Clifford Bremer said the contractor should have been on site last year.
Our country currently is going through some financial challenges. The project that we were supposed to undertake here was being financed by the Indian Exim Bank. We've finished everything, we've selected the contractor, we've written to them to give us no objection for the contractor to move to site. Last year, the contractor should have been here working, but unfortunately, we have not gotten the approval to ask the contractor to come to site.
The Yana Abukari II, whose speech was translated by the public relations officer of the palace, said his concern was how to get potable water to his people.
He also touched on the issue of the boreholes, that putting up the boreholes will help a lot because currently we have to make sure we get a way of resolving the matter, even temporary, before the Ngane Sabare project. His Majesty is saying that he's not interested in Ngane Sabare water, but his interest in getting potable water for his people.
On the Damango Water Project, an engineer of the project, Dr. Daniel Anuba, explained how the water would be treated and transmitted to the Damango Township.
Whereby we're going to treat the water, as you can see from the artesian well, with this treatment plant here, send it into a reservoir, a ground level reservoir, and then transmit it into Damango town, where it will be distributed for the entire Damango community, as described earlier on. Now you can see that this artesian well actually gushes out about 18 cubic meters per hour of water, and it is 24/7 throughout the year. It comes out, water flows out, so it means that it will be almost adequate for the entire Damango community. However, the water has some levels of hydrogen sulfide, which brings out pungent smell. This smell is pretty bad. And it also has some traces of fluoride and then heavy metals. So it is expected that with this treatment plant here, we are going to strip off the hydrogen sulfide. We will also remove those fluorides as well as the heavy metals which are in the water.
Bikunutu Jehu Swale, whose speech was also translated, said he was encouraged with the information he had received.
When the water finally comes, that will be the time he will smile the biggest. But the information that has been provided this morning, in fact, he received it wholeheartedly.
Speaking to the media after the tour, the MD of the Ghana Water Company, Dr. Clifford Bremer, said these areas should be receiving water by the rainy season.
I was indicating that it is possible by the rainy season this year, we should get this thing completed so that people can begin to get clean water in Damango. And so we are not giving a specific deadline, because deadlines are given with assumptions. If all things being equal, this is what will happen.
And on your election headquarters, flag bearer of the National Democratic Congress, John Dramani Mahama, has promised to establish a commission of inquiry to investigate looted Gandangme and state lands. The commission, according to Mr. Mahama, will make recommendations on what the government should do on the issue. Mr. Mahama is unhappy with the diversion of unused state lands to private individuals when the laws of the country states otherwise. Nanaya Ojima was at the Greater Accra Regional House of Chiefs, where the former president made the promise and has filed this report.
The basic resource for development. Over the years, access to lands in some areas have resulted in chaos. Flag bearer of the NDC, John Mahama, who is worried about land issues, has revealed willingness to find lasting solutions to the problem.
The issue of lands is a very disturbing issue. It's a vexed issue, and it raises a lot of emotions. And so for the last time, when NDC comes into office, we're going to set up a commission of inquiry on Ga lands to make recommendations on what government should do in respect of Gadangbe lands. And at the same time, it will also investigate looted state lands, because the chiefs and people of Ga, Dangbe, gave land to governments for specific projects. If government is using those the land for those projects, there's no problem. So Parliament is working, is Gadangbe land. The Supreme Court is working, is Gadangbe land. The airport is there. We all are using it. We're flying in and out. But where government is not going to use the land anymore for the purpose that it acquired the land, the rule is simple. It says give it back to the owners. And so we have to get a commission of inquiry in and investigate those who have taken those lands. Because you go and see lands that government is no longer using. Private people have bought them and are building all kinds of edifices on them at the expense of the traditional people.
Issues of encroachment of regional boundaries were brought up by the traditional rulers. The former president finds this worrying, but assured the matter will be referred to the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources if voted into power.
There are several regions where we are having skirmishes because other regions are encroaching into other regions. And so it's something that the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources will take up seriously, so that we do the demarcation properly. Everybody knows where their land ends and where somebody else's begins. Because this is a cause of violence. In many areas, we've seen people lose their lives because of the skirmishes between traditional areas about whose land is which.
For JoyNews, Nana Ojima, Greater Accra Region.
The Ashanti Business Owners Association has expressed dissatisfaction with a supposed anti-smuggling operation by a joint task force of the National Security, the Food and Drugs Authority, the Three Crops Development Authority, and Customs. The task force stormed the Central Business District of Kumasi to seize vegetable cooking oil brands believed to be unlicensed and smuggled into the country. But affected business owners are calling for rather stringent surveillance at the ports and harbors. Emmanuel Bright Kwaku has more.
Combed retail shops in the Central Business District of Kumasi for unlicensed and smuggled vegetable cooking oil products. The armed men moved from one retailing shop to another and seized products worth millions of Ghana cedis, including Global, Diana's, Special and Roach vegetable cooking oils. At least 4 brands were confiscated by the task force. The task force claimed to be executing the joint mandate of the Food and Drugs Authority, Customs Division, Tree Crops Development Authority, and the National Security. Dr. Paul Amenin is the coordinator of the task force.
PZ market. You call no you say product be your friend Roach. So Roach product you 2 brand Baku free Malaysia, Baku free Indonesia. Near free Malaysia near register, near free Indonesia near register. But the same brand.
When we visited the market, we realized there is a clone of one of the cooking brands known as Roach. It is originally produced in Malaysia, but the clone is from Indonesia, which is not licensed. Oils are used for various products, so we are concerned about the type of oil this is. But the Ashanti Business Owners Association is distraught and unhappy with the development. A member of the group, Oseya Koto, says at least 20 gallons of the products were seized at his shop.
me no mo twen pa no catch me say oye no de me dia bana me di ton na dia friend say omo be mama ton to omo sesa na me say no e di ntine so omo sesa omo say unless me provide duty paper enti me entem me so me ton no me buy me ton no obi ho I import ho and I'm a friend importer me say
I contacted the person I imported the goods from to send me his import duties receipt, which he did. But the tax force went ahead to seize the oils. This is what baffles me.
We're still live on JoyNews today. Let's take a break. When we return, there's business.
Good afternoon and welcome to the business segment on JoyNews today with me, Pius Kojobaka. The government, through the National Communications Authority, is in talks with the Gambia and Benin to roll out a free roaming services. This will mean that Ghanaian businessmen, tourists and other traders traveling to these countries won't be required to pay additional services for data or any other mobile services. Speaking at a Platinum Night event to welcome telecommunications service provider Telecom onto the domestic market, Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Baumia said this will ensure businesses among these countries become successful when they operate.
This roaming service is part of a broad ECOWAS initiative aimed at connecting member countries digitally with ease. According to Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, government has been able to reach an agreement with neighboring Togo to roll out free roaming services on all networks in both countries, and at the moment, the National Communications Authority is in the process to sign a similar agreement with Benin and the Gambia. The Vice President therefore urged the Telecom to ensure affordable and quality services, as government will provide all the necessary support.
Although adopted in 2016, Ghana's free roaming services agreement with Côte d'Ivoire in June 2023 presents the first such arrangement. Ghana has also signed an agreement with Togo to begin free roaming services between the two countries this year. The National Communications Authority is also engaging Benin and the Gambia to establish similar free roaming bilateral agreements.
Chief Executive of Telecom, Patricia Obunai, told JoyBusiness that the takeover of Vodafone has been strategic to ensure a competitive market for the Ghanaian consumer.
Telecom has been very clear that they are here to drive disruption, so they're bringing a lot of innovative solutions. In the end, it's about the network and giving customers a great experience on the network, so they are committed to investing in that network. And I think the second thing is about how we deliver customer experience. It's one thing that everybody complains about, and they've been very clear on how they believe will make a difference in Ghana, especially to our fixed broadband customers. You know how it feels like. And I think the third is in financial inclusion, but doing it digitally. So you will see a lot of changes in the way we deliver solutions when it comes to financial inclusion as well.
The Platinum Night event was a platform for the new company to engage stakeholders in the industry and policymakers on the planned rollout of the telesale service.
An international court hearing the almost $400 million tax charge against Talu Oil by the Ghana Revenue Authority should give a ruling by the middle of this year. That's according to Talu Oil, which took the case to the court in London. George Yafe has more.
The court in London is looking at coming out with this judgment on this case after hearing all the parties involved. Talu Oil took this action to the International Court after raising some concerns about the almost $400 million tax charge by the Ghana Revenue Authority. The authority claims it took this action after reviewing Talu's operations since 2021 and realized that this amount of money is due to be paid to the state. The Ghana Revenue Authority insists it stands by this assessment and that Talu Oil should be paying this amount of money to the government of Ghana in the form of taxes. But Talu Oil, on the other hand, is contesting this assessment. It will be interesting how the outcome of this case could impact on the operations of Talu Oil going forward. It has already posted a loss of more than $100 million in its operations for last year due to some accounting treatment of its dealings in the Chineboa and Yarantome 10 oil area here in Ghana, and how that affected its business for 2023. Talu Oil is not the only company, as the Ghana Revenue Authority is going after other multinationals in the oil space here in Ghana for some taxes that they failed to pay to the state over the years, covering their operations in the country.
That'll be all for now. I am Pius Kojo Baka. More business stories for you at 1 p.m. on the Marketplace. Sports is next.
This Wednesday on the Joy Business Van, how startup Emmanuel Light Amwa is encouraging the patronage of the Ghanaian snack Kuli Kuli, Adunle or Atipupui, depending on which part of the country you hail from.
So I remember I came home one weekend and I saw that my sister was doing Kuli Kuli, Adunle, and then donuts, those local snacks. So I tasted the Adunle and I said, oh, this thing tastes really nice, not like the local one that we know, but I think it's advanced. It tasted so good. So I took some to school to my roommate to taste, and they really loved it. And they were like, oh, Ella, how about you sell Adunle in school? And I was like, hey, Adunle, dear, is a local snack. How am I going to sell it in school? So I got the idea to go look for a nice paper pouch and then like this to do it.
But Ella has an even bigger dream.
And we want to be the major supplier of snacks in Ghana and beyond.
The Joy Business Van, this Wednesday on TV, radio, online and on ground. Powered by Joy Business and supported by EcoBank. A better way, a better Africa, and MTN. What are we doing today?
Time now to bring you sports on Joy News today with me, Muftao Nabila Abdullah. Ghana's Abeku Jackson has won a bronze medal in the ongoing African Games in the swimming event. He won the bronze medal, finishing third in the swimming that took place at the Boteman Sports Complex a couple of hours ago. The final, which happened last night, was called off because of a false start. And this meant that the swimming had to take place again. However, the rule says that those who decided to get into the water and swim despite the false start, if they decided not to compete again today, what it means was that the time they made yesterday, or the times they made yesterday, was recognized. So Abeku Jackson, despite swimming today and winning the race, he was still given a bronze medal. He's been speaking about the sacrifices all Ghanaian athletes are putting in to ensure that the country succeeds in this year's African Games.
For me, I'm excited for Team Ghana in swimming. I'm excited for all the athletes in swimming because I got to train with them a week or two before the competition, and I know for sure every athlete here is training and giving their best. I know the sacrifices that every athlete, even without being in swimming, whether it's weightlifting, whether it's boxing, whether it's football, I know the sacrifices each athlete has to go through, and the discipline and the training and the toughness that comes with that, as long as and also the pressure. And I would like to say that every athlete in Ghana, I'm proud, be it what the result is, because I know how much effort he puts into it, and I'm just happy to be here to put it. Yeah, of course, the fans are important. For us, the fans are important, especially because they're host nation. And just hearing the crowd shouting my name, even while swimming, hearing the crowd shouting my name, I know I'm getting closer to something and pushing forward. And the main goal is to hear the national anthem being played for Ghana and to stand on the podium and to know that you did your best for your country and raise the country's flag high. Yeah, for me, this is always a stepping stone. I mean, it's good to have competitions before the main Olympics. It's good to have African Games, World Championship. I recently just came back from World Championship. Before World Championship, I had a different competition. It's been back-to-back competitions, and it's the way forward, because the more competition, the more experience, the more you're getting into for the main goal Olympics and to qualify for the Olympics. I mean, like I said, it's a stepping stone. After my first All-African Games, I was in Morocco. I managed to be in the finals, top 5, top 4. I was 5th and 4th in individual events, and now it's a stepping stone. Now I'm on the medal podium. Who knows what the next All-African Games will hold for me? But then again, it's exciting to be here. It's exciting to be in the host nation. It's exciting to hear the fans shout for you. It's exciting to hear everyone behind you and supporting my family, my friends, and I just want to say thank you. Not necessarily. For me, I still give my best, because be them being there or not there, for me, swimming my own race, and for me, it's to keep winning and keep winning. Be it whoever is there, it's just to swim your own race and give your best. It's always to drop my time. It's always to get into my personal best, drop my time, move forward, qualify for the Olympics, and make my nation proud. The next step for me is to go back to training, see what went wrong, be it medal, 2 medals, 3 medals. There's always something. There's always room for improvement. So I'm going to go back, improve, work on everything I can, and give my best.
So far, Ghana has 5 medals in the ongoing African Games. Abeku Jackson holds 2, silver and bronze, and Winifred Ntumi in the weightlifting won 3, gold, silver, and bronze. That is your sports for now. We do have more sports stories on myjoyonline.com. We appreciate your time.
Across Africa, a new era has begun, shifting our focus to a new horizon, connecting us with one purpose: to create and share opportunities to grow. Today, we are making a brighter tomorrow, built by our dreams and our energy. Across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future. a Pan-African future. Together. EcoBank. A better way. A better Africa.
When I was young, I asked my mother the secret of hair vitality and health. She said, the right food, the right exercise, the right amount of sleep, and the right blood tonic. Nescafe Blood Tonic is effective for the treatment of anemia, lack of appetite, and stressful conditions in both adults and children.
Nescafe Blood Tonic, the right family blood tonic. Another quality product from Ernest Chemists. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Daddy, this tank is big.
Yes, that's true.
It can store a lot of water.
That's so true.
Wow, it has a working tortoise on it.
That's so true.
I can see S-I-N-T-E-X. Syntax.
That is so true, my daughter.
When it falls down, it will spoil.
That's not true.
But why?
Hey! Syntex was the first to introduce double-layer tanks in Ghana. Syntex again was the first to introduce white inner layers in Ghana. Syntex gives you the biggest warranty, 7 years. No matter your water needs, Syntex is the answer. Syntex tank. Are you strong? Are you tough?
Time checkout was making headlines elsewhere. Haiti's Prime Minister Ariel Henry has agreed to resign following weeks of mounting pressure and increasing violence in the impoverished country. It comes after regional leaders met in Jamaica on Monday to discuss a political transition in Haiti. Mr. Henry is currently stranded in Puerto Rico after being prevented by armed gangs from returning home. In a video address announcing his resignation, Mr. Henry urged Haitians to remain calm. Mr. Henry, who had led the country supposedly on an interim basis since July 2021 following former President Moise's assassination, had repeatedly postponed elections, saying security must be restored first. Many Haitians had questioned him governing the country for this long without an elected president. And that does it for World News. Up next is Showbiz.
Okay, as far as music, as long as I can remember, I was exposed to African music. Did my own thing when it came to making music.
It's your boy DJ Ray's rolling the 1 and 2s right now.
Still musician, rapper, and then a dancer.
Same Stormboy Soccer there, they're doing big things.
Yeah.
Overall, if people just enjoy good music and they respect your opinion on music, I think it'll be successful, and that's the plan right now. That's the plan.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the Showbiz segments with me, Jacqueline Ansumayabwa. Now, Kanye isn't going to be the only musician in his family. His and Kim Kardashian's 10-year-old daughter, Northwest, reveals she's working on her debut album, Elementary School Dropout, in a homage to her father's 2004 album titled College Dropout.
I love it here. I
At the latest Vultures listening party, Kanye West and Kim Kardashian's daughter, North West, revealed she's following in her father's footsteps. The 10-year-old made her music debut on the Vultures' #1 song, Talking.
Just bless me, it's your bestie, Miss Westie, just...
Kanye brought the venue to a standstill at one point so that North could make an announcement for her debut album, Elementary School Dropout.
And I've been working on an album for... And it's called Elementary School Dropout.
North's younger siblings, Chicago and Sam, also joined her on the Footprint Center stage in an adorable moment as they held hands and danced to her Vulture song. The Billboard 100 entry made her one of the youngest artists to ever appear on the chart, as well as the Emerging Artist tally. Let's hope her debut album is the only thing dropping. Fingers crossed she's staying put in elementary school. For Joy News, I am Jacqueline and Samaya Bois.
Nigerian actress Rita Dominic has been opening up about the struggle she's faced in the Nollywood industry. Now, the actress made a guest appearance on Joy 99.7 FM with Lexus Bill, where she revealed that she was banned by a group of key Nollywood players. Speaking further, Rita mentioned that the tragic incident motivated her to open her own movie production firm.
You feel me?
I don't know how much you remember Nollywood drama, especially in the early 2000s. You may remember that a time when some actors in Nollywood were banned from acting and some even started to delve into music. Nigerian actress Rita Dominic was nowhere to be seen in the industry for a period of time. Many years after this, Rita Dominic is speaking out for the first time about what exactly happened during that period and why Nollywood marketers silently banned her from getting work.
I was silently banned in the industry by the marketers.
You were silently banned?
Yes. You know, the marketers were the ones who had the power to call the shots. They were the lords, the mini gods of the industry at the time. And I'm talking about, you know, the VCD era. Exactly. Now, they banned me silently because I wanted to do things differently. I was trying to, when I say differently, I was, I would not say rebrand. I just felt like it had gotten to a point where, you know, if you want to acquire services of an actor, you know, it's best to talk to their management, right? Which is the norm, you know? So I tried to change certain things about my brand.
The actress, who has multiple awards, disclosed that her lowest earnings as an actress when converted to Ghana cedis amount to a modest 80 Ghana cedis.
35,000 naira,
yes.
That's 280 Ghana cedis.
Exactly, he paid me only 10K. 10K out of the 35,000.
Wait, hold up.
So the remaining 25,000, he didn't pay me.
Okay.
And then the second project I did, he never paid me. And
wow.
you know, may God rest his soul, the marketer died.
Okay. 10,000 naira, that's what you got?
Yes.
That's 80 CDs.
Yes.
Rita Dominic started acting in local television dramas at the age of 5, and indeed, she has come a long way.
I'm saying dump her. I will introduce...
It's a wrap for the showbiz segments with me, Jacqueline and Suma Iyabua. Hi, Shara.
Thanks so much for bringing us showbiz, Jacqueline. And that's how we wrap up the bulletin this afternoon. My name is Aisha Ibrahim. Log on to myjoyonline.com. There's more of the news and updates of all the developing stories. Do enjoy the rest of our programs.
To the marketplace. Coming up this afternoon, an international court to give ruling on the almost $400 million tax charge against Talo by Ghana Revenue Authority by middle of this year. Also coming up, National Communications Authority in talks with the Gambia and Benin governments to roll out free roaming services. Plus, a security task force confiscates smuggled cooking oil and alliances brands. We have more from an anti-smuggling operation carried out in the Central Business District of Kumasi. My name is Darryl Carl. Thanks for being with us. Details coming up. Thanks for staying with us, everyone. First up, an international court hearing the almost $400 million tax charge against Talo Oil by the Ghana Revenue Authority should give a ruling by the middle of this year. That's according to Talo Oil. We took the case to a court in London. George Afe has details.
The court in London is looking at coming out with this judgment on this case after hearing all the parties involved. Talo Oil took this action to the international court after raising some concerns about the almost $400 million tax charge by the Ghana Revenue Authority. The authority claims it took this action after reviewing Talo's operations since 2021 and realized that this amount of money is due to be paid to the state. The Ghana Revenue Authority insists it stands by this assessment and that Talo Oil should be paying this amount of money to the government of Ghana in the form of taxes. But Talo Oil, on the other hand, is contesting this assessment. It will be interesting how the outcome of this case could impact on the operations of Talo Oil going forward. It has already posted a loss of more than $100 million in its operations for last year due to some accounting treatment of its dealings in the Chineboa and Yarantome 10 oil area here in Ghana, and how that affected its business for 2023. Talo Oil is not the only company, as the Ghana Revenue Authority is going after other multinationals in the oil space here in Ghana for some taxes that they failed to pay to the state over the years, covering their operations in the country.
Now, the government, through the National Communications Authority, is in talks with the Gambia and Benin to roll out free roaming services. This will mean that Ghanaian businessmen, tourists or traders traveling to those countries won't be required to pay additional services for data or any other mobile services. Speaking at a Platinum Night event to welcome telecommunications service provider Telecom onto the domestic market, Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Baumia said this move will enhance businesses in these countries when it becomes successful.
This roaming service is part of a broad ECOWAS initiative aimed at connecting member countries digitally with ease. According to Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, government has been able to reach an agreement with neighboring Togo to roll out free roaming services on all networks in both countries, and at the moment, the National Communications Authority is in the process to sign a similar agreement with Benin and the Gambia. The Vice President therefore urged the Telecom to ensure affordable and quality services as government will provide all the necessary support.
Although adopted in 2016, Ghana's free roaming services agreement with Côte d'Ivoire in June 2023 presents the first such arrangement. Ghana has also signed an agreement with Togo to begin free roaming services between the two countries this year. The National Communications Authority is also engaging Benin and the Gambia to establish similar free roaming bilateral agreements.
Chief Executive of Telecom, Patricia Obonai, told Joy Business that the takeover of Vodafone has been strategic to ensure a competitive market for the Ghanaian consumer.
Telecom has been very clear that they are here to drive disruption, so they're bringing a lot of innovative solutions. In the end, it's about the network and giving customers a great experience on the network, so they are committed to investing in that network. And I think the second thing is about how we deliver customer experience. It's one thing that everybody complains about, and they've been very clear on how they believe will make a difference in Ghana, especially to our fixed broadband customers. You know how it feels like. And I think the third is in financial inclusion, but doing it digitally. So you will see a lot of changes in the way we deliver solutions when it comes to financial inclusion as well.
The Platinum Night event was a platform for the new company to engage stakeholders in the industry and policymakers on the planned rollout of the Telecom service.
In other news, the Ashanti Business Owners Association is discontent with the supposed anti-smuggling operation by a joint task force of the National Security, Food and Drugs Authority and Tree Crops Development Authority and Customs. The task force stormed the Central Business District of Kumasi to seize vegetable cooking oil brands believed to be unlicensed and smuggled into the country. But affected business owners are calling for stringent surveillance at the ports and harbors. Emmanuel Bright Kwaku has more in this report.
The task force combed retail shops in the Central Business District of Kumasi for unlicensed and smuggled vegetable cooking oil products. The armed men moved from one retailing shop to another and seized products worth millions of Ghana cedis, including Global, Diana's, Special and Roach vegetable cooking oils. At least 4 brands were confiscated by the task force. The task force claimed to be executing the joint mandate of the Food and Drugs Authority, Customs Division, Tree Crops Development Authority and the National Security. Dr. Paul Amenin is the coordinator of the task force.
PZ market. You call no you say product be your friend Roach. So Roach product no you 2 brand Baku free Malaysia, Baku free Indonesia. Ni free Malaysia ni register, ni free Indonesia ni register. But ni nyina the same brand. The adekro ntu dru a unya den.
When we visited the market, we realized there is a clone of one of the cooking brands known as Roach. It is originally produced in Malaysia, but the clone is from Indonesia, which is not licensed. Oils are used for various products, so we are concerned about the type of oil this is. But the Ashanti Business Owners Association is distraught and unhappy with the development. A member of the group, Oseya Koto, says at least 20 gallons of the products were seized at his shop.
Unless I provide duty paper. And me and them, me so me torn, me buy me torn will be ho, I import ho. And I'm a free importer, me say.
I contacted the person I imported the goods from to send me his import duties receipt, which he did. But the task force went ahead to seize the oils. This is what baffles me.
It was send me WhatsApp na me de kire o me de show mo si da bi da enya de o mbeti ase oye no almost easy oil no.
The group says their confirmation from the Regional Coordinating Council could not ascertain the identity of the task force. Charles Kusi-Apiakubi is the executive secretary of the association.
So we placed a call at the Regional Coordinating Council through the director and to the minister. And the feedback we had from the minister suggests that he has no aware of such people having such operation in the market space. These men were angered because the regional minister intervened in the situation. And they told us that they will show us where power lies. Who are supposed to man our borders? The national security, the immigration, the SEPs. How do smuggled goods get into our market? This suggests to us that they are not doing their work well. If you're not doing your work well, why do you want to criminalize that innocent businessman who is doing his right thing as a citizen?
For Joy News, my name is Emmanuel Bright Kweku.
All right, you're watching The Marketplace. The chair of the International Chamber of Commerce, Maria Fernanda Garza, as part of her official visit to Ghana, launched the ICC rules on combating corruption. The rules are designed as a method of self-regulation by businesses against the background of applicable national law and international legal instruments. Here to talk a bit more about it is Emmanuel Donikwame, who is Secretary General of the International Chamber of Commerce. Good afternoon to you. Thanks for joining us in the studio. And so Maria has concluded her visit to Ghana. She's off to Cameroon. How would you describe her visit? What was the outcome, do you think?
In summary, I would say it was a very successful trip. We kick-started with a tour of the Kwame Nkrumah Museum and Mausoleum, and then a tour of the Osu Castle. It actually gave a first-hand experience of what our ancestors went through and the connection between Ghana and the Americas. You know, she's coming from Mexico. She's heard a lot about our colleagues in the diaspora. And she's been wondering where the whole slavery thing did happen. And a lot did happen in Ghana. And she's now going to be our ambassador when it comes to attracting the type of investment in tourism and even getting tourists to visit Ghana.
That's interesting. Well, so the highlight of the visit, I guess, was the launch of the ICC rules on combating corruption. Tell me about the launch and how helpful it will be against in the fight against corruption.
The rules are voluntary, and it encourages companies to maintain high standards of integrity in their transactions, either with the public sector or public institutions, or even between enterprises. So they are more or less like a guide. But in most jurisdictions, we already have our own laws that are supposed to, and they more or less are supposed to complement what we have as our own national laws. And where there are conflicts, your national laws will definitely prevail. But it's a very good guide, yeah.
Okay, and so just for the benefit of our audience, so what is in the what sort of tools, what sort of encouragement or what sort of guidance are you giving to the businesses to enable them, tackle corruption? And when you say it's voluntary, that means businesses are not bound to these tools, are they? So how do you encourage them to take them on?
I wouldn't say businesses are not bound, because most of our ICC model contracts have clauses to deal with corruption. And these are very common in big contracts with oil and gas companies. If you are an SME and you want to contract with the big companies like the Talos and the MTNs and others, they always have an anti-corruption clause in there. And these are clauses that are drafted by experts. So it's not just a Ghana thing, it's a global expectation that you will abide by the high standards of integrity. So the guide will help you in drafting your own contracts with your own colleagues. I know some of the clauses of interest have to do with support for, I think, Article 6 within the rule support for political parties, contributions. You just have to be transparent, you know.
That's an interesting one.
Yeah. And,
especially because we are in an election year.
I realized that was the interest for most. And then it falls within 4 categories. One, the first part has to do with the rules itself. And then the second part has to do with implementation, what you need to put in place within your own setup. And you should start from the board chairman to the CEO, to all your managers. It should run through your organization as part of your business culture.
Yeah, and so beyond this, how is the ICC helping businesses and the public sector build capacity?
During the visit of our chair, we had a privilege of meeting heads of most of our state institutions. We met the Honorable Minister for Trade and Industry, and we know her visit comes right on the heels of the 13th WTO Ministerial Conference in Abu Dhabi. And a lot of issues were discussed at the conference, and the key one has to do with the moratorium on electronic transmission. And her visit has to do with the next conference happening in Cameroon in 2026, and to get Ghana's support on most of the key issues. And they did have an agreement on, it looks like ICC and Ghana are on the same tangent when it comes to most of the issues. That the internet should be tariff. We shouldn't have tariff barriers hindering the use of the internet. That data flow should not attract tariffs. And that's our stand. And the WTO itself needs the necessary reforms to build business. Well, all the rules are rules made for businesses, not for public institutions per se. The other highlight was a request from Ghana that ICC is well known for its International Court of Arbitration.
Right.
And that there is the need to have a hearing center in Africa, preferably Ghana, since we have the AFCFTA Secretariat over here, and which is being considered. A hearing center in the sense that when we draft contracts and there are disputes, the key issue has to do with location, and that where is the place for the arbitration to be heard. And most of the time is in London or Paris, and our lawyers have to fly there, and the cost implication of a hearing in those jurisdictions is quite high. So if we have it closer on the continent, it builds the capacity of our young lawyers in mediation and in arbitration. And ICC Ghana has been doing a lot on that front, running training programs for lawyers who want to develop a career in arbitration and mediation, also running training programs for the banks in the area of trade finance, and then for exporters and importers and those in the logistics business in the area of our rules. The key one is the ICC's Incoterms 2020. We do run training programs to build the capacity of most businesses involved in international trading.
All right, I want to bring up the first ICC Africa Sustainable Supply Chain Summit. I know many issues came out of that summit. How have they been addressed?
There were a lot, and we had speakers from Google, DHL, Maersk, from our own private sector, Ghana Export Promotion Authority, NPS. And the key findings, as we all know, is the high cost and time in doing business. But Ghana was applauded for our own public-private partnership in developing a paperless port system, especially the kind of infrastructure we have at the Meridian Port Services Terminal 3. It's a state-of-the-art, you know, and it's the first port of call in Africa at the moment. So we were applauded for that, but we still have issues with the cost. You know, of late people have been complaining of the fees and charges at the port, which we all believe, together with what's been done as part of our implementation of the WTO Trade Facilitation Agreement, the time release study has been developed, and the ministry has agreed to share it with the media and then with the business community for us to look at the findings of the study. What is driving the cost? What are the constraints in there? and how best can ICC itself help to address these constraints based on the time release study, how long it takes to clear goods at the port and the cost implications. So those were raised. The other thing that is also key is the productive capacity. On the continent, we don't manufacture that much. We import almost everything. So if a ship should dock in our ports, it's likely to go empty. Or if it should even move, we also encourage investment in short sea shipping. The big ships can come here, and then those involved in logistics and transport can invest in smaller vessels to move goods to other smaller ports. But the key thing is the productive capacity. Are we producing enough, be it food to feed the rest of Africa? Are there other manufacturing concerns in the other countries for the connectivity to yield the necessary results?
Sorry to cut you. I would imagine that the low integration of Africa in the global value chains is also a problem. How upbeat are you about AFTA and the prospects of that?
I read today that a lot of people were, I think a deputy minister was saying AFTA has been a failure. I think otherwise. I think it takes time. Unfortunately, we launched AFTA at a very tough period globally. You know, the global economy itself was shaken by COVID, and then we have the various supply chain issues post-COVID, you know, and then you have all these conflicts around the Red Sea area, and then affecting the Gulf of Guinea. So there has been some turbulence in the system, which has really affected the pace of growth of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area itself. So there are initiatives which most countries are undertaking, especially in the case of Ghana, to take businesses to the various countries. Government, through its National Coordination Office, is taking businesses to the various individual countries to look for partners. And that's where ICC comes in. We are the World Business Organization with presence in almost every country. So through the World Chambers Network, be an importer or an exporter, you are likely to find a partner.
Great.
Yeah.
Great. And as we conclude, final question, how does one become a member of the ICC?
It's straightforward. Anybody watching us can even contact you and can get our details. On the ICC website, there is it's on the ICC website where you just click and then you can just register to become a member online. You just pay a token. But we operate through our various commissions. So where your interest is, if you are into energy or agri, you fall within the Environment and Energy Commission. If you are into trade facilitation, maybe a freight forwarder or a ship owner, you fall under Customs and Trade Facilitation Commission. If you are a lawyer interested in mediation and arbitration, we have a commission on arbitration and ADR. So we have various commissions for the various interest groups. So I'll invite anybody watching us who wants to be a member. And the benefits are enormous.
All right. Emmanuel Doni Kwame, Secretary General, ICC, thank you so much for your time this afternoon. And you're watching The Marketplace. Moving on to some other stories, the Managing Director of G&J Technical Services Limited, Godfrey Siedu, is charging the public to invest in quality generators to serve as a stable standby in times of power outages. According to him, even though there are other substandard generators on the market, his outfit is committed to providing customers with quality generators. He spoke to JoyBusiness at the launch of the company's 30th anniversary celebration.
J Technical Services Limited says it has provided quality and durable generators to homes and institutions in Ghana and beyond in the last 30 years. The company has also offered some needy but brilliant student scholarships to aid in their academic development. At the launch of the company's 30th anniversary celebration, Managing Director of G&J Services Limited, Siedu, called on the general public to invest into quality standby power equipment.
The competition is stiff. The main challenge we have now is that we sell quality, but you can find any genset on the market these days. Trying to let people know, differentiate is the challenge, one major challenge we have. But what we tell people, here we are, like I said earlier, we're going to take someone's generator which has worked for 30 years and then give him a brand new one, free of charge. I don't think any of the gensets you see out there, they try to compare us with their prices, will be able to do more than 10 years for you. So if you invest in our generator, you are investing in something which can cater for you in your lifetime. Because if I'm going on pension and out of my pension I've managed to buy a genset whilst I'm retired and my income is not what it was before. So this is what we promise to our customers. There are challenges, but we meet them.
Okay. Deputy Managing Director of the company, Matthew Esiedu, disclosed that there are plans in place to diversify and bring on new products that will cater to the needs of its customers.
The next 30 years or going forward, I wouldn't say things are going to be so different because we have to be guided by what we've been doing for these 30 years. So we're going to stick to the same values, same principles, same culture, but we're going to be intentional with our growth. We're going to diversify. I think Kingsley asked some questions about product diversification. We're going to be looking into that definitely, but it's more of making an impact, making a difference in Ghana. Earlier, MD was talking about how we supplied some generators to KNUST Engineering Department and Accra Polytechnic. So it's, if you can do some of these things just to make a little impact on someone's education, someone's life, it speaks a lot.
As part of the celebration, the company is offering a 10% discount on its services to customers.
All right, and that's our bulletin this afternoon. More news on our website, myjoyonline.com/business. In the background there for you, Ghana in talks with Benin and Gambia for free mobile roaming services, according to Bamia. Also, inflation to decline between 13% to 17% by December 2024, according to the Bank of Ghana. myjoyonline.com/business. My name is Darryl Kwao. Thanks for watching. We will be back same time tomorrow.
Hello, I know we're expecting a dirty December, but guess what? In just 2 years, the city's value to the dollar has halved. Ghana is over 90% small businesses, and SMEs are suffering. The youth is angry at unemployment and underemployment, and the gap within our societies is widening. I mean, is there even a middle class now? It feels like you're either at 10 or you're at 0, and that is not a good feeling at all. Everybody's preaching entrepreneurship. From governments to other institutions, even salaried workers are now preaching entrepreneurship. That is why you join me, Dr. Maxwell Ample, on Mondays and Thursdays on JoyNews Prime, DSTV channel 421, and also on the Joy Business Report on Joy 99.7 FM, as we understand simple nuggets to aid us navigate.
So you like being alone? Well, listen up. You're never alone. They're lurking everywhere. Ticks and bedbugs, mosquitoes and fleas, worms and leeches, all of them out for your blood. But hold on a second. Some creatures do have our interests at heart, so don't take to your heels. And that way you also won't miss In Good Shape.
Hi, I'm a bedbug. I'm about the size of an apple seed. My body's quite flat, and I have 6 legs. I can't fly or jump. I just crawl. I'm great at hiding. I prefer to do this with friends. It's just cozier together in the cracks of the bed. Skirting boards are also a great hiding place. Any gap, however small, is big enough for us. We like clothes that smell like people. Dirty laundry, for example. Night is when we are out and about, looking for people we can bite, to suck a little blood out of them. Yummy. When people travel, we often come along for the ride. We like hotels, hospitals, and apartments. We're not at all picky. It's not easy to get rid of us, by the way. Sometimes you have to call in the experts. Oh, here comes one. I'm off. They're probably the most unpopular vacation souvenirs. Bedbugs. They hide in suitcases and clothes and then make themselves comfortable in our bedrooms when we return home. Paris has been experiencing a veritable plague of them. They've turned up in hotels, including top-notch ones, but also in the subway. People have even been bitten at the movies. Wherever you're travelling, you should be careful not to bring the bugs back with you. That's becoming increasingly common, says pest controller Dennis Kalf. We used to have 1 or 2 apartments a year, so it was interesting. But now we have 1 or 2 a week, if not more. Their flat, rusty brown bodies are between 1 to 8 millimeters long, so bedbugs aren't easy to see with the naked eye. They can lurk in hostels, but also 5-star hotels. An infestation doesn't indicate a lack of hygiene. Bedbugs live on blood, and the nocturnal insects find it in their sleeping victims. Researchers in Berlin are trying to find out exactly why they are spreading worldwide. One reason is that fewer and fewer insecticides work against them. Resistance to active ingredients is a major problem in the fight against bedbugs, because they have developed resistance to the main group of active ingredients available, the so-called pyrethroids. And that makes controlling the insects much more difficult. Anyone who's experienced an infestation knows how dramatic it can be, like Heike Heinrich. Back home after a weekend in a fancy hotel, she noticed strange bites on her leg that she couldn't place. Fortunately, you can Google anything these days. I Googled weird mosquito bites and at some point stumbled on bedbugs. I looked at photos and thought, yes, that's it, it's bedbugs. I was pretty shocked. I thought, how can you have something like that? Where does something like that come from? She never actually saw the insects. Bedbugs hide in cavities and cracks. All it takes is one single female, which can produce up to 300 offspring. You often only notice an infestation when all the young have hatched and start biting. The nocturnal parasites only come out of their hiding places in the dark in search of blood. People who are bitten have usually gone to sleep in a clean bed the night before. When they get up, they notice strange bites, often on their legs. Typically arranged in groups or rows. They look for a blood vessel, and patients often have one bite after another after another. The lesions form a proper little roadway. Some patients react very strongly to the bites and get a proper blister at the site. But the typical reaction is that the patient comes across a very large red wheal. Heike Heinrich found the bites extremely unpleasant. Itchy, terribly itchy, and very swollen, and all grouped together. Dr. Uta Siemann-Harms rarely gets patients presenting with bedbug bites in hospital. Usually they heal on their own, and the parasites don't transmit diseases. Cortisone ointments can be used to ease severe reactions. But you should be careful not to scratch the bites too much, because scratching can introduce germs into the skin, and this can lead to inflammation, and that potentially can grow dangerous. Scratching insect bites can also lead to serious deep-seated bacterial skin infections that are difficult to treat. The only way to prevent bites is to eliminate all bed bugs from the home. For that, you need professional help, because exterminators know where to look. Basically, you have to turn the whole room upside down. Everything that's open, behind picture frames, unsealed skirting boards, curtain rods, under lamps. It's also very important to look under the bed frame. Everything that is basically near the bed, where there are hiding places, dark crevices, corners, edges. An infestation can sometimes be identified from the droppings the bugs leave around the hiding places. But professionals warn you shouldn't try to spray pest control chemicals yourself. This will only kill a few animals, and the rest will flee to other rooms, making the problem even worse. But wiping out all of the bugs isn't easy, even for the professionals. You usually have to visit an apartment or other premises 2 to 4 times to solve the problem. The pest controllers use heat as well as chemicals. The bugs die at temperatures over 55 degrees Celsius. Dennis Calv uses a heat tent. A suitcase, sofa cushions and blankets easily fit inside it. Alternatively, you can also put affected objects into a freezer. The professionals tip, after every trip, shake out your luggage in the bathtub first and wash everything at 60 degrees. No matter how you catch them, the important thing is to destroy all the bugs. Otherwise, you'll soon be back at square one.
Malaria has been claiming lives for millennia. Even today, 500,000 children under the age of 5 die of the tropical disease annually. Malaria is caused by single-celled parasites carried by the Anopheles mosquito. At least there are now 2 malaria vaccines recommended by the World Health Organization, a big step forward. But many tropical diseases remain largely ignored, even though they're anything but harmless.
Nowhere else in the world is the diversity of species as great as in the tropics. These regions are home to around 2/3 of all plant and animal species, and many more have yet to be discovered. This wealth of flora and fauna also means an abundance of all manner of parasites, and they can be dangerous to humans. It's mainly insects like the common mosquito that help these parasites enter the human body, where they can cause severe illness. If a mosquito is carrying larvae of the nematode worm, it can enter the bloodstream when the mosquito bites and transmit what's known as filariasis. In this disease, the microscopic worms, or filariae, multiply in humans, and when a mosquito bites a person who already has filariasis, the roundworms in that person's blood infect the mosquito, which can in turn infect someone else. Some nematode species accumulate in the lymphatic vessels. Then the lymphatic fluid is unable to drain properly. As a result, the tissue begins to swell. The legs are most frequently affected. The resulting deformation is why the disease is also called elephantiasis. Nematodes can also invade other parts of the body, such as the arms, chest, and genitals. It becomes especially problematic when they reach the eyes. There they trigger infections that can lead to blindness. Onchocerciasis, or river blindness, is caused by a parasitic worm transmitted by the black fly that lives along fertile riverbanks and streams. Another danger lurks in tepid, stagnant waters, Secariae. These worm larvae float around looking for a new host after being excreted by water snails. The Secariae can bore through human skin and enter the veins of the intestine or bladder, where they develop into blood fluke worms or schistosomes, which are able to produce hundreds of eggs. This can lead to inflammation, abdominal problems, diarrhea, and blood in the stool or urine. In women, schistosomiasis can lead to blockage of the fallopian tubes and consequently to infertility. Historical manuscripts from ancient Egypt and what is today Sudan contain early references to a common eye disease now known as trachoma. This bacterial inflammation affects millions of people and is one of the most common causes of blindness. About 1 in 5 people are affected by one of these tropical diseases at some point in their lives. Fortunately, effective drugs for many of them are now available. For example, ivermectin, sometimes prescribed as a treatment for COVID-19, is effective in fighting river blindness and other parasitic infestations. The medication has helped some Latin American and African countries to successfully combat river blindness in recent years. Preventive medicine also provides protection against worm infestations, and access to clean drinking water helps prevent infections too. But much remains to be done to turn neglected tropical diseases into extinct ones.
Parasites lurk almost everywhere, not just in the tropics. Not all are potentially lethal, but they can be real nuisances nonetheless.
Harvest mites, also called autumn chiggers, live in the soil and lay their eggs there. Larvae hatch out of them, and they like to crawl up long grass. They lie in wait there for a host, like an animal or a human. The mite larvae are tiny, just 0.3 millimeters in size. You need a magnifying glass to see them. Once they've made it onto a human leg, they tend to crawl up it. Harvest mites love areas of softer skin, the back of a knee or the crook of an arm, for example. When they get there, they break open skin with their mouth parts and inject their saliva into the wound, dissolving a tiny piece of skin that they feast on. The good news is that the parasites don't transmit diseases. What's not so good is that their saliva makes bitten areas very itchy, sometimes for up to 2 weeks. Usually you get lots of harvest mite bites close together. Though it's hard not to, you shouldn't scratch them, as they can get infected.
Outdoors, you can find dangerous beasties lying in wait everywhere. Ticks, for example. There are some 900 species that can transmit over 50 diseases, so watch out for them.
They're getting faster. They're getting bigger. And there are more and more of them. Ticks. Parasitologists Alexander Lindau and Katrin Fachet can confirm that. They've been out and about in the woods in the last few weeks on the lookout for ticks. Their white sheets allow them to pinpoint even the youngest and tiniest of them. I've found an Ixodes ricinus nymph here, a castor bean tick. It's the most common species here in Germany. Its typical habitat is beside trails. That's where it feels at home. The researchers will later examine the collected ticks in detail in the lab. Which species have they found? How many are carrying pathogens? Castor bean ticks generally become active when temperatures hit 5 to 7 degrees Celsius. When it gets very hot in summer, well over 30 degrees, then they grow less active. What's more important is humidity. This species is particularly sensitive to drought. When it gets hot and dry, they retreat again. But when it's 15 degrees or so, they're out looking for hosts. The researchers aren't just interested in their own finds. They've also called on people to send them ticks found on themselves or on their animals. So far, they've received about 8,000 samples. We've discovered, for instance, that the Dermacenta reticulatus, or meadow tick, has spread further. In northwestern Germany in particular, that's allowed us to fill in many of the blank spots on the map. Also for the hyaloma tick that migrating birds introduced to Germany. The hyaloma tick was originally native to Africa or the Balkans. Now global warming has promoted its spread in Germany. The experts were surprised how many were sent in. The hyaloma tick is almost as fast as a spider, and up to 5 times the size of a castor bean tick. It feels especially at home on sand and gravel paths. Unlike the castor bean tick, it's also active at the peak of summer and pursues its hosts. Hyaloma ticks don't wait for their prey like Ixodes ricinus. They're hunter ticks. They have proper eyes. They can see and pursue their targets for 100 to 200 meters. The hyaloma tick can suck significantly more blood than other species and also transmit dangerous diseases. The Crimean Congo hemorrhagic fever in particular. There have been no cases of that in Germany so far, but one suspected rickettsia infection. The man said it felt like his insides were on fire. That man had to be hospitalized. The researchers have also received lots of meadow ticks, the second most common tick species in Germany. But the castor bean tick still poses the biggest danger to people here, and global warming is leading to an explosion in their numbers. They can carry tick-borne encephalitis, a kind of brain inflammation, or transmit Lyme disease, which chiefly attacks the skin, joints or nervous system. If you suffer from those or other symptoms after a tick bite, always see a doctor.
We're mad about science and technology. That's why DW Science is now on TikTok. What do bees do for fun? Why do gravitational waves squeeze our bodies? When did people begin getting high on laughing gas? How do our eardrums boogie to the beat? And what's the perfect cure for bug bites? Find the answers. Get smart with DW Science, our new TikTok channel.
In 2023, a woman was having brain surgery in Australia when the operating team got a nasty shock. A live parasitic worm found for the first time in a human. Most worms infest our intestines via unwashed fruit or raw meat like beef or pork tapeworms, or fish. The fish tapeworm can grow to be 20 meters long. Tapeworms don't always cause noticeable symptoms, but while some are largely harmless, others can kill, like the fox tapeworm.
In this animal health research lab, scientists are looking at tissue from a fox's intestines. Gerion Charez and his team want to find out how often the creatures are infested with parasites. That's a very nice egg sac. You can see the individual eggs very clearly down here, lined up like a string of pearls. They come from the fox tapeworm, a parasite that has been found on the Baltic Sea island of Rügen. But its exact geographical distribution and prevalence is unclear. That's why we want to carry out this study over 3 years. We aim to review around 400 foxes, common raccoon dogs and raccoons. They'll be looking for parasites, viruses and bacteria. Foxes ingest tapeworm larvae along with their favourite food, mice, which have fed on grass infested with tapeworm eggs. Humans can also become infected, for example if they eat uncooked or unwashed mushrooms or berries. People might get infected with the fox tapeworm when they're young. Larval tissue develops in their liver over the years and leads to a problem at some point. By then, it's usually pretty late to intervene surgically. Then sufferers have to take medication for the rest of their lives. If left untreated, an infection can lead to death. There are only a few cases in Germany, but millions globally every year. Thomas Niesen is a hunter. He's taking part in the study because he wants to know what diseases foxes transmit. He's confident that it will be possible to examine at least 400 foxes each year. Hunting dogs are also being examined. Our dog is around us 24 hours a day, and of course there's a risk we could become infected by intestinal parasites carried by the dog. The research is looking at various areas on the island. The aim is to find out how many foxes have tapeworms. If we were to identify infection hotspots now, we could, for example, put up warning signs there to raise awareness about fox tapeworm and the need for good hygiene. The cold foxes allow the scientists to identify which pathogens can be transmitted to humans and gauge how great the tapeworm danger really is.
Worms, insects, and other pesky little creatures. We hope you don't find it too off-putting. Does Mother Nature have it in for us? Should we steer clear of her? Of course not. We humans are part of the natural world, and over the millennia, we've evolved to cope. We don't just host unwelcome guests, but also some that are vital for our digestion. In particular, some really tiny ones.
The microbiome is the totality of all the microbes that inhabit the body, inside and out. By far the largest proportion of microbiome organisms are found in the gut, mainly bacteria and bacteriophages, estimated to number about 30 trillion. Combined, they weigh about as much as the human brain. The skin, the mucous membranes of the mouth and throat, in the nose, in the genital area, and even the lungs. All are also colonized by many microbes. In 2012, Israeli researchers discovered that cancer tumors have their own individual microbiomes. Normal digestion would be impossible without gut microbes. On your skin, microbes form a protective layer that fends off germs and supports wound healing. They are also essential to your metabolism. Every person's microbiome is as unique as their fingerprint. Its composition is as individual as life itself. It starts with your birth. Here it makes a difference whether an infant is born vaginally or by caesarean section. This is because microbes begin to colonize the body during birth. Microbes enter your intestine primarily through food, but also they enter the body via physical contact and respiration. The more varied your contact with non-processed organic foods, the more varied your microbiome becomes. It's especially important for young children to come into contact with as many microbes as possible. That's the only way to develop a functioning microbiome. We are what we eat. This saying also applies to the gut microbiome. Important here are what is known as probiotics, which are in kefir, sauerkraut, raw milk cheese, and other fermented foods, for example. They include microorganisms, like lactic acid bacteria or certain yeasts. In the intestine, they help strengthen the intestinal wall and keep pathogens at bay. Prebiotic foods are also important. In other words, almost anything that contains a lot of fibre. Fibre is an ideal breeding ground for beneficial bacteria. Your microbiome needs to be fed with a regular but varied diet. An unbalanced diet can reduce the diversity of microbial species in your intestine. But an intact gut microbiome strengthens the immune system and prevents intestinal diseases, while the microbiome on your skin can protect against skin diseases. In addition, some medical studies have shown that rats and mice, at least, depending on the composition of their gut microbiome, become more courageous. According to a US study, certain probiotics can also influence people's emotions, with test subjects reacting differently to frightening stimuli. The tiny roommates in and on us have a major influence on our entire lives.
Eager for more of the latest on psychology and mental health, nutrition, or staying fit? Keep tuning in to In Good Shape. See you next time.
My name is Aisha Ibrahim, and this is Election Brief. Within the next 30 minutes, we will have the latest update from the political scene. We are live on DSTV channel 421, GoTV channel 125, all our social media handles, and around the world on myjohnline.com. Election headquarters is brought to you by Petrosol, your clean fuel in full quantity, the Chartered Institute of Management Accountants, CIMA, and the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants, together as the Associations of International Election Headquarters for an informed electorate. Please do stay for details. The Electoral Commission is raising concerns over a leaked intention by the opposition NDC in the Greater Accra region to deploy drones in monitoring the upcoming general elections. According to the EC, it will be an invasion of voters' electoral privacy and breach of security protocols, hence will not be allowed. Greater Accra chairman of the party, Ashimo, said it was part of efforts to win over 2 million votes for the party in this year's elections by strengthening the party's monitoring systems to avert rigging. Mr. Moore added arrangements were far advanced to commence training of party members to control the equipment.
During your primaries, what the region did was to create a regional call center to make avenue for feedback and collected samples and data from our constituencies. We also do prompting. We did prompting and mobilization and monitoring of the elections. We had zonal teams this time around. I can tell you on authority that the strategy that we used for 2019 presidential primaries was the same strategy that our national chairman also used at Asin North, and it yields results. So we can promise that this time we are going to divide the region into 8 zones for us to make sure that what we did for 2020, 2019, we did at the same time to make sure we get some of the vote again. The Greater Accra region next week is going to train constituency executive to train them how to use drones to monitor what happens in our national chairman said the media is here, so I'll pause so that the media will not pick it up.
We can now listen to Director of Electoral Services at the EC, Dr. Sribo Kwaku, saying they have not been officially notified by the NDC, but allowing it will be in breach of security protocols and invasion of the secrecy of voters.
I've not heard of it, you guys saying it. But what I know is that polling stations are security zones. So they will have to apply to the security people for permission to be granted. They will have to apply to the Electoral Commission for the Commission to grant. But my point is that how will you yourself, how comfortable will you feel that you are going to vote at the polling station and there's a drone hovering around you? How sure are you with respect to the secrets of the ballot? I don't think. I'm speaking not for the Commission, because I said that they have to apply. So at times they will say it, but once it was at rally, they will not carry it through. But it will be difficult for the Electoral Commission or the police to approve people to be using drones at polling stations.
But why would they even want to deploy drones?
The fact remains that polling stations are security zones. We want to ensure the security of the ballot. So at the polling station where I am going to make my choice, I want to vote in that secrecy. That is why even people, visually impaired people, have been given tactile jacket, so that you know go and see who they are voting for. And I will never be comfortable going to the screen and a drone is hovering around me. Anyway, will you be comfortable? No, you answer my question, or you don't talk.
What is the monitoring mechanism that normally goes into elections? Do you leave it to the election Security task force?
If we talk of monitoring, I don't know what you mean by that. But I know that from the Electoral Commission point of view, we deploy temporary staff as our operatives. Then the senior permanent staff will go to the field to monitor what is going on. In the same vein, I know you, the media people, will go there to also observe and cover the processes so that it adds to the transparency. The political parties are given accreditation to send their agents to the various polling stations, and the executives are also given some form of supervisory card so they can monitor the activities of their officials. So all these things are put in place to ensure that there's transparency. We also accredit domestic and foreign observers who also go to the polling station to also observe. The only thing that we always want to avoid is that when the person is going to the screen, they heard he's going to make the choice. That one, the secrecy should not be compromised, so that I can vote according to my conscience. Because if I'm going to vote and it becomes very difficult for me to vote according to my choice. So that's the way we don't want a lot of people to go to the screen. Other than that, all the activities are so transparent that people should have a feel of what is going on. If anybody is doing something contrary to these processes, then you call our attention and we come and intervene.
Joining us via phone now is Deputy General Secretary of the NDC, Mustafa Gwande, on this. Mustafa Gwande, you have heard your Greater Accra chairman revealing your intentions. Should we take this as an official move by the party?
Thank you very much. Aisha, good afternoon to your cherished listeners. I have seen the video. What the Greater Accra regional chairman said was pertained to Greater Accra region. As much as the party is yet to look at the position of the Greater Accra region in terms of how they intend to manage their region in 2024, I endorse fully the strategy of the Greater Accra regional chairman. Aisha, you were in this country when on Voters' Day, they deployed some military officers, some police officers, some invisible forces from national security to cause all sort of mayhem. Up to today that we are talking, the police is yet to come to a conclusion on those matters. Maybe they are not having evidence. We have also gathered some information that even Joy FM in 2016, when His Excellency John Dramani Mahama was leaving his residence, Joy FM, I remember, covered the whole movement of His Excellency the President out of his official premises with a drone. And so when the EC has already jumped to the table to talk about licensing and all of that, and talking about what the security zoning of a voting area is within a certain parameters, and beyond that, voting day, there are several activities that happen within a particular community. And if we have to capture those preparatory actions to avoid or to prevent people from committing crimes and electoral fraud, I believe that it's our strategy.
Well, one of the issues he raises is the fact that it will flout the right of the voter. I mean, the secrecy of his voting. I mean, isn't this a concern that you should be also concerned about?
No, that is an overrating of what the regional chairman said, because he didn't say that they will fly drones within the voting parameter. EC knows that within each polling station, there's a parameter where voting activities take place. In fact, no individual is allowed within that parameter except a security officer for the purposes of restoring order. And so the regional chairman didn't say that we will fly drones to watch who is voting and who is not voting. When we say we'll fly drones, we will keep 24-hour surveillance on the atrocities of government officials and the MPP as far as the elections are concerned. And that one,
what
if
kind
they are
of
worried, they should be worried.
atrocities are you talking about? Because the elections are not organized by government.
Well, government conduct infractions into elections. 2020, many people were killed, you are aware. In Ayawaso West Bagon, they invaded and assaulted people illegally. All of these, we have the videos, but it seems not to be evidence enough. And so as part of our vigilance, we will deploy many other measures, including drones. So drone is under estimation. We are prepared for election 2024.
Is it a case that you don't trust the security agencies to do this job, or the Electoral Commission to deliver fair elections?
The security agencies are yet to give the public the assurance that they are capable of managing an election without violence. As far as I'm concerned, we have had people die and nothing has happened.
In Asin North, Mustafa, you praised the police for doing a good job. What prevents you from believing them to do this also in December?
I condemn them for not arresting Gabi Otridako and Apenyo Markins, who took the military to that election. You are aware that they took military to that election. I have the videos, I have the pictures, and I have spoken about this countless times. In the District Assembly election, the same Apenyo Markins, who is the majority leader today, took military to his constituency to intimidate people. The police saw it. Should we wait for them to be killing people? And of course, the president in power is not anybody I would trust my life on. He cannot be trusted when it comes to the security of the people.
Definitely. But of course, we cannot verify what you're saying of Afenyo and the other sending military into his constituency and all of that. But I just want us to stick with the issues. The EC is already raising security and legal concerns. What is your response to this?
My assurance to the Electoral Commission is that drone strategy of the Greater Accra region will not include the voting parameter, the polling station parameters, where nobody is supposed to, walk or move within. Aisha, you are aware, you have covered election before. When you go to a voting center or a polling station, there's a certain parameter that is cordon that no one is supposed to move. The purposes of having that parameter is for the safety of the voter and then the assurance of secrecy of the voting process. They can be rest assured that it will not affect the parameters of voting. But beyond that, why? We can even monitor when people are moving election materials. We were in this country in 2024 when they printed SS ballot boxes, ballot papers. We knew that. And so if we intend to monitor the even EC's activity going into 2024 to ensure that nobody move fake materials into any area for the purposes of rigging an election, we believe that is our strategy. It doesn't flout any law.
So you actually mean in 2024, in terms of the ballot paper issue, not 2024, in 2020, right?
2020, yes. 2020, yes. 2020, there was printing of SS ballot papers. We know that, and they know that.
Right.
And so we will monitor every single character that is involved in the election to ensure that the election is transparent and free and fair. Even when there are preparations for people to go and commit violence, we will surveil those people to ensure that we avert any action that will prevent the election from being free and fair. That is our contribution to the peace process of the 2024 election.
All right. I've also been joined by security analyst Dr. Victor Doke for his perspective on this. I'm grateful for your time, sir. The NDC has exposed its intention and the EC has responded. What's your stance on this issue?
Thank you very much. I think for any, we need to understand what the law says. Now, for even private security companies, there are some equipments that when you want to operate, you have to seek certification or go through a process of legalization with the Ghana Police Service. Now, for any other political party or group wanting to use drones, right, to monitor elections, it's a no-go. Now, what is going to happen is the election security task force would have to come in, meet this particular group to hear their concerns and assure them that, one, they are the sole entity with regards to security, okay, that would have control over every space. You're talking about the air, the land, when it comes to the internal security on election day. having drones operating by any group is not right. It's illegal. The other issue would be that because we have an election security task force in place, every concerns should be channeled through them. Or you have other areas you can channel through your concerns through. The EC is there, IPAC is there that you can use and then channel your concerns through. But to come out and say you're going to take the onus on yourself and then operate a drone which flouts the privacy of individuals, which flouts the privacy of the election itself, is a no-go area. And in the coming days, I expect that the authorities will take up this issue, invite this party hierarchy for a discussion for the way forward.
Well, listening to the Deputy General Secretary, he said they are not going to fly the drone around where the election will be taking place, but other areas that is not a security zone. Is there a particular criterion in determining security zones, in such exercises?
In such exercises, the task force can determine that a wide area is a no-go with regards to flying drones or whatever by individuals. So the onus lies on the task force. Whatever the task force says, every individual, including groups, would have to adhere. Contrary to that, you would be arrested. So in times of this, where areas will be demarcated as security zones, right? You cannot determine whether a few kilometers or not. The issue is once they say it's a security zone, it's a security zone, and no other activity should take place. So you would be seeing such, or you'll be hearing such information coming out by the Election Security Task Force, and whoever flouts these laws would have to be picked up, and the law will have to take its course.
I'm granting interview. Let me call you back.
Right. So Richard Ahiangba, who is the Director of Communications of the NPP, has also joined us via Zoom. Grateful for your time, Mr. Ahiangba. Does this come to you, the NPP, as a surprise? Hello, Richard Ahiangba. I'm asking if you're surprised to hear that your opponents will be using drones to actually supervise the upcoming elections. Right, let me come back to you, Dr. Doke, when we get Richard Ahiangba to pay attention to us. We'll go back to him. Mr. Ahiangba, if you can hear me, I'm asking you if you are surprised to hear that your opponents, the NDC, are planning to use drones to actually monitor the December elections.
Okay.
All right, let me bring you back, Dr. Doke. What do you suggest in terms of strengthening election monitoring?
Well, you see, the parties themselves have what? Representatives, the polling agents or whatever. That is one angle you look at it. Now, with regards to the state institutions, they have individuals, okay, who are election observers who will be monitoring the elections. So when a political party says that they don't trust the system, it brings about some kind of situation where the atmosphere is tensed. Now, at this particular time, you cannot have issues coming up like this where groups or individuals will say they want to do their own thing, flouting the rules. Now, my recommendation would be...
Right, so we lost Dr. Doke also there, and he was trying to explain how we can actually strengthen election monitoring, especially when it has to do with these two major political parties. Let's go to my colleague Nanaya Ojima, who is with the NDC flag bearer, as he wraps up his campaign tour of the Greater Accra region. Thank you so much, Mustafa Gbande. If you're still on, grateful that you joined us. Nanaya Ojima, what more can you report from John Mahama's tour?
So presently, flag bearer of the NDC, John Dramani Mahama, is at Tema. He is in a meeting with some stakeholders at the port and maritime sector. And in that meeting, before I left the meeting, some members of the industry had the opportunity to put forward their concerns with what is presently happening at the port. Now, John Mahama is responding to these issues and also letting them know how he intends to deal with the challenges that is confronting them at the Tema port at the moment. Before the meeting here, John Dramani Mahama had a brief interaction with some leaders of the Christian religion. Some of them are pastors, reverends, and others. And in the meeting, these religious leaders had the opportunity to table their concerns and their inputs before the flag bearer of the NDC, John Dramani Mahama. Key issues that came up in this meeting were issues relating to education, sanitation, the economy, among others. And one thing that John Mahama, in reacting to what the people put before him, said is that when he comes to power, he is hoping to rationalize some levies in the country because, according to him, it has resulted in the hardship that is being experienced presently in the country. So,
Nana Ojima is following the NDC flag bearer who is wrapping up his tour in Greater Accra region. I've been joined back by Richard Ahiagba, who is a communications director of the NPP. What's your response to your opponents, the NDC, planning to use drones to monitor the upcoming elections?
Well, thank you, and I apologize about the hiccup earlier. I think that I don't know what to think of it, but it's not a refreshing view. The NDC are participants like other political parties in the exercise that is being refereed by the EC. And what they are saying is that they are going to bring their own referee to the game. I don't think that that is a smart idea. Drones are being used in this country to deliver medical assistance, medicines to people to save lives. And the only way they find drones to use is to monitor elections. I think that they should relax on that. The EC is capable, and they shouldn't duplicate the efforts. And I think that they may be too exceedingly invasive in that exercise because nobody can tell what the drones would see. The drones may have the capacity to monitor and be able to see people in the polling booth, maybe what choices they are making. I think that that is too invasive. And the NDC should slow down. This election is going to be one of the most smoothest elections. One where individuals will go vote, express their choice, and go home, and will count the total ballots, valid ones, and then declare who wins. We did that in 2020. Nobody was cheated. They created a false impression they've been cheated. They went to court. They couldn't prove it. They themselves, their internal record shows that, yes, they knew they lost that election in 2020. So the NDC should stop creating this needless tension in the country about using drone. If they have a use for drone, they should apply it to other functional situations that Ghana would need and benefit from, but not to spy on people voting. I don't think that is a useful application of drones.
The NDC is accusing government of actually planning to create some of these chaotic situations, the reason why they want to use the drones to monitor. What would you do differently to ensure the sanctity of the upcoming elections?
Well, honestly, I speak for the party and the New Patriotic Party. If you know us, we came from a disadvantaged position. What we know to do is to organize and pursue a peaceful election. That's our record, that's our history as a party. And so that's what Ghanaians can expect, that we won't do anything out of the ordinary, inconsistent with our nature and values. So we're going to support a peaceful electoral process. The NDC should rest assured they are the ones that grew up out of violence, and so therefore they have tendency for that. But we are going to ensure as a party, ensure and support a government that will deliver a peaceful election, making sure that security people are doing their work. So far, there is a round commendation for the current IGP who done some incredible work, I think. CDD recently lauded him for what they've done so far with the by-elections that have come. And so there's a general understanding that as far as security is concerned, there's going to be some disciplined environment for Ghanaians to go out and vote. Let's canvass for that. Let's support that environment rather than create all these scare tactics by the NDC to create a false impression that something really is afoot, that somebody is trying to do something injurious to their electoral interest. Nobody is trying to do that. We want a platform that is fair, that is policed by the authorized people to police it, and that at the end, we who are participants will get the product of that election and will live by the results.
Grateful for your time. Richard Ahiagba is Director of Communications of the NPP. Let's get on to other stories. And will the people of Anya give majority of their votes to the NDC, the NPP, Movement for Change, ACP, or another political party? Let's find out what will inform their votes.
My didn't say about only the ebedin, emubedin pa. Na me ampa de se me vote pa in the abandon beton. Utia me na ma vote am.
We all know how Ghana is. The economy is very hard and we are all trying our best to make a living. But for me, I don't think I'll vote. I'll be voting this year because the last vote I did, my first vote didn't go well for me, so I don't think I'll vote.
Me sure nyemwa maybe NDC be for this year. Na yen try ono so hwese se na the my perfect sugar me use me ton asana. Me use first Mahama time na sugar 900 cedis per bag. Say sugar 6.5, 6.8. So nti abrabo no de e papa my nti e was aban no omo no munye bibim emfa school na ye mba no kwesi free education. Enso e ka ye bo no enya asam kitwa. Me ba penny ni say oko school go for the asset tech. Let me tell you about 3.7, 3 months or 4 months. Now, way, of course, it's here. Me tell you more than that. Yes, free. Kaka no afraid you ani. Ebi okredu ani ni okra midi.
Kemi me tuka kaka timba me ho se Ghana edin pa. Scan kra no so san kra hu ba bi ekoko na na man no edin. Almost the politics no my ya hu de ekoko na dadi Ghana se no de. Muntu abani ye na man no sisana munya de kra so high edin pa anya easy kra. Me kra about to because Otu no mkonya ba bitina wi no mo fi obi a wo na uniska na se o mo san to nchena wo na wo san triatas de mo no de o the about one de e to aba mo me de me to aba bi mo because Ghana sit na anya de kra
oh about one was say ya na di ne siso ya na be sa sisa ye hwe se ne obeba no so no be sa ye se ono so ba no ntumi ye be sa di fufure siso bio
ye nto na o my papa baba ne ye bo my mo nyeme bi anye bibie ni hweye e ka so ba ade e ka so wa ya eye ni kan eye free education asan bibie ni ho bi.
They promised us that they were coming to do it good. You know, things were bad before. We trusted them to do it better. Not perfect, but at least comfortable a bit. But it couldn't work like that. Things are deteriorating as compared to the past.
Well, for me, the current government has done well. He has really done well. Nana Akufo-Addo has done very well. We will have to give him credit because there are certain things that happened earlier on concerning maybe, for example, COVID destroyed the economy. Now, Bawumia is also another promising man who is coming in to do what was destroyed before. So I think that it will be very good if we give him the chance because he has never been president before.
Everybody knows the situation in the country now. So far, we've witnessed the past governance and witnessed the present one. We can see obviously there's a big gap between the past and now, you know.
The other opponents has been president and we knew and we know what he came to do. Now this is a new person who is coming on board. So let's give him the chance so that we will know what he will take his digitization to. Because that alone can change the mindset of Ghanaians so that we will have a good economy.
This is your election brief on your election headquarters for an informed electorate. My name is Aisha Ibrahim. Do enjoy the rest of our programs.
This is DW News Africa. Coming up on the program, how should the world deal with African countries that are under military rule? Germany's development minister visits Burkina Faso despite prior condemnation of the military takeover there. We ask her why this and other countries in the Sahel matter to Germany. Also coming up, in Ghana, fear among LGBTQ people as the country gets even closer to adopting a new bill criminalizing their lifestyles. We get a closer view from Accra on the implications of this law. As the rising cost of living in many countries threatens to stoke social unrest, the African Development Bank predicts the continent's economic outlook is not all doom and gloom. The bank's president speaks to DW.
Africa should be a global powerhouse when it comes to solar renewable energy. Africa has today 65% of the remaining uncultivated arable land in the world. So Africa should be a global powerhouse in food and agriculture.
And smashing away their stress, Nigerians visit rage rooms to let out their anger and frustration. Our correspondent also has a go. Hello, I'm Tomi Oladipo. Welcome to the program. Germany's Minister for Economic Cooperation and Development has been in Burkina Faso this week as part of a trip to the Sahel. Svenja Schulze is the first European minister to visit the country since the latest coup took place. Burkina Faso is currently under its second successive military regime, and its departure from democracy, just like its neighbors Mali and Niger, has prompted condemnation from the region and beyond. But the visit by the German minister and a delegation of the Western-led donor group called the Sahel Alliance suggests the door to engagement is not shut.
Soil is dry as dust, not far from Ouagadougou, the capital of Burkina Faso. Extreme heat, little to no rain, and many people in this country are starving. And yet, in the midst of the depleted soil, successful farming is taking place. On this training farm, students learn to grow sustainable organic food.
We are working to rebuild the soil to make it fertile with biofertilizers and plants that don't need much water.
The project is supported by Germany. Jobs and aid against hunger, for German Development Minister Svenja Schulze, a means to fight terror. In 2022, the military seized power. They are positioning themselves against the West, especially against the former colonial power France. Their new strategic partner is Russia. At 35, former military captain Ibrahim Traoré is the youngest president in the world. His goal? To regain control of the entire country, large parts of which are in the hands of jihadist terrorist groups. 2 million people are fleeing violence and hunger. The young interim president rules with an increasingly heavy hand. Critics disappear or are sent to the front. Russia is present everywhere. At the same time, an anti-Western mood is being stirred up on social media. Disinformation campaigns, also with support from Russia. These journalists work against fake news and want to reach young people in particular on social media with quality journalism. A Deutsche Welle Akademie project, also funded by the German government. Reliable information versus disinformation.
Our work consists of contributing to an enlightened public opinion to give citizens access to verified information, because they need this to be able to fulfill their obligations within society with commitment.
The foreign minister of the military government explains that cooperation with Russia is a question of supply and demand.
Russia is a partner that respects our decisions, and the Russian offer meets our needs. These are the needs of the population, which is why I believe that our partnerships should increasingly fit into such a framework.
We are two sovereign states, so we see some things differently. I emphasized once again how important it is for us that there is a move towards democratic elections and a constitutional state.
These learners are preparing for their exams at a boarding school, financed by Western donors, the Sahel Alliance. Investing in education is another way to combat the roots of terror. But there is still a long way to go. 6,000 schools have had to close in Burkina Faso because of Islamist terror. 1 million children have no schooling.
Joining us on the program now is Germany's Development Minister Svenja Schulze, who's also president of the Sahel Alliance, and she joins us now from Ouagadougou. Welcome to the program. You've had a meeting with Burkina Faso's military rulers. Why did you choose to meet them, especially considering Germany and the EU oppose military takeovers?
We would prefer to work with democracies around the world, but the fact is that most of the people live in autocratic systems, so we need to deal also with them. We want to fight climate change. We want to take care that people can stay home and do not need to migrate. And with all these questions, we need to work together in the world, and that means we also need to have an exchange with governments like that in Burkina Faso. That's not easy, but that is the fact we need to deal with.
Germany's cooperation with Burkina Faso now focuses on meeting people's basic needs. How far can that go under these conditions we're talking about?
That's not easy. There is no black and white where we can work with. We know if we are not in the region, there will be space for others, and we can't leave this region to the Russians. So we need to stay engaged. We need to fight against terrorists. To be quite honest, terrorists, they don't build water systems. They don't take care for health systems. They don't take care for education. But that is needed for the future of this country. If we want to fight against terrorists, we need a perspective for all the young people here. And perspective, that needs jobs. That means a government that works also on the local level. And that is something we are working on in the Sahel Alliance, but also with our German cooperation.
So is that an acknowledgement that there have been problems on the military side, and you think development is sort of the better way, the more effective way to go about tackling these problems?
Yes, we need this development cooperation because there is no security without development. And so we need to tackle the problems of the people, why they get in contact with terrorists, why they have no other perspective. And that means investing in jobs, investing in the future of the people here. And that is what we are doing with the Sahel Alliance. 28 billion euros here in the region. That is a clear reaction. That means we want to stay engaged. We want to be the better partners for the regions.
How would you ensure accountability and the long-term sustainability of these projects? You know, you're talking 28 billion, that's a lot of money. But under the current political climate in some of these countries, Burkina Faso and its neighbors, which are having challenges with democracy.
Yes, that is a challenge also for us because we like to invest also in democratic structures. We like to work together with democracies. But here in the region, there are autocratic systems, and there are a lot of problems that we need to deal with. And fighting against terrorism, fighting against climate change, therefore we need to work together. That is why we work with the regional level, we work with local authorities, we work with the ones who we are able to talk to, the ones who wants to continue the work with us. That is not easy, but I think that is the way we need to go to fight against others who want to take place in that region.
I'm just wondering, as you say all of this, looking at Burkina Faso and these countries with those similar challenges, what is your biggest concern?
I think there is more than one concern. I think seeing how affected this region is by climate change, seeing such a lot of young people with no perspective, with no education, with no job perspectives, that is something that needs to change, and that is something we are working on, and we need to work together with the governments here in the region. We need to work on the local level to give a better perspective, more security, more education, more jobs, because that is something that affects us also. Germany, it seems to be far away, but the African continent is our neighbor, and what is happening here, that affects us also in Germany, that affects us in Europe. So it is a good advice to work together also with this region.
Okay. Svenja Schulze, German Minister for Economic Development, we appreciate your time. Thank you very much for speaking to us. You're watching DW News Africa. Still to come. As the economy bites in many countries, the president of the African Development Bank tells us why there's still hope for the future. And we get a glimpse into the spaces allowing Nigerians to let out their stress. Ghana's president says he's waiting on a Supreme Court ruling before he acts on a new LGBTQ bill. Gay sex is already illegal in the country, but the latest legislation would extend the ban to same-sex displays of affection, as well as lobbying for LGBTQ activities. Now, the bill has considerable support locally, and that's a worry for the Ghanaians it targets, as DW's Isaac Kaleji reports from Accra.
Sule, not his real name, is gay, but he hasn't yet come out in public because he fears he will be attacked. He says members of Ghana's LGBTQ+ community were already living with the threat of homophobic violence. A new anti-LGBTQ+ law would make things even worse.
Life has actually changed for the worse for me personally. And I am not just here to speak on my own personal behalf, because I have seen this played out in other people's lives. The level of fear has increased. The level of isolation has increased.
Same-sex intercourse is already illegal in Ghana, punishable by up to 3 years in prison. The Human Sexual Rights and Family Values Bill would further restrict the rights of LGBTQ persons with jail terms for identifying as gay or promoting LGBTQ activities.
I'm urging a lot of Ghanaians to go and read the bill and see what this bill is, because it is not a bill that is supposed to promote Ghanaian family values. This is a bill of real hatred and vengeance. That is what the bill actually is.
Rights groups have condemned the bill and say it has implications for all Ghanaians.
It is not only LGBT people, even the media. You could go to prison as a media person for publishing news that is considered to be promoting. So the idea that we have to stifle knowledge, that we have to withhold the production of knowledge in a way that it suits that you only have to speak in a certain way that supports discrimination against other members of the community, that is very problematic.
The bill has the backing of religious and traditional leaders. It's also supported by many Ghanaians with conservative beliefs.
In my opinion, it's good that the bill should be passed because everybody with their culture, Americans have their culture, we have our culture. So I think something that is our culture, that is not accepted.
And we need to protect our culture. As African, we have a culture. We have a culture to protect. So we can't allow the Western get to control us. You see, I don't know understand. We say we are an independent country, but we don't depend on ourselves. We allow the Western country to control us, everything.
But outside opinions are having an influence. Ghana is in the midst of an economic crisis. The Finance Ministry has warned the president that signing the controversial bill into law could cost the country billions of dollars in much-needed funding from the World Bank. Sule says if the bill becomes law, his future lies outside of Ghana.
I will definitely hide, and I will leave. I will not choose to stay in a country that sees me as a criminal. I refuse to. I refuse to be gagged. I refuse to be seen as a criminal. I refuse to be criminalized because of who I am as a person.
But for now, Sule is staying in the hope that the Supreme Court and the President decide against Ghana's anti-gay bill.
Inflation has been shooting up in several African countries. People are finding their incomes are not keeping up with the rising cost of living. This has led to some public protests, most recently in Nigeria, where inflation hit a 30-year high in January. But the Africa Development Bank says the continent's economies are growing and will continue an upward trend over the next 2 years, a pattern that will actually outpace the global average. What does that look like in bread and butter terms? What does life really look like for the average African? We got some opinions.
Many people have lost their job. Many companies have closed down as a result of cost of living because they cannot afford to continue buying. The production cost is higher.
You feel it with the small things. You know, you buy toilet paper, for instance, and you're like, 2-ply, that's quite expensive. You go for your 1-ply and you find yourself sort of downgrading your life.
I definitely have to think about it before I go and buy a block of cheese.
The high cost of living has really affected me as a young person, because you find that starting up a business in these economic times is very hard and costly.
I'm not asking the government to make everything cheap, but I'm asking for the standards to be affordable to everyone.
The taxation has really raised, increment of taxation. So as a result, you are not able to pay the services and commodities as before, and therefore there's no hope of a better future.
There's no, it's just for us, the citizens, to fight for our own rights.
The solution to reducing the cost of living could be giving farmers subsidized fertilizer, and also giving them the necessary incentive.
Let's speak now to the President of the African Development Bank, Dr. Akinwumi Adesina. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you for joining us on DW News Africa. These are tough economic times at the moment. How can African countries respond to these circumstances to prevent social unrest?
Well, first and foremost, let's get started things right about Africa. You know, despite all the headwinds that Africa faces globally in terms of global inflation, but also in terms of rising debt levels and depreciation of currencies, and of course, climate change, Africa continues to post very, very resilient growth. And in fact, 11 out of the 20 countries that are in the world, fastest growing countries in the world, are actually in Africa. So African economies are quite resilient. But I think the major issues that we have to make sure that we do is still continue to provide a lot of concessional financing to African countries, because there's still a tapering effect of the COVID-19 situation that countries still coping with many of the consequences.
Right. Speaking of climate change, you go into some of these meetings with these global sessions. A lot of these big polluters make commitments about what they're going to do in terms of compensating and supporting the poorer countries. But we see these commitments, we hear these commitments, but we don't actually see them being followed through. How do you make sure these countries are held accountable?
Look, today, Africa loses between $7 and $15 billion a year because of climate change. So the issue is to make sure that we support Africa that did not cause climate change to be able to adapt to climate change. And that's what we're doing at the African Development Bank. But in addition to that, we have major programs, and we're showing global leadership on this particular issue of climate for Africa. We have what's called the African Disaster Risk Insurance Facility, which essentially simply just pays for premiums of countries to be able to get compensated or get payouts when they face exogenous and devastating impacts of climate change. And it works well. It works in Malawi, which helped millions of farmers in Malawi that face drought. It's helped over 1 million plus farmers in Madagascar that had that. We've done it in Niger and several other countries.
How can African countries grow their own internal expertise and funding for development initiatives, for, as we talked about climate change, but also even things like supporting structures against corruption, for example? How can all these be built almost independently, if I put it that way?
Look, Africa has today the highest irradiation of sunlight in the world. And therefore, it has over 60% of the world resources in solar. Africa should be a global powerhouse when it comes to solar renewable energy. Africa has today 65% of the remaining uncultivated arable land in the world. So Africa should be a global powerhouse in food and agriculture. If you take a look at the more than almost $57 trillion that's going to come in future from the electric cars and also batteries and all of that, Africa is where you have the copper, you have the lithium, you have the cobalt, you have many of this graphite and all the things. So Africa should be there. So what I'm saying is that at the African Development Bank, we take pride in marketing Africa as an investment destination. That's important, but you have to mobilize a lot more domestic resources. And one of the areas where I think African countries can do better, and they need to do better with support, is how they get paid for their natural resources, or should I say, not get paid well for their natural resources. I really think that if we are able to get good public financial management done, make sure that we are managing our natural resources very well, price them very, very well, make sure those that need to pay taxes are paying taxes, and therefore you can mobilize a lot more resources, and make sure they are having structural change in the agricultural sector to make sure we can actually feed ourselves. We are going to be able to deal with many, many of these agents.
Okay. We'll have to leave it there, but thank you very much, Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, President of the Africa Development Bank. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much.
The stresses of life are numerous, everything from the rising cost of living to the search for a new job, sorting out one's personal life, or even outrage at news events. So how do you address these issues? In Lagos, Nigeria, DW's Olisa Chukuma went to a so-called rage room, which offers a space to let it all out.
You need protective headgear, gloves, an overall, and boots for this kind of stress relief. I've brought some stress with me. It's taking me more than 2 hours to get here, twice as long as it should.
Yeah. But when it comes to Lagos, driving really makes me angry. I'm about to take out all that frustration inside the rage room. I'm fully ready, fully kitted, safety gear put, and ready to smash. Let's go. That was really exhilarating. But I really felt the raw emotion. And it was also quite fun too, in a way.
I wasn't alone. This rage room attracts some young people as a new way of paying attention to their mental health.
I feel good. I feel like some weight has been lifted or something has just come out, because I found a way to creatively express and deal with rage in the rage room.
So being able to actually be in a room where you are allowed to basically break things, smash things, and just relieve yourself from those angers that you've been unable to relieve, it's honestly medicinal. It's like taking medicine for your headache.
James Banjoko set up the first rage room in Nigeria in November 2022. He is a medical doctor who says he felt concerned about how people bottle up their anger.
Some people come for fun. That is one part of it, just to come and try something out new. And we see some people that come because they have genuine things that are bothering them. Maybe it's work, maybe it's family, maybe it's relationship-wise, maybe it's emotional. 99% of the time, we express less of the anger that we feel.
James Banjoko says this is not an alternative to proper therapy. But for less than $10 a session, smashing up stuff in a rage room might be an option for those who would like to let off some steam.
That's all the rage for now, but before we go, we'll take you back to Burkina Faso's capital, where we came across a public art show. It's a collaboration of the two Berlin-based artists, Akimbode Akimbiyi and Abri Furi, supported by the Goethe Institute. Enjoy. Bye for now.
This is Connect Africa with me, Blessed Sugan. Welcome to our program. We have updates on the elections taking place in Sierra Leone.
There had been some attack around the opposition's office, and this was because they prematurely announced results, which both parties technically did.
And what is the cost of political unrest in the West Africa sub-region?
The preponderance of illicit activities resulting from easy access to small arms is causing a lot of havoc across the region.
5 countries. How are you going to work with them?
It is one of the few cases where we have the countries themselves agreeing to do it and calling on ECOWAS to act on their behalf.
There is a DNA testing, the process of DNA of 17 students who were banned beyond recognition. So at the moment, there is some uncertainty. Some of the parents think, hey, is my kid part of those that were banned beyond recognition, the 17?
Every human being has the right to a livable world. And to secure that livable world, all the rich nations and all the international financial organizations must transform the standard of doing business.
Hello, good afternoon, and welcome to the Pulse here on the JoyNews channel. Now, it's that time of the year again, and the rains will soon come our way in leaps and bounds. Now, how prepared are we for possible flooding situation?
Very sure. So we are telling the government that they should come and solve this problem before things get worse.
We delve deeper into this particular matter. Also, this afternoon, palm oil processing companies in Ghana are sounding the alarm bells of possible collapse due to the influx of several brands of cooking oils into the country.
And I'm afraid that the way things are going now, if the intervention doesn't get heightened, the value chain will be overrun by the imports. And it's not just imports, but the imports that evade tax and duty.
A task between FDA task force and business owners said to be selling unapproved cooking oil brands on the Ghanaian market as a regulators clampdown intensifies. Now, also coming up, Planting for Food and Jobs 2.0 in full rollout as the Agri-Ministry launches the program with the start of farmer registration process, which is currently underway. Now, these and more here on The Pulse. I am Samuel Kojo Brace. It's a pleasure to be with you this afternoon. The Pulse always is brought to you by Global Communities Dignilu, affordable, safe sanitation for all. This is live on DSTV channel 421 and GoTV channel 125. Follow us on Facebook, YouTube, and also on myjoyonline.com for these and more. Do stay with us for details of these stories. Now, in a few weeks, the rains will set in, and with its attendant problems of perennial flooding in the capital and other parts of the country, this afternoon we want to set the tone for the conversation on the country's preparedness to combat flooding during the rains. We'll have stakeholders in the sanitation sector, the Ministry of Works and Housing, and the National Disaster Management Organization, NADMO, joining us for this conversation. But first, let's take you back to last year's raining season, where floodwaters caused some havoc in parts of the country.
So this is the situation here on the main Flautama road in front of the Bell Aqua bottling company, where you can see the flood actually impeding the movement of vehicles here. According to some of the motorists I have been speaking with, they're telling me for 5 good hours they've been in this traffic without any movement.
5 hours now in the traffic. Too much.
It starts about 2 hours now. It starts in the morning shower. But up to now, all the gutters choke. Because of that, the cars can never move very well. And people are helping the car motors so that everything will go side and side.
Almost, it started around 8 that way when it started raining. So since it started raining, then the flooding is oncoming. Now, those going to work and go stuff, they are finding it difficult to go. So the guys over here are helping them in such a way that the cars can pass through the flooding distance to the work, and it's very, very serious. Very, very serious. So we are telling the government that they should come and solve this problem before things get worse.
Due to the rain, we cannot cross the bridge, so we need to reverse. So we return to use this route. And still there is a traffic here. And this traffic too, it is caused by the same rain at Belakwa. So the rain there has caused the flood, and the flood is leading us this way.
It's very bad, the traffic. It's very bad, you can't go. You have to stop about 30 minutes before you move. Yeah, so I managed more than 1 hour before I got here. And here to now, I can't do anything, I have to go back.
I work at Unilever, but then I'm supposed to be at work around 8 o'clock. But then because of this, I'm still stuck here and I'm not able to go. So it needs to be done for us. So it's just a plea, because this is a main route we use to wherever we go. People from 25, people from Bediako, they all switch over here to go to their various work.
Reporting from Belakwa here at Kombaria in the Katamanso municipality. My name is Carlos Caloni for JoyNews.
Well, let's now settle for the conversation on this. Here with me in studio is the Director of Communications at the National Disaster Management Organization, NADMO, George A.C. George, thank you for coming.
Yeah, it's always a pleasure to be in your studios.
Great. Now, also joining us via Zoom for this conversation is Manasseh Atabuahin, Ministry of Works and Housing, and also Ernest Morgan Aqua, who is Public Relations and Corporate Communications at Zoomline Ghana Limited. Gentlemen, thank you for joining us as well. Let me start with you. Now, I mean, we saw what happened last year. What have we really done from that point till now that should tell us that, well, probably we'll be able to do better than last year?
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon to you, your production crew, and our viewers. Once my brother Manasseh Atabuahin is on the line, I believe he will be touching more what's the major works that the Ministry of Works and Housing is doing, and then the Hydrological Authority are doing to help reduce the incidence of flooding and co. On our part, we work in tandem with the assemblies to ensure that there's continuous dredging and desilting, and then community sensitization and engagement to create the needed awareness that we are getting into the rainy season and flooding, which has become part of us, inevitable, even though government is making efforts to reduce it via the Garrett project, which I believe Manasseh will be talking much on. And so that is what we are doing. NADMO sensitization, partnership with Assembly to do the silting and dredging, and then get people in readiness for the rainy season.
Last year, you did something like a hotspot and safe havens.
Yes.
How successful was that, and what sort of lessons did that teach you so that this year, probably you could do better than you did last year?
No, the safe haven is still part of our program because these are identified places that people can reach out to for their safety in the incidents of flooding, especially those living in the flood-prone areas, like our people in Sahara, like our people in Glefe, like the people in the Circle and Enclaves and co. And so the safe haven is still a part of our program for this year. And going forward, you know, we're trying to expand to other places across the country. The Director General is discharged all our district and regional directors to ensure that we create as many safe havens as possible and then engage the people to be aware of the existence of this safe haven so that they can assess it. Because there are some times when the flooding gets serious, that's when people begin to attempt to move. And most times, some of them are swept away by the rainwaters and the floodwaters. And so we try to get access routes that they can use, which are less dangerous than the ones that otherwise they would have used, so that their safety will be assured and guaranteed. And the engagement also with the issue of electricity and raining times, you know, especially for those in flood areas. We're still sensitizing them to be, that awareness to be there, that the moment the rains begin to come in, you switch off your electrical gadgets and then move away from there. Because that's part electrocution. Fortunately, last year, electrocution wasn't pronounced in the incidences that we had. But a year before that, we had electrocution cases and co. So the sensitization and engagement is working.
Okay, all right. Let me go to Atabuahin here. The Ministry for Works and Housing has the, I'm sure, the majority stake here in terms of how we are prepared for the rainy season. What have we been able to do since last year till now? Atabuahin, if you can unmute so we can follow what you're telling us, I'll be happy. Okay, we'll work the lines and get Atabuahin on the line again because we want to understand what government has been able to do. I mean, last Friday it rained a bit, not Thursday, I think it rained a bit in Accra. And if you look at, I mean, what we saw, it sort of tells you that, well, probably there's much more work to. Yeah, exactly. Because what I saw, I was like, wow.
Outdoor dredging is ongoing.
Well, but Thursday, when there was this...
Yes, a lot of storm drains are being worked on by the Ministry of Works and Housing. The Minister for Works and Housing did site inspections over the weekend, last Saturday. So that's why I wanted to defer to Manasseh to speak to that one. Okay. So once he comes online, I believe he will get into
Okay,
that.
so we have him now.
Yes.
We have him now. Let me go to Manasseh Attaboahin. Manasseh, I'm grateful for joining us here. We want to understand what the Ministry of Works and Housing has been able to do from last year's rainy season till this point. That should tell us that, well, this year, we may probably be able to manage the aftermath of the rains than we did last year.
Yes, a very good afternoon to you, and a very good afternoon to Mr. George AC, and to our cherished viewers as well. And indeed, the rainy seasons are already with us, and what government is doing is to ensure that we are able to build enough buffers to keep us prepared for the rainy season. And so just last Saturday, the Minister for Works and Housing and his team embarked on a working tour to inspect the various drainage works across the Greater Accra region. And our first stop was at the Kwame Nkrumah Circle, where we're region of the Odo River Basin. And the contractor was on site. Dredge Masters is the contractor on site, and they informed us that they had been on site for the past 2 weeks, and they've been dredging the 10-kilometer river basin to ensure that we're able to keep up to speed to the rains that we are expecting. And so we are very much prepared for the rainy season. And beyond the Odo River Basin, the Greater Accra Resilience and Integrated Development Project, which is the GARI project, is also embarking on various community development projects across the Greater Accra region. And so the minister also took time to inspect some of the projects being undertaken by the GARI, and one of which has been implemented at the Alobushi. And over there's a storm drain which is being built. And he also inspected a storm drain that is being built at Iron City in Kaswa. And also across the Wager-Kaswa Highway, you would realize that every now and then when it rains, you would find sand dripping down from the mountains or the hills. And it stretches to the main road, which creates discomfort. Sometimes it even makes it difficult for people to commute from Wager and Kaswa even to Accra. And so the Ghana Hydrological Authority, being sponsored by the government of Ghana, is building a storm drain and a catch pit, which is to ensure that when the sand drips down from the mountainous areas, the sand will be stopped to allow the rains or the water to flow through the storm drain. And so government is very much prepared to ensure that we are able to put in much drainage works to ensure that in the huge rains we expect in the coming days, we're able to prepare ourselves to ensure that we do not record high incidence of flooding in the coming days as well.
Well, this is something we do here annually when the rains are about to set in, that, we are dredging the storm drains, we're doing this to ensure that, but then the rains will set in and would report on the problems that the rains, or the rain is causing. So really, how different is this work that you're doing this year from last year, such that, the destruction we saw last year will not be recorded this year? That's really what we want to understand. How different is it? What the approach that government is using, how different is it from last year's?
Right. So the difference is that one, government is committing more resources to ensure that contractors do not face any financial constraint to ensure they're able to work on the dredging and even on the storm drains that they are building. And two, the Ministry of Works and Housing is also ensuring that they are able to sign a memorandum of understanding with the various assemblies within which the storm drains are being built, to ensure that the assemblies would take ownership of the various storm drains that are being built. Most often than not, you would find people throwing rubbish into the various drains, and that's how come most of our drains are choked, and which of course prevents the water from flowing when we have heavy rains. And so the ministry is keen in ensuring that very soon we would have some memorandum of understanding being signed between the ministry to allow the various assemblies to take ownership. And even if there need be, they would have to even set up some kind of task force to ensure that people who are caught throwing rubbish into the various storm drains would have to be brought to book to ensure that we have reduced incidence of people flooding our various drains with rubbish, to ensure the waters are able to have some free flow.
But do we need MOUs for that? Because already the assemblies themselves have bylaws that takes care of some of these things. So are we saying we need to sign MOUs to ensure that the assemblies do something that they already know they should be doing?
Yes, the assemblies have bylaws, but over the years, the trajectory has been that every now and then we record high incidents of flooding across the country. And you would realize that whenever they are flooding, you would know that there will be a lot of debris and even rubbish, sometimes deliberate throwing of rubbish into our storm drains. And that has been the pattern over the years. And so we believe that beyond the bylaws that the various assemblies have, it will be important for the ministry to have some kind of memorandum of understanding with the various assemblies to ensure that we bring some high-level seriousness and some kind of monitoring to the various dredges to ensure that we do not record high incidents of flooding. And again, the maintenance of the various storm drains would have to be in the care of the various assemblies to ensure that once the government or the ministry comes in to build storm drains across the various flood-prone areas, the assembly and even the community leadership will then have to take full ownership of the storm drains to ensure that they are able to educate their people and also to stop certain unwarranted behavior that would lead to excessive flooding.
Well, but as you alluded to, I mean, even the implementation of the bylaws is a challenge. How then do you trust that, an MOU that you sign with them will probably get them to do what you expect them to do? And that will lead to us not recording the sort of, distraction that we recorded last year when the rains set in.
I mean, the MOU, of course, would come with some kind of particular stipulations to ensure that the assembly, of course, will set up a task force and will also pay key attention in ensuring that, one, they are able to monitor and maintain the storm drains. I mean, when you go to certain communities across the country, you would find this vigilante group who are able to keep watch of the various communities to ensure that even at night, once people are sleeping, they have people patrolling the various communities to bring to a stop activities of unscrupulous people. And so we believe that once we have this memorandum of understanding with the various assemblies, and once they commit to ensuring that they are able to maintain the various storm drains, and also they're able to ensure that they have people who will be manning as the need be the various storm drains, we believe it would create some kind of improvement in the usual pattern where there are bylaws, and of course we do not see any significant changes as it relates to people throwing rubbish in our various, storm drains.
I'll come back to you because I really want to be convinced about this strategy that government is adopting. Let me bring in Ernest Morgan here. He is the corporate communications manager for the Zoom Lion, and so for you, and I know that dredge masters, as our colleague mentioned, they are the ones dredging the Odo. But can you share with us, I mean, strategically, what you do see is happening now and how that will affect us to, going into the rainy season? Whether or not you think we are the right part to ensure that things do not go way wire, I think that's the right word here, compared to what happened last year.
Okay, thank you very much. I think the earlier speakers have mentioned some of the problems and how we are tackling the problems to resolve flooding this year. And from my side, I think we've gone a bit higher than what happened last year in respect of the quantum of waste that we collect from the municipals, and also pushing that individual households get bin so that we pick up the waste directly from their households. You know what? Water will definitely find its way. So most people, especially in Accra, when it is raining, that is the time that they pour in garbage.
Okay.
And the moment they pour in garbage, even when there are good drains, it will be blocked. And the moment they are blocked, it will find its way. Dredging has been done several times. We are still doing dredging. When you look at Paloma, recently, the bigger drain, Nima Gata, I don't know whether you saw it.
Yeah.
It was full of garbage. That place has been desilted more than 5 times. You understand? But when you see the garbage in there, you ask yourself, how did it get in there? And the moment the gutter is for the water, but we have placed waste into the gutter, so definitely there will be flooding. So what we are saying this time is that there should be more enforcement. We should ensure that people are punished. Well, if we play with these things, sorry I'm sounding this way, but if we play with it, we'll get back to ground zero. And I see waste management and this flooding thing as a national security issue. I see it as a national security issue. So the security agencies should all be part of this. When people are dumping indiscriminately, we should punish them.
Okay.
The assemblies have the power to ensure that we do what is right. Even for us service providers, if we need to do something and it is not done, the assemblies are there. They should be strong enough to check all of us that we are on the right path. But when we leave it, it would rain. And when it rains, water will find its way. One other serious challenge that we are having now is the influx of aboboya. Most of them are doing well. They pick the garbage and they send it to the right places. But we have so many, because they are not managed, let me put it that way, most of them pick the waste from, let me say, the frontage of your house. They go and dump it behind your house. It will rain and the rain will bring it back to the frontage or block the way. Most aboboya, when you see the motorway, they dump at night, they just go and dump anywhere. So we need to have a way of managing all these things. These are the basic things that when we do, I think we would have a good place to stay. But if we don't manage these things well, it comes back to hit us all. And we go back to the same narrative and we are all shouting when there is small rain. We need the rain so that crops can grow. So we cannot pray that it doesn't rain. But when it rains and we are getting problems like these, we all have to worry.
So if I understand you, yes, even though we are dredging the lagoon, we are evacuating waste, but if we don't change our attitude, we'll still be at the same level, and we'll see the sort of distractions we saw, right?
Definitely, definitely.
So which means that the assemblies, like you said, they have to punish people. But how do we really do it? Because over the years we've said that, the assemblies are bylaws. They have to ensure that they implement or enforce the bylaws to the letter. But that has not been done. So how do we do it? How do we achieve that? How do we ensure that the assemblies are able to enforce the bylaws? How do we even, get to arrest corporate? See that this person is throwing waste into this gutter, and so we should go after this person.
So it is, and sometimes you media people, you have been doing well. I should commend you for what you have been doing, but we need more of such. There are some of the issues that we have to just publish it as it is. Okay. There are people, I remember last year, somewhere in Jamestown, there was a footage on social media, a man just throwing garbage when it was raining. Honorable Henry Cote, then, he was then the regional minister for Greater Accra, ensured that that man was sent to court and he was punished. It happened just last year. And we have people in the communities that people just pile up waste, and those in the community, they know them. The assembly, they have the environmental health officers. The Saman people are there. They go into the communities. In Accra, it is about time that even the assemblies should tell us the number of households and those who have bins, and those who are giving their bins to accredited waste collectors. So if everybody produces waste, so when I come to your house and you don't have a bin in your house, the first question is, how do you dispose your waste? Are you burning it or you are just throwing it? You could see people riding on posh vehicles along the motorway and they are just throwing plastics that they tie from their houses.
Okay.
We should start from somewhere. Environmental health officers are there. I'm not trying to blame anybody, but they are there and we should all come together and make sure that this thing works. Not, we will push in money, we will do the dredging, we will do the waste collection, we will do everything that we are doing, but we'll come back to the same thing. We need to change our attitude going forward.
All right, George, that brings me to you, because that has to do with public sensitization. That if we don't change, we will pump in all the money we have to, but we'll still be back to ground zero. How are we tackling that?
Yeah, attitude is important, and the assemblies have been doing very well on that score. I said 2 years ago, the AMA sent about 200 or so people to court, and they were punished. But to be honest, it's like it wasn't too deterrent enough. People took it as part of it. And so we should continue to enforce the rules. As I said, the sanitation officers or the environmental and hygiene officers are there, and they need to work in partnership with us to get the sensitization going on. Our district officers, our regional officers are all, working to achieve the same objective. So the attitudinal change is important, and that is by engaging them. And so if we do that, then the people begin to understand that when it happens, you are the ultimate sufferer. You get it? When the rains come, when the floods come, they come to destroy your own properties. And so
we've done this over the years. We haven't succeeded. What should we do?
We don't need to give up. Secondly, we know the engineering. That's why I'm excited about the Garrett project, as said by Manasseh. And that is very important. There's a deliberate government policy, the National Flood Control Program, and government is committing 450 million to it. The Greater Accra region has about 17 contiguous districts that are directly beneficiaries of this. And that is why the minister has started going around to assure that the districts are using the money for the purpose for which, so the dredging and the silting will go on simultaneously. You get it? And it ought to be continuous, because the Zoom Lion corporate affairs man said, when the floods come, they carry, sand with it. Yeah. So they silt and then they waste and cool. But the sand, drop as they go along, as the velocity reduces. And so then they begin to fill up or cover the drains. You get it? So you need to do continuous scooping, okay? And that is very important. Sometimes the assembly will tell you they don't have the money to do it. And so you, the media, you are confronted with this. And even us, sometimes we also have those complaints. But now that there's financing committed for this purpose, you wouldn't have that excuse. Another exciting
450 million, can you
yes, it's a beginning. The Garrett project actually is about $200 million. And so this is a good beginning. You get it? And we've spoken about this for 3 years. Now there's commitment to it. And so that's what my excitement is. And secondly, you and I travel the Kasua Waja Cape Coast Takrady Road. And it's been a problem. One time I came from Cape Coast at dawn to Accra. I got to Accra at dawn. And I got almost stuck. So I thought I was driving on a different road. You get it? It was the Waja Kasua Road. And I said, Then I got to understand the, when it rains, the mud, the sand that is scooped onto
from the hilltop.
Yeah. Yes, the Honorable Sylvester Tete has actually been working at this and cool. And so now that there's a company that is doing some work along that stretch. There's storm drains and then catchment pits or something that Manasseh spoke about. These are things that will help us to stop some of these challenges. When it happens like that, the traffic on that route becomes, and I know you've taken your cameras there and you've made commentaries. That is what assures me that this year is going to be a bit different. Okay, with the commitment of the district assemblies, government resources, and the follow-ups with the MOUs that Manasseh spoke about. MOUs with the contractors and the assemblies is very important. Okay, and the ministry. So the ministry can hold the gavel over your head.
Really?
What is happening?
Between MOU and bylaws, which one is powerful? Because even the bylaws, they are not able to enforce
the bylaws are to catch the offenders and co. And the MOUs, the assemblies and the contractors, have you done your part? If there's agreement that there should be continuous scooping of the drains, are you doing it? Assembly should ensure that that is done. If it's not done, the housing ministry then comes at the assembly that, come on, you are not keeping to your part of the bargain because government has released the resources for you to do the work. You get it? It means somebody is sleeping.
But when it comes to
roll our sleeves and get to work.
When it comes to enforcing the law, somebody has been paid to do that work.
Yes.
So when people are not enforcing
that's what I told you about 200 people from AMA alone.
But AMA. I mean, when you said that, I was going to ask you.
17.
But I was going to ask you that if you have taken 200 people to court.
Yes.
And you still have the sort of dumping that we saw. I mean, Manasseh mentioned it. This is like I saw it last week or so.
Yes.
It means that it's not enough because if AMA will only send 200 people, it should be more. They are not able to do it. So we are paying people to do the work they are not able to do. And we have to change it. I don't know how we can. Is it that we have to bring in technology to probably monitor who and who is able to do what around what time?
Yeah, the human aspect, that's why the Zoom Lion man touched on that. There's a task force that works at night. You know, if that is so, I'm not aware of that. If the assemblies are committed to doing that, that's very important, because you know that people pile their refuse and go, and when it rains, then they dump into it and, you know, let it go. Forget it that it's going to get stuck somewhere to block the flow of the water. You get it? And then we become the ultimate sufferers. And so, yes, that is one aspect. If we can have task forces, that will be, you know, looking at that. Yes, he said it's a national security issue. If it is, and the security agencies will support the assemblies to be able to enforce these laws, the better for all of us. Okay. Besides that, the commitment of the funds, the assembly doing their work, and then the construction of the storm drains. They are very vital. You know, you remember once upon a time, Alajo was a bad news. Now it's becoming a bit bad, but for 10 years or more, it's abated. You get it? It's now that. So if we have more storm drains, it's going to abate or reduce the incidents. The structure, the engineering, when you showed the video, a lot of houses were submerged underwater. You saw it. It's because of the, you know, built areas and the fact that most places were wetlands which have been filled and taken over. And so the water definitely will find its level. So the structural engineering of Accra is something that we need to look at. And I was excited Garrett was going to do that. But this time, we're managing it. But if we take the full structural real engineering of Accra, that is what will give us the respite.
Well, Manasseh, you see, I mean, what I'm seeing on the television is so strange. Look at people's house, their properties are stuck and what have you. And if we say that one major thing is people dumping rubbish into gutters, that means that is one of our major challenges.
Yes, it is.
Now, if we have to leave it to human beings alone, it will be difficult. Why not adopt the strategy like the police have done, that they have mounted cameras all over, that they are able to sit in Accra and tell that someone is flouting the traffic rules in, say, Apollo in Takoradi? Is this something the ministry is considering?
Right. So indeed, flooding issues are national security issues. And what government seeks to do is to ensure that we are able to adopt measures that would serve as deterrent enough to prevent people from dumping refuse into our various storm drains or drainage systems. And so today, the Ghana Police Service, of course, has various cameras fixed in various parts of the country. And the ministry is, of course, considering efforts to ensure that we are able to monitor, even from afar off, people who are still in this habit of dumping refuse into our various, storm drains, etc. And so that is not out of what the ministry is considering. And what we seek to do is to ensure that we are able to educate Ghanaians in order to ensure that people who are into the habit will have to stop that. And of course, if these habits do persist, then we would have to implement some more stringent measures. And we believe now is that to have this memorandum of understanding between the ministry and the contractors, and of course the various assemblies and even community leaders, we are confident that we would be able to bring the situation to the barest minimum. And the issue of cameras monitoring what people do, especially at night and even at dawn, is not ruled out. And the ministry, of course, is considering. And we are confident able to have reduced of people dumping refuse to our various drains.
Are you considering mounting your own cameras, or you're going to use that of the police service?
Right. So we would have several engagements with the Ghana Police Service. This is something we are considering. And if we are to mount our own cameras, that of course would come at a huge cost to the state. So we would have some broader stakeholder engagement with the Ghana Police Service. And if they would allow us, we will be able to use this. Otherwise, we would find ways of ensuring that we are able to monitor. The assemblies are able to monitor what goes on, especially at night during places where we have our various drains, to ensure that we are able to bring to bear people who are into this habit. And we believe that once we are able to catch people on video and we are able to reprimand them, that would serve as deterrent enough to prevent people from engaging in this habit as well.
Okay, so finally, we're, from you, with the construction of these storm drains, where are we in terms of completion? Because we are in March, We're just about, I mean, you even introduced yourself by saying that the rains have caught up with us. So where are we in terms of completing these storm drains?
Right. So across the country, there are various storm drain projects that are being undertaken. For some, we are even done. When you come to Race Junction and in other parts of the country, we are done with the storm drains. Some have coverts that are covering it. Others too, for example, when you go to Iron City in Kaswa, we are about 80% through, and those storm drains do have bridges across to enable people to move from one side of the storm drain to the other. Others too are far advanced. And what government is doing is to ensure that we are able to provide the contractors with all the financial resources they need, so that they'll be able to expedite works on the various storm drains they are building, because the rains are already here with us. And so there is no time to waste at all. And we are confident that for those that are still under construction in the few days, we'll be able to complete them to ensure that we are prepared enough to reduce the incidence of flooding across the country.
If you say a few days, today is 13th of March, I think. When are you expecting that these contractors will be done? Because after March, we just have the rains.
Exactly. The point I'm making is that for the contractors, what they need is financial resources. And for example, on Saturday, we went to Alobushi, and the concern was that the contractors, of course, were willing to work even at night. But those living around the areas were complaining about some kind of noise pollution. And so as we speak, we've had several stakeholder engagements with the community to ensure that they're able to bear with the noise that will be created by the contractors, to allow them to even work at night to complete the storm drain that they are building right on time. And so what government wants to ensure is to declare that when it comes to resources, contractors are not cash trapped, so that they'll be able to speed up the works that they are doing. And where the contractors are finding some kind of challenges as it relates to those living around where these projects are ongoing, we are engaging in some kind of high-level engagement with the people around, so that they'll be able to bear with the little discomfort they would have to go through to ensure that the storm drains are built to arrest or to mitigate the incidence of flooding, as we expect in the coming days.
All right, so it means that if care is not taken, we may not finish some of the storm drains before the rain's coming. I'm grateful to you. But let me go to Zoom Lion and then pick your final word. So what would be your advice to government as to what needs to be done now to ensure that we don't record what we recorded last year?
Okay. Let me change your question a little bit.
Okay.
You want me to talk about what government will do. Let me say what we are doing as a private entity to help mitigate this. So Zoomlion as a company, we have, for the Aboboya people, I mentioned that they dump indiscriminately. So with government, we have created transfer stations, advantage points. Now we have one at Ashaman working now, Pantine. We have one there, then Malam, just to make the turnaround time to be short, so that they can't sludge the waste anywhere. So we have transfer stations around, and also we have integrated recycling and compost plants. That's across the country. In every region, we have such plants there, so that we can turn the waste into something meaningful. And we just also created a new company called Namako, that's Material Recovery Company. All that they will do is that they are going to go out for these plastics. Because when we put value, we believe that when we put value on the plastics, we are not going to see them as we see them on the street. So now we are even going to buy the plastics from the individuals, and we are going to use it to do something good for the city. You know that the bins that Zoomlion used to distribute, we produce them ourselves in here. It's one of our companies. So that's what we want to do. Yes, do plastic chairs, buckets, and other things out of the things that we call waste. That is causing problem for us, so that at least it would help the economy.
Thank you.
In a way.
Thank you. I'm grateful that you could join us on this conversation. All the best to you. Let's see how this goes. Well, George.
Yeah.
So your final words. I mean, yes, final words, and then probably I don't know if you have added on to the safe havens now.
Yes, this is a continuous program. I told you the Director General has tasked all our district directors and the regional directors to ensure that we create them in flood-prone areas. And so, yes, we are adding on. and will continue to add on as the years go by. Okay. There's this issue of technology. You asked Manasseh, and yes, depend on the police one. NADMO has also got some, we have an emergency operations center, at the headquarters. And we've created over 20 districts and about 10 regions, having it. And so we're working in partnership with one of the UN agencies, the World Food Programme, to ensure that we have technologically driven solutions to some of our problems. From the UOC, sometimes we can monitor some strategic flood-prone areas in Accra, okay, and the regions also.
And what do you monitor?
You see the rate of rise of the flooding, so that we then sensitize the people to move. It's time to move and those things. You get it? So those are some of the things we do. And so those things that, once we are able to roll it out, we'll be able to help monitor some of these refuse disposals and co around the clock, and we'll be able to bring it down. So that's something that we pray World Food Programme will continue to work in partnership with the Ministry of Interior and the Ministry of Communications. Right. We hope in no time it will begin to bear fruits.
Okay, all right, George.
Let's all be part of the solution.
Of this, okay.
Yes.
All right then. George AC is the comms manager for the National Disaster Management Organization, NADMO. There. Well, this is still the pulse on the JoyNews channel. We'll take, okay, so now to other stories now. Policy think tank, Imani Center for Energy and Education, and Professor Kwesi Yening have filed a suit at the Supreme Court challenging the constitutionality of the removal of some members of the public services, including the IGP and the other security agency heads from office by President. Now, the two contend that such termination of the appointment of the IGP, the Controller General of the Ghana Immigration Service, the Chief Fire Officer, and the Director General of the Prison Service by the President are unconstitutional and should be declared as void. Now, joining us now is Franklin Kujo, who is founding President and Chief Executive of the Imani Center for Policy and Education. Franklin joins us via Zoom. Franklin, why is this necessary now?
Good afternoon, Kojo. This is actually Profi, part of the Imani team. Franklin is not available. Okay. I don't know if you can hear me.
Right. I can.
Sure, right. So the basis of our writ lies within the context of Article 191. When you look at Article 191, it gives protection, certain protections for public officers. Now, protection against victimization, and then against discrimination as well, so far as they are discharging their duties faithfully in accordance with the Constitution, so that they cannot be dismissed or removed from office or deranked, lowered in terms of rank prior to their retirement. Now, we have witnessed along the years, you bear witness with us, that there has been some trend of precedents in different tenures, either replacing the public office holders or removing such prior to replacing them with other individuals. We know fairly well how the appointments go, that the president, in consultation with the Council of State, will make such an appointment. And the very functioning of these individuals is also at the direction of either, for example, the police service or the police council, or the prison service council. What we are not quite sure about, or what hasn't come to the limelight, is the procedures for the removal. The Constitution itself states quite clearly that there should be some just cause prior to the removal of these public officials, either proving stated misconduct of these individuals, or the fact that they have misbehaved and it has been established legally that they have misbehaved, or that they are experiencing what we call the incapacity to perform their functions, either through the infirmity of the mind or body, retirement, or death, or resignation. So these are the listed causes that the Constitution states. But when you look at the examples that we've shown, whether it's Mr. Emmanuel Ajato, who used to be the DG of the prison service, he was removed in 2017. When you look at the example of the former IGP Peter Nanfuri, and then you look at, in 2009, another IGP, Patrick Kwating Champong, you would realize that all these individuals were removed either during the tenure of a president or when the president comes into power. Now, we believe that, and sometimes without any reason being provided at all, we believe that this is a trend that is not really advised or supervised by the Constitution. The Constitution clearly states how these individuals should be removed, and that is not what we are following. So by this rate, we hope to, entrench the very fact that the Constitution specifically has procedures in removing these public officials, so that we avoid, the expediency that we experience either by political or by personal liking to one individual or the other. That people get to that office and then they are removed prior to their retirement, their death, or their resignation. So that's the context to the writ that we filed at the Supreme Court.
But is it a case that Imani is speaking some information that we are not aware of, and that's why you think this is the right time for you to go to court on this?
No. I mean, any time is the right time to test the law. That's what we feel. We are enriching the jurisprudence of the very function of the Constitution in our legal framework, and also our political framework as well. We've chosen to do this because we feel that it's important. The time is not really of any essence at all, and we do not have any information as to what is impending. Once the Supreme Court agrees with us, you would also probably agree with us that this is also going to help in the security of tenure of these very important individuals, and it would make them not kowtow to some political dictates. They will be free to work as a very public service is supposed to be free to work, and then we can, move forward as a country.
What if the courts disagree with you?
Well, that's a possibility. In the wisdom of the courts, if they do disagree with us, I mean, obviously, we are going to respect that decision. But we believe clearly that the arguments that we have put forward are very cogent. The arguments that seem to, highlight the very letter and spirit of the Constitution. And then when we come to that, bridge, I'm sure we will cross that.
All right, let me bring in, a senior vice president of Imani, who is also a lawyer, Mr. Kofi Bento, to help us. I mean, he's your colleague as well. Mr. Bento, I'm grateful for joining us. You're a lawyer, so how do you see this turning out in court, looking at what the Constitution says about the powers of the president in appointing someone, and now because Imani thinks that there's a bit of a silence on how the appointment can be terminated, you're going to court to challenge it. How can this play out in court? All right. Let's see how it goes. But there's an interesting issue here. To wrap up with you, you expect that this will probably go your way, and then it gives direction as to how these appointments can be terminated. So after that, what next?
Well, so I guess that question is meant for me.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
We are going to continue as a think tank to highlight on very, very salient issues which we believe we are not following in terms of the dictates of the Constitution. What next is that there will be, like I said, guarantee of tenure for these important public offices, and we'll continue to work hard and look within our laws to find out if we need the Supreme Court's interpretation. We invoke articles that are relevant to their interpretation as we move along.
Sometimes we do see that people will bring together scholars to try and, so after testing the case in court, are there other indications of probably bringing scholars together to have a round table on how this can be done, probably to then recommend some sort of amendment to that provision in the Constitution?
Yeah, so I mean, Imani always works like in a three-stem manner. We do a lot of research. We also do consultative dialogues as well, and then we try to influence policy as well. That's a wonderful idea. We are thinking through what will happen next. Now we're just focused on what will happen at the Supreme Court. I believe there has to be some sensitization afterwards, which we are very, very happy to pursue.
But let's bring in Amprofi Ajiman here. He's a a research analyst with Imani Africa. Let's get his thought also on this particular matter. Profi, grateful to you for joining us, sir. So yes, you're going to court to challenge that the appointment and disappointment by the president. Appointment you're not challenging, but you're challenging the disappointment. Why is that the case now?
Could you, sorry, this is Profi. I've been talking to you. I think you may probably have gotten the names wrong. Like I mentioned, we are very, very much inspired by identifying some of the, arguable loopholes in our public space, and this is one of the issues that we had been thinking through over the last couple of months, which we feel is important to test our laws on. So, like I did mention, we are very, very expectant that the Supreme Court would agree with us, and we respect the wisdom of the Supreme Court if they do not. But what is it's essential, and what this effort has proven is that persons which are recognized by the law have the capacity to test the law if they feel that it's not consistent with what the Constitution dictates, and that is what we are pursuing in this matter.
I'm grateful to you. Let's see how this matter goes, because this is quite an interesting one. We'll see how this goes in court. Grateful to you for joining us, sir.
Thanks.
So, Profi Ajman is research associate with Imani Africa. This is still The Pulse. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back with more. Do stay with us.
With you, escaping with you to the western region, going on the Savannah Safari together. Remember that Fajeto Conquest, kayaking on the Volta Lake? Those were very educative, fun, and memorable discoveries of Ghana we made together. It's now time to take it a notch higher, make new discoveries, create new experiences, and relive nightlife back in the days with the Eastern Camp Adventure. This time, let's pitch camp on top of the serene Ebri Mountains, experience the adventure of tent accommodation, sit by the fireside, and relive those typical Ghanaian moments with a Nancy Stories jungle party with barbecue, Jama night, movie, a visit to the cinema waterfalls, and a Wukugwa, among other historic places. Let's also spend time at the Safari Valley Eco Park with good lunch. With only 1,500 Ghana cedis, your transportation, access to tourist site, full board meal, and everything else is covered. Save a spot now. Pay via Momo 2059 303 8842. Name on Momo is Daniel Boyfio Multimedia Group. And please reference Joy Camp. Short code to purchase ticket is *714*003#. For more information, please call 0302-216540. The Eastern Camp Adventure, discoveries, fun, and memories.
You only cough, never cough, syrup, class away, class away. Don't come, or you will tear the ketchup. I'll call Bessa, Namibia, Nina Womo. Honey and ginger, licorice and basil, long pepper and violet. You only cough, never cough, syrup, class away, class away.
Effective for relief from cough, sore throat, and throat irritation. New Honey Cough, class away. Manufactured and distributed by NS Chemist Limited. This advert is FDA approved.
Daddy, this tank is big.
Yes, that's true.
It can store a lot of water.
That's so true.
Wow, it has a working tortoise on it.
That's so true.
I can see SINTEX. Syntax.
That is so true, my daughter.
When it falls down, it will spoil. Oh.
That's not true.
But why?
Hey! Syntex was the first to introduce double-layer tanks in Ghana. Syntex again was the first to introduce white inner layers in Ghana. Syntex gives you the biggest warranty, 7 years. No matter your water needs, Syntex is the answer. Syntex tank. Are you strong? Are you tough?
I'm ready. This new year, GoTV is stepping up your entertainment at no extra cost to you. Yahoo! If you're on GoTV Value, upgrade to GoTV Plus and watch GoTV Max. Already on GoTV Plus, then upgrade to GoTV Max to enjoy GoTV Super. And if you're on GoTV Max, upgrade to GoTV Super to enjoy the best of the best on GoTV Super Plus. Don't wait for the best sport, international entertainment, and local shows. Step up today. It's on us. GoTV. Love it.
Are you to stop freedom? Are you gone? You can't stop freedom.
A goal to every resident in our vibrant regions. Brace yourself for an unforgettable and transformative journey with Nana Kwame Bediako as he embarks on the groundbreaking regional listening tour. From bustling cities to the serene landscapes of Ghana, say hello to a leader who genuinely listens to your concerns, dreams, and hopes for a better community and country. A leader who is ready to get things moving again with you and by you. Nana Kwame Bediako, Banga Sankasa, Bae, Bona, Yena Zoa, Nwanan, Oliba. He's coming live and colored to your communities. Get ready. It's your time to be heard.
Welcome back from the break. Now, this afternoon, palm oil processing companies in Ghana are sounding the alarm bells of possible collapse due to the influx of several brands of cooking oil into the country. According to them, they have already started feeling the pinch since a lot of their crude palm oil are sitting in their tanks without evacuation because the refinery are not processing the CPOs due to the presence of foreign oils on the Ghanaian market. Speaking exclusively to JoyNews, the general manager of the Benzo Oil Palm Plantation, Bob Samuel Avala, described the situation as dire. We'll hear from him shortly. First, let me take you to the Ashanti region where FDA has launched a clampdown on unregistered or unapproved oil brands being sold on the market. Emmanuel Brightquick will report from Kumasi.
The oil palm value chain is a very significant
Let's bring you that interaction with the general manager of the Benzo Oil Palm Plantation, Samuel Avala, speaking to me earlier.
The oil palm value chain is a very significant value chain which contributes to the economy. You know, from the oil palm, we get mainly palm oil and kernel oil. And the palm oil and kernel oil goes into soap making, it goes into largely cooking oil, and you know the favorite fried oil, and all of that. There's hardly any home in Ghana where they don't use cooking oil or they don't use soaps and detergents and stuff like that. So, so what we see, because we're a free trade economy, people import this cooking oil finished. So it means that the factories where they were produced employed the citizens of that country. So they come here creating little or no employment. All is trading, and yet they evade duties, they don't pay their taxes, and then it creates an unfair competition for the local producers. And the local producers pay the taxes. We employ thousands of people. We do CSR projects like this. So it is imperative that government gives focused attention to protecting local value chains like the palm oil value chain. And I'm afraid that the way things are going now, if the intervention doesn't get heightened, the value chain will be overrun by the imports. And it's not just imports, but the imports that evade taxes and duties and appear to be selling cheaper, and in actual fact it's not cheaper.
So are some of you grinding to a halt because of this?
Oh yes, we are very close to that, but we know that government is listening. We have engaged, and through your medium too, we believe that it will go further. We believe that we are not going to go down, but we are at a risk of it, and something has to be done, and very quickly.
How dire is it now? I mean, now
I would say it is dire. It is dire. You only need to go to the market and look and see different brands. The other leg that I don't want to talk about is whether these go through Food and Drugs Board approvals or something. That one is another ball game in terms of health and nutrition. But I'm now talking about the commercial and business case for both Ghana and the companies. Okay.
Samuel Avala is General Manager of the Benso Oil Palm Plantation Board. Now let's take you to Kumasi, where there is sort of a clash with the officials of FDA who are ensuring that some cooking oils that are on the Ghanaian market that have not been approved by the FDA are clamped down upon. But traders are also fighting back because they claim that the FDA cannot do what it is doing. Emmanuel Bright-Kweku has been with the team and our reports.
The task force combed retail shops in the central business district of Kumasi for unlicensed and smuggled vegetable cooking oil products. The armed men moved from one retailing shop to another and seized products worth millions of Ghana cedis, including Global, Diana's, Special and Roach vegetable cooking oils. At least 4 brands were confiscated by the task force. The task force claimed to be executing the joint mandate of the Food and Drugs Authority, Customs Division, Tree Crops Development Authority, and the National Security. Dr. Paul Amenin is the coordinator of the task force.
You call PZ market. You call you who sell product be your friend Roach. That Roach product no. You have 2 brands, Baku free Malaysia, Baku free Indonesia. Near free Malaysia and you register, near free Indonesia and you register. But the same brand.
When we visited the market, we realized there is a clone of one of the cooking brands known as Roach. It is originally produced in Malaysia, but the clone is from Indonesia, which is not licensed. Oils are used for various products, so we are concerned about the type of oil this is. But the Ashanti Business Owners Association is distraught and unhappy with the development. A member of the group, Oseya Koto, says at least 20 gallons of the products were seized at his shop.
Unless I provide duty paper. And me and them, me so me torn. Me buy a torn will be ho. I import her. And I'm a free importer. Me say, oh, you know,
I contacted the person I imported the goods from to send me his import duties receipt, which he did. But the task force went ahead to seize the oils. This is what baffles me.
It was sent a me was a medical, medical almost David. And you don't bet yes yet. Oil no. Almost easy oil no.
The group says their confirmation from the Regional Coordinating Council could not ascertain the identity of the task force. Charles Kusi-Apiakubi is the executive secretary of the association.
So we place the call at the Regional Coordinating Council through the director and to the minister. And the feedback we had from the minister suggests that he has no aware of such people having such operation in the market space. These men were angered because the regional minister intervened in the situation. And they told us that they would show us where power lies. Who are supposed to man our borders? The national security, the immigration, the SEPs. How do smuggled goods get into our market? This suggests to us that they are not doing their work well. If you're not doing your work well, why do you want to criminalize that innocent businessman who is doing his right thing as a citizen?
For JoyNews, my name is Emmanuel Bright Kweku.
Joining us now is a leader of that task force and a member, the board member for the Tree Crop Development Authority. Also, an executive of the artisanal oil palm producers, Ghana, Paul Amening. Dr. Paul Amening, I'm grateful for joining us. I mean, like the people said, they are importing oils into the country through the rightful procedures. Why is that a problem such that you have to set up a task force to go clamp them down?
Thank you very much. Yes, we set up the task force based on the directives of Cabinet through Ministry of Finance and Ministry of Agri. The task force is mandated to oil that you are selling. They pay the right duty. So you are saying, like my president said, which is Mr. Avala, we, the Oil Palm Development Association of Ghana, make a case to Cabinet, and they took that decision. We are ensuring that those decisions of Cabinet are fully implemented. So we started the program somewhere in November. We have done at Greater Accra, we've done Tema, Shamai. So we are heading towards Ashanti. Currently, as we are speaking, I'm at Techimai. I went to Techimai, I'm at Sunyani. We are here to make sure that whatever the directive was given is fully implemented to the ladder. So we are not intimidating any customer. Our goal in the market is, one, create public awareness about food safety, create public awareness about those who are not paying their duties. So we go in with the media to also make sure that the public know about whatever happened. Like what you said in Kumasi, we find out that there's a particular brand called Roach, which has a registration from Malaysia. But the product there in the market, it's not registered in their system because it's from Indonesia. So we called the owner, we went to the shop, the warehouse, and we found out that he has close to 1,072 plus gallons sitting in the warehouse. So what we did was to call in FDA to do their job. No one in Kumasi market, apart from that guy who spoke, that we took only 20 gallons of global something brand, which that one too was not registered in FDA system. Okay. So we told the man that, yes, you have it, but it's not registered. Let's have the customs duty paid. And if FDA is also saying that the product is not registered, then you need to follow the protocols of FDA to ensure that the product that you are selling is of good quality and the public can also be secured of wholesome goods. So I don't know why they are saying that we came to the market to harass anybody. We did it not. We did not. Please.
Okay. But you are doing this not to check the wholesomeness of a product. You are doing this because you say you are facing imminent shutdowns, isn't it? Why should importation of oils be a problem to local oil processing companies?
Come again, the question again.
I'm saying that your task force is not checking the wholesomeness or unwholesomeness of product, right? You are doing this because, according to your members, your companies are facing possible shutdowns because of these importations. And I'm asking, why should importation of cooking oils be a problem for local palm oil processing companies, really?
Please let me correct. Yes, we are doing it for purpose of those who are not paying duties. Okay. But when we entered the market with the media, then the media saw that some of those oil that they are selling has not been registered, which FDA came in, that they are also interested to join us so that they can also check those that they smuggle that has not been registered. So that's why they are joining us. Our focus was mainly on duty payment, those who have not paid duty, who are smuggling the oil through the borders, but FDA has interest in it.
Okay.
So please, and it's also affecting our members. You know, they are selling unwholesome brands in the market, which is very cheap. Definitely, they won't go for the one which is okay. And nobody in Ghana, nobody cares when someone is selling something wrong. And we also, with FDA as partners, through TCDA, we think we need to make sure that the right thing is done so that we can also sell in the same market. We need fair competition for the local producers.
Really, to get everybody to appreciate what we're talking about, how are your companies suffering from some of these importations?
One, they are not buying our product because of price. The price of the product of those that has not been duties has not been paid is very cheap. So definitely, when the two brands is there, because of unfair competition, they can sell, we can sell. So from there, you can see that the value chain is affected. All the tank farms of all the big companies, Top, Bob, GOPDC, Walmart, they are all full. Nobody's buying. Go to the market, Sunyani, from Greater Accra all the way to Telecom to Sunyani. You can't even find 10% of the local products in the market, which tells you that the farmer is affected, the processor is affected, the millers are affected, and it's very, very dark. If we don't take care, over 800,000 people who earn a living on this product will all not be, they will all not have work to do. So it's very serious matter that we need to make sure that we are able to stop this smuggling in the market. My brother, you can't do what is happening here anywhere in this world. Can you take vegetable oil from Ghana, go to Malaysia and sell when you don't pay duty? It's not possible. So I don't know why they are entertaining that in our market. We need their consent. We want to have a partnership with the traders so that we can resolve that matter amicably, because it's affecting their brothers, it's affecting their relatives who are farmers, who are processors down the drain.
I mean, we heard that some of your companies are on the verge of saying that enough is enough. How true is that? I mean, to even shut down and send workers off. We are told some of them, as we speak currently, are virtually not producing.
It's true, because when you produce, where are you going to sell? You don't have that volume of storage capacity to stock all the oil. And look, we are in the main season. This is the time that they can process a lot and sell. And this is the time that the Malaysian and Indonesian smuggle oil are in the system. So definitely they can sell. So all their tank farms are all full. Go to Kede, go to Himai, go to Benso. You see the farm, all fruits are rotting on the streets because they can't sell. When they process, who is buying? And they don't have the tank farms to also stock the oil. So please, it's very deep down there. If you don't take it within the next 1 month, all the companies will shut down and 800,000 Ghanaians will be affected.
Wow. That's a serious matter then. But as we speak, no company has shut down, right?
Yeah, but we are getting there. If we don't, if this exercise fails, let's see what happens in Ghana. It's a serious matter, my brother. We need to make sure that this exercise is sustained. The government come in to support
because we can't, if 800,000 directly are benefiting, let's see the other people who are dependent on those 800,000 people. You can't compare to that trader who is selling 1 gallon, making millions of cedis on a bottle of gallon that he's selling. What about the farmer? Let's think about them.
Okay.
Let's think about them.
Now, finally, before I let you go, you realize one of the complaints they had in that video from Kumasi was that they called the coordinating council and they said they don't know anything about your task force. How does your task force operate?
Okay, thank you. The task force is, I'm the coordinator. I'm coordinating 4 institutions, National Security, FDA, Customs, and TCDA. The association is somehow part of it because I'm a member of the association. What we do is any region we go, we try to go and see this head, the departmental head or these agencies. So when we went to Ashanti region, we went to see the National Security coordinator and told him that, okay, we have his men, we are here to do ABCD. We went to FDA, we also informed him. We went to Customs. I even called him before I went there. So I had discussion with them on phone that we are coming. And all of a sudden, these things happen. Please, we are using the protocols as assigned by the directives.
Okay. All right. And this has the backing of the cabinet, you say?
It's a cabinet directives. Okay. And those agencies I'm mentioning are in charge. Okay. And we don't want any political influence on these decisions, else we will fail.
Okay. All right. Grateful to you, Dr. Amani, for joining us here. He is
Thank you.
The coordinator of the task force to clamp down on non-tax-paying oil, cooking oil brands on the Ghanaian market. This is still the pause. To other stories now. In 2 days, the world would celebrate World Kidney Day, a day set aside globally to raise awareness on the kidney and kidney-related diseases. Ahead of the World Kidney Day, we have we'll be joined in studio by Evans Akwabwa, who is a nurse at the dialysis unit of Cape Coast Teaching Hospital. Fred Nyaka as well will be joining for us to have a short discussion. So stay on. We'll bring you that discussion after this break.
You're welcome to the maiden edition of the JoyNews Impact Makers Award.
Tonight, we gather here to honor and celebrate individuals.
We celebrate the goodness in our humanity
and create more inclusive, compassionate, and thriving societies.
The overall winner, Isaac Ajoato.
In a land where dreams are often cradled in the arms of hope, there exists a league of unsung heroes. They are the silent architects of change, the torchbearers who illuminate paths where once there was only darkness. From the verdant stretches of our farms to the innovative labs of science, from the warm embrace of humanitarian aid to the simplest acts of kindness. These are the changemakers who sculpt the future of our nation, stitch by stitch. Unknown to them, their acts of
business have resonated across the land, stirring the hearts of many and sparking a movement of recognition and celebration. It's that time of the year again. JoyNews proudly presents the Impact Makers Awards 2024. Join us in our quest to spot and honor those steadfast warriors who are remolding the destiny of our communities and our nation. This is your moment to nominate the unsung hero in your midst, the beacon of change whose story deserves to be told. To nominate your Impact Maker of the Year, send your entries to impact.makersawards@myjoyonline.com. Let's amplify their stories. The Joy News Impact Makers Awards, celebrating ordinary people making extraordinary impact.
Welcome back from the break. Now, in 2 days, the world would celebrate World Kidney Day, a day set aside globally to raise awareness on the kidney and kidney-related diseases. Now, ahead of the World Kidney Day, we have in studio Evans Akwabua, who is a nurse at the dialysis unit of the Cape Coast Teaching Hospital, and Thomas Khan. He is a kidney patient, and Thomas has been with this for more than a decade now. Gentlemen, good afternoon. Thanks for joining us.
Good afternoon.
For me, let me start with you, because look, I was there when we started to raise this fund for you. This is over a decade ago.
Yeah.
How is life for someone like you? I mean, living with a kidney-related problem.
Yeah, I think that first of all, I would like to thank you for the opportunity, but I would say that it's been very tough, and there are times you want to give up. But thank God, through it all, it's been grace. And again, I've been through the process where I've tried to psych myself to live it. There are so many people who are not able to live with the disease. Because once you are told that you have this kind of condition, you just want to give up. But thankfully, I had some kind of psychological therapy from the Cape Coast Teaching Hospital, the psychologists, and then the doctors there. I think they've done a good job not leaving the staff at the renal unit out, because they try to, psych all of us up to, have that kind of positive mind to fight the disease.
Okay. Yeah. If you say sometimes you want to give up, what does that mean? You want to give up in terms of what?
Yeah, there are so many factors. When you are diagnosed with kidney disease, the cost is a serious matter. The cost of, treatment, that is the dialysis, plus the medication, plus the periodic labs that you have to do. Sometimes when we talk about this issue, we limit it to just the dialysis, but there are other accompanying stuff or things that you need to do to add to the dialysis, and that's even skyrockets the cost. So it's not an easy thing.
So if you say you want to give up, you want to stop treatment.
There are times psychologically, like you just get tired of everything. You get tired of life. Like you're like, to what end? And then how things are going, it will make you kind of drain you. And we live in an environment where you go, machines for dialysis is a problem. And there are times you have to give up based on, you have to go to the hospital early because the machines are not enough. There are more patients. You get to the hospital, there are times you need to sacrifice your sleep and everything. You can't work like you want to do. So these are the little things. And That's one of the things that is even killing people more than the disease itself. Because there are times you want to, live life, but because of the condition you have yourself, you can't. You get it. Like I said, you go to the hospital, the machines are not enough. For instance, the Cape Coast Teaching Hospital, as I speak now, has only, I would say, 4.5 machines. And there are more than 50 patients.
Every day?
Every day, like they're scheduled in the days. So you go and then, let's say, as we are 3 here, you go and then just one person comes before you. You have to wait 4 hours to get to your turn because the process itself takes 4 hours. So 4 hours waiting, and then you also go on the machine for 4 hours. That is 8 hours. And before you even get the 8 hours, you would have sacrificed your sleep to get to the hospital. So it's not easy. It's really mentally draining.
You are a nurse there. So why should government care? Right, you're speaking to government directly. I want you to speak to them. Yes. You are there. You meet them every day. Maybe people in government are not there. Let's understand why government should care.
In a Western world, provisions for patients that have kidney issues or kidney failure are made to the extent that even the health workers chase the patients to dialyze them because there are machines available. We've had instances when met patients who travel here and then they would want to come and have a session at our place because it's a lifetime something and you can't go away with it. Every week you have to dialyze. So they come and then when they tell us what is there and then what is here, when we compare, we see that we are far, 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 far behind. The thing is expensive. An individual cannot support themselves, no matter how rich you are. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, mostly 5, 6, you would give up. You would run out of cash and then you will need to solicit for funds. Your families, they will try their best at the beginning, but when it's getting tougher, they will also give up. So it is only the government who could actually help the people, because the people themselves are the government. So the money is somewhere. If it is not released to the people, they can't benefit. We will die off, and then our labor, the people are the labor of the country. So if we are dying one after the other, it will come a time that there would be no people to even work to produce what the government even have now.
So Thomas, what do you want government to do? I mean, earlier, before we came on, you were talking about something that government needs to do. What do you want them to do?
Well, I think that for quite a number of years, we've been doing this advocacy. I would say that somewhere in other parts of the continent, here in Africa, some people have been able to do it.
Okay.
Tanzania, I can say, and then South Africa and all of that. Over there, what I know is that they have systems. Their health insurance is able to cover a terminal disease like dialysis. So I think that here, Ghana can also do it, and Ghana is capable of doing it. We've been making these calls for quite some time. And here, we think that with the health insurance system, if it is even difficult for government, what government can do is to just try and remove the taxes or reduce the taxes on the consumables that is used for dialysis. Because that is what really puts the price on that high level. So for instance, we know that consumables are not made here or manufactured here in Ghana. They are imported. So if whoever is going to bring the consumables goes to the port and these are the prices that he's being charged at the port, or
the duties,
exactly, the duty and all of that, and the taxes on it, definitely the price will go up. So we've been pleading with government, and we still continue to plead that if government can do something about it, they should just remove the taxes or reduce the taxes. That's, I think that the prices will come down and it will save a lot of lives. Because, Kojo, to tell you the truth, a lot of people are dying not because of the disease. Sometimes just the thought about the cost of dialysis alone, that kills people faster than that. Okay. Remember, recently there was this story about this little who died, Priscilla, may her soul rest in peace.
Yeah.
A lot of
we
the
told
patients,
a story here.
Exactly. A lot of the patients, that is the problem they find themselves in. So if government is going to do that, I think that will kind of minimize the pressure on every patient and even the various hospitals.
Since you started, what has government been saying?
We will come and we'll do something about it. But it's just been rhetorics. We've not seen any action. You know, I have been on dialysis for some time, 11 years.
Yeah, for over a decade.
Yes.
Yeah.
11 years. And it's been the same rhetorics. And I would say that not just this government, but previous government, there were talks about doing something about it. We didn't see it. This government has also come, nothing.
Okay.
And I remember we had this talk here where the government advised on health, Dr.
Yes, here in the studio.
Exactly,
yeah.
that they were going to do something, but till now
they haven't done it.
I remember they said we have up to the quarter of the year, and then we are in March, so we are still pleading with government to do something about it. Sometimes we limit the conversation to just Kolebu. What happened in Kolebu was just an eye-opener, but this is a national crisis that all other hospitals should be brought to the table so that we see how we can resolve it.
Okay, all right, gentlemen, I'm grateful to you. I hope that this day that we're going to celebrate, I mean, something will change.
Yeah.
But just 30 seconds for you. What do you want to leave there?
So what I want to tell the people is that, you know, before you get the condition, you have a chance.
Okay.
It is better to prevent than to treat.
Okay.
Because when you get the condition, the only option for you is the renal replacement therapy.
How do you?
Or you do transplants.
Okay.
Which we cannot afford.
How do you prevent it?
So our daily lifestyles.
Okay.
Alcohol, let's do away with it. Smoking, let's do away with it. Let's live a healthy lifestyle. Exercise, fruits and vegetables. Let's eat them. So there is one thing we should also know: regular checkups.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Just before we go, talking about prevention, this whole week, on Thursday, there's going to be a free screening. If you are in Cape Coast or Central Region, come to the Kobnajan Square in Elmina.
Okay.
Just to come and test, because you will never know if you have the disease or not.
You don't. Okay.
Yes.
All right then. Thank you very much, Thomas Khan, and thank you too for coming. All the best to you. Well, now the Joy FM Eastern Camp Adventure clock is ticking. Tick-tock. It's just 4 days to the event scheduled to take place on the 16th and 17th March. Buying a ticket for just 1,500 cedis guarantees you unforgettable memories. Among others, the adventure includes a trip to Konfanoche's hometown, the Asenema Waterfalls, Jungle Party, German night with cocktail, barbecue, plus more. Joy FM's programs manager, Adam Naite, says plans are beyond advanced. Michael Agbagba was at the campsite and our reports.
The countdown is on and the Joy FM Eastern Camp Adventure clock is ticking real fast. Tick-tock. Have you bought your ticket yet to be part of this fun? Now remember that by just paying 1,500 Ghana cedis, you have the opportunity to experience the trip to Okomfanochi's hometown, Ewukugwa. We're also going to go to the Asenema Waterfalls, where our patrons who have the opportunity to take a dip in a waterfall if they want to experience that. There's a lot also going to happen right here at this campsite, where there will be a movie night, there will be a jungle party with DJs on rotation, traditional music, local music. There will be a lot to drink. There will be cocktail, there will be palm wine, there will be barbecue. There'll be a lot of games, a whole lot of exciting activities that'll be taking place right here at the campsite. At the end of the day, all you get to experience and relive what it was like in the olden days when we used to bring out our mat and then sleep outside. You're going to sleep in tent, going to experience that. Now, if you're tired, after all the dancing, the eating, and all the excitement, you can jump into the mobile pool that will be available right here at our campsite. There's a lot to see and there's a lot to also experience. We're lucky to have with us here Programs Manager for Joy FM, Adam Naite. I hear that plans are beyond advanced. She's going to share details of that with us right now. Adam, welcome to JoyNews.
Thank you very much, Maxwell. Great. So I am personally looking forward to sleeping in the tent because I haven't done that before.
Me too.
So this gives me the opportunity to do that. Yeah. And when we move, we'll be going to the Asinema waterfalls. We'll go to Ewukugwa, and then we will come to our campsite. Yeah. Where all the fun is going to happen. You know, we have a mobile pool. Yeah.
I had DJs on rotation, playing local music.
The jungle party is going to happen. It's going to be fun. I'm also looking forward to the by the fireside. Want to sit around and tell our favorite Kukwanansi stories, you know. And yeah, there'll be lots of board games as well and other things. So it's going to be fun, and it'll be very relaxing. And then when we are done from here, on the 17th, we will go hiking in the morning and then come back for breakfast. After breakfast, we can now check out, and then we will spend the day at the Safari Valley Eco Park. Okay. And then we'll have lunch there. I mean, we're going to
and a safari
nature,
also.
The animals, you know, nature and everything, take pictures and, you know, have a whole day there, have lunch, and then, you know, when sunset, we come back to Accra and come back to reality.
The people who are purchasing the tickets for the Eastern Camp Adventure coming from diverse backgrounds, this is your opportunity to network with people, you know, from the corporate world, people with different backgrounds, you know, and all of that. You need to come on this Eastern Camp Adventure. Right now, I have with us our tour guide, the man who will be taking us on all the tours, the man whose name suggests chilling. What's up, my brother?
I'm good, and you?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Can you walk us through? Tell us what we'll be doing on the 16th and the 17th of March.
Okay, so on the 16th, the bus will move from Accra Mall straight to Ewukugwa to see where Okofanochi was born, the house. Yes, so we will all go to. I mean, you know, most people don't.
You know, the perception is Okofanochi was born in the Ashanti region, right?
No, he was born at Ewukugwa.
Ewukugwa, that's in the eastern region.
The eastern region, yes, in the eastern region. So from Ewukugwa, the team also moves to Asinema waterfalls because there are a lot of waterfalls in the Kwapin Ridge. Okay. And Asinema is one of them. Okay. So we can't come to eastern region and not go to Asinema to see the nature, beautiful nature, the falls, and those who want to, enjoy the fresh water can go in and swim
and take a dip.
Yes, yes. And from there, we'll come to the campsite where we are now. There will be welcome drinks. That is local drinks, fresh palm wine.
Palmy.
Yes, fresh.
That's a botanical name for palm wine.
All right, so let's have more on this particular, Eastern Camp adventure with Kofi Hayford. Kofi, cordial.
Good.
But I'm not sure a lot of people know you can speak in Zuma like that.
Oh, well, I can speak in Zuma. I'm proud in Zuma. I'm fancy in Zuma, so
exactly, proper combination.
You know.
Anyway, this would be a great day, huh?
It would be, and I was just saying to myself, I think Adam has said everything that needs to be said on the Eastern Camp Adventure. But this is brilliant for me. One of the things that I'm looking forward to, you might probably laugh over it, but it's the palmy. The palm wine and the barbecue night, right? Yeah. So, let's not even kid ourselves. Listeners of Joy FM have known this for a fact that when we talk about adventure, it's something that we do a lot. We've embarked on trips to, the Volta region, to the Western region. We've done Accra, and this time we're saying that we're going to the Eastern region, and we're pitching camp in Binduri, one of the most serene places in Ghana.
It's a beautiful place.
It's a very beautiful place. I mean, if you take out the fact that you have a very nice, aerial view, scenery of Accra when you're on top of the mountain, there are so many other reasons why you really need to be there. So I'm thinking if there are 2 days and 1 night that you have to spend in Binduri with all these things that we've put together, the barbecue, the visit to Ewukugwa. I have been there before. It's a very interesting place to be, to learn a lot about Okomfanochi. And then the visit to Asinema waterfalls. I'm sure a lot of people probably don't even know there is this the waterfalls in Asinema. And so it's really a place to be. If you haven't joined this particular trip,
you have to do it now.
You have to do it now because I'm actually here for one reason, and that reason is that 2 buses have already been filled up.
Okay.
Yesterday, I announced on Joy FM that we've just started taking entries for the 3rd bus. But whether, I don't know if to say it's fortunate or unfortunate, but we're closing it today.
Hey.
So you have between now and 10 p.m. to register.
Wow.
Yes, it's going for only 1,500 Ghana cedis, and it takes care of your transportation, you know, to all these places, the access to tourist sites, full board. I mean, everything. Your meals. You heard Adam talk about the lunch at Safari Valley Eco Park and all that. Just 1,500 Ghana cedis. So between now and 10 p.m., please, if you want to, let me look in the camera and tell them, if you want to experience this lifetime sweetness, then please make sure that you, pay via Momo to 059-303-8842. 059-303-8842. The name on the account is Daniel Boyfield Multimedia Group, or you can just use the ticket short code *714*003#. Yeah. That's basically it.
Wow,
it's this weekend.
And yeah, exactly. And you see, the area itself is a whole vibe on its own.
I think that even the trip to Abri itself is something
yeah. I went there like 2 weeks ago. There's so many places I didn't know. The Tekwashi Memorial Hospital.
The Kuku Park, the little way you actually did the first
and even when you are climbing the mountains itself, the Palmi is lined up all along.
I was telling them that I wish the bus could take the lead so that we can start walking. But yeah, it is what it is.
Anyway,
so the Eastern, Camp Adventure is happening this weekend, 16th and 17th.
It will be interesting this weekend. So you need to be part of it if you haven't already bought your ticket, because look, Mami in Zinjao. That's what it is. The American,
it's okay.
Okay. All right. So this has been Kofi. Thank you so much for coming through.
Thanks for having me.
And this is Ghana Month, really.
Yeah.
So it wasn't by you spoke in Zima.
Well, yeah, of course.
Yeah,
of course.
Yeah, it's good. Okay.
Except that you didn't let me represent my dad, the fancy. But in I can fancy.
Yeah, I can fancy. I didn't hear the
so happy Ghana Month to all.
Yeah. All right. So Ghana Month in Timaya Kennedy say I say the JoyNews. Na momi bo mo modern na ba hand da na be 2000 de ba him cry na make waba bo lusumaya bezi bon doko brofre. Yeah, brofre the real crack ha but 2000 de le dey aka nti ka kan da de come kan aka fan de aka nzama de come on mahane. So happy Ghana Month to all of you. Thank you for joining us. This has been The Pulse. On behalf of the production team, please, thank you for joining. We'll meet again, God willing, some other time.
We've conquered Ghana with you, escaped with you to the Western region, gone on the Savannah Safari together. Remember that Fajeto conquest, kayaking on the Volta Lake? Those were very educative, fun, and memorable discoveries of Ghana we made together. It's now time to take it a notch higher, make new discoveries, create new experiences, and relive nightlife back in the days with the Eastern Camp Adventure. This time, let's pitch camp on top of the serene Abri Mountains, experience the adventure of tent accommodation, sit by the fireside, and relive those typical Ghanaian moments with a Nancy Stories jungle party with barbecue, Jama night, movie, a visit to the cinema waterfalls, and a Wukugwa, among other historic places. Let's also spend time at the Safari Valley Eco Park with good lunch. With only 1,500 Ghana cedis, your transportation, access to tourist site, food, board, meal, and everything else is covered. Save a spot now. Pay via Momo to 059-303-8842. Name on Momo is Daniel Boyfield Multimedia Group. And please reference Joy Camp. Short code to purchase ticket is *714*003#. For more information, please call 0302-216540. The Eastern Camp Adventure, discoveries, fun, and memories.
We know the dream is big. We know the passion gets you going. And you have the potential to make great strides. The Chartered Institute of Marketing, Ghana, has always been an avid supporter of industry excellence and innovation. This is why we are excited to announce the CIMG Professional Marketing Qualifications. CIMG has designed practical courses to help you make that dream a reality right here in Ghana. We are geared up and ready to support you on this journey to becoming a world-class professional marketer. Register today and be on your way to greatness. For more information, call us on 055-274-6592. Visit our website www.cimghana.org or email us on info@cimghana.org. Chartered Institute of Marketing Ghana, working for Ghana.
Hello there, you're welcome to Let's Talk Showbiz here on the Joy News channel. My name is I'm so excited because I have a lot to share with you today. Of course, it has to do with actress, or should I say Nigerian actress, Rita Dominic, who came to Ghana for an event. And looks like we had an opportunity to interact with her. For those of you who were looking forward to hearing from her, yes, my colleague Lexis Bill had an interview. Bring you assets of the interview, and also we have some updates on Wendy show. Now you recall that musician KK Kabobo was not well, and you know there was some support we all needed to give him. Wendy Shea went to donate some money to him, and now it's a problem. Everybody has a problem with that. These and many more right here on Let's Talk. Not go anywhere. If you're just joining me, this is Let's Talk Showbiz. My name is Doreen Avio, and of course we're starting with one story that a lot of people definitely wanted to hear more on it. And just when we all heard that she was part of the speakers for this year's Women of Valor, an initiative by media personality Nanaba Anamwa, on of course personalities to share their stories and to empower young ones, we're all happy. And yes, Rita Dominic came to town, and she was on, should I say, drive time on Joy with Lexis Bill. I mean, one of the very important things we all wanted to know was, her marriage. It was a huge wedding. It was something everyone was talking about. It was on the lips of everybody, literally. So Lexis asked her how marriage life was, with so much laughter. I mean, she said she was enjoying it. But the big question, how did she feel? People talking about her. People felt like, oh, why do you wait that old to get married and all that? She made quite interesting comments on that, and the fact that she wanted to marry at the right time and to the right person. And she also spoke about all the pressures that came with her. I mean, quite interesting. You should listen to this conversation with Lexis Bill on Joy FM.
Recall the lowest amount you got paid for a film?
I didn't get paid for. Okay, the first film I did, he paid me 35,000 naira, but he owed me 20K for almost. In fact, he didn't even pay me the 20K. No, he didn't pay me the 25K.
Wait, let me pull out my calculator.
Yeah,
now.
he didn't pay me the 25,000. He actually now hosted the premiere of the meeting and said he was using that as payment. That was Basoj Taria. May God bless him.
So 35,000 naira.
Yes.
That's 280 Ghana cedis.
Exactly. He paid me only 10K. 10K
oh, out
of the 35,000.
Wait, hold up.
So the remaining 25,000, he didn't pay me.
Okay.
And then the second project I did, he never paid me.
Oh,
and
wow.
you know, God rest his soul, the marketer died.
Okay. 10,000 naira. That's what you got.
Yes.
That's 80 cedis.
Yes.
Okay, so that can actually get us. It can get us a plate of jollof.
There you go. And that
but
was
without chicken.
Yes, without chicken. I mean, look at that. That was in what was my first film? That was 1998.
98 or about.
Yes,
yeah.
That was 1998. Yeah. So, and then some films I did, you know, I was paid peanuts, you know. Wow. But for some reason, I just kept doing it because and it wasn't just me, especially like myself, my peers, or Motola, Jerry, who were just doing it because we loved it. You know, Ramsey, all of us were just acting because we just enjoyed it. And obviously, as the industry got better and bigger, so did the finances become better.
How's marriage so far?
It's nice. It's interesting. I'm blushing. Oh my God. It's nice. It's interesting.
It's been how many years? 2 years now, right?
2 years, yeah.
Yeah.
2 years in April for the traditional marriage.
I see. How did you meet? How did you hit it up? You don't have to turn purple now.
Oh my God, I am turning pink. Well, we were friends for a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then we found love and dated and then got married.
And this is your first marriage?
Yeah.
And it came 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Why did you wait so long?
Why did I wait so long? I wanted to do it. I wanted to be sure that I was marrying for the right reasons and not for the reasons, you know, that stems from societal pressure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was society given pressure about the timing of it?
Of course, there were. I mean, even before I got married, the pressure was there for years. But you know, I just turned a deaf ear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because this was way after 45, right?
Yes, of course.
And I'm sure people will be like, okay, Rita, what's going on?
Yeah, they were doing that, but I couldn't be, because at the end of the day, like I always said, I will marry the man of my dreams and not the man the society dreams for me. Because if anything goes wrong tomorrow, I'll be the one left to pack up the pieces.
Yeah.
And not the society. So I'll do it when I want to do it at the right time, and I believe I did it at the right time with the right person.
Right, so that was Rita Dominic, and she had a lot to share at the main program. That's Woman of Valor. Unfortunately, we couldn't talk to her after the event, but I guess this is a little bit of what you wanted to know about the actress who has graced our screens over the years and is still doing amazing when it comes to movies. Now, from one female entertainer to the other. Now, it's Wendy Shea. Wendy Shea is in the news. I know Wendy Shea has a new song with Raskuku. People are loving the vibe. I mean, the lyrics and the connection, everything that comes with it. But if you recall, should I say some weeks ago, we all heard news of a veteran musician KK Kabobo, who was not well, and his family members, people around him, were calling for support. We heard the likes of, big people donating some monies to him and all that. But Wendy Shea also paid a visit to KK Kabobo, and I remember so well, she gave an envelope, and she said it herself that the money in the envelope was 10,000 Ghana cedis. After the donation went viral, of course, social media, everybody saw the video and all that. But it looks like it didn't go well with Ghanaians. In fact, people have gone after her. And of course, she was sharing the experience with Andy Dosty and Daybreak Hits, and also spoke more about her music, how it's being scrutinized before it comes out.
I show our dear sister some love by streaming her songs. Share the link to your friends. She's got the visualizer on YouTube. I keep saying this is all we have. When musicians come, let's support them. Recently, you saw her supporting another musician. Let's not wait till she gets there. In these times...
I want to say something about that.
What? About the donation?
People were like, why did you take cameras? Why you take camera go? I was like... This is, I do a lot of donations off camera, I do a lot of, I give back to the society. But this particular, how do you call it? Gesture was different because I was actually calling on people to help, to come to his aid. And because, it's actually sad to see legends like that. Our legends have to face such challenges, because at that time they didn't have that royalty structure that we, the newbies, we are actually enjoying. So it was actually to bring awareness.
I mean, if I forgo despite the little, despite the little contribution I did, I still have to go there.
It's very much appreciated. I mean, he still needs fun.
Stepping out on the streets by yourself, it's too dangerous. Charlie, it's too dangerous. Yeah. And you also cannot stay in your bed if you want to chop. You want to chop, yeah. Too many vultures, too many killers, too many haters, too many snitches, backbiters, too many demons, yeah. Yeah, what you say, oh yeah, what I'm for no. But no one I'll call with you, Sam. And see a job, and need them so. I need an angel to watch over me. The street is too cold. As I step out to grind. If I die before I get rich, I pray my soul out to keep. Holy Father, I left left home to feed home. Maya and Konam are they alone?
Look through and say.
Of course, whenever I do my music, like I said, actually, Bullet has also played a fundamental role in me, you know, in my writing skills, because he actually helped me hone that talent. And so I always go to him to scrutinize and inspect and everything. And, those big labels we have, in Ghana is one artist does so much. Actually, after writing the song, you give it to somebody to arrange the songs for you. The arrangement of the song can take the song to another level. That's somebody's job.
That's
just
right.
watch where we arrange. I think the chorus should come here. I think this and that. But I think we need to shed more light on these things so that our people can understand that it is a big job on its own. And as an artist, if you feel you can do everything, then I feel like you should play your own beat. So if you feel bad that people write your songs for you. But I mean, it's a division of labor. You cannot do everything by yourself. You understand?
Right, so that was Wendy Shea sharing her story. I don't know why when she does something, it's a problem for some Ghanaians. It's like it's never nice to them. But in all, I know she's doing some good music. Of course, we need to support her as well. And for those of you who still want to support musician KK Kabobo, I think you can go all out to do that as well. Well, moving from there, we're moving straight to Abeku Sego. Abeku Sego is a veteran Ghanaian actor. He's been doing this for years. He has a lot of experiences, and he's taken up offices with regards to the movie industry. Now, he was on Showbiz A to Z with Kwame Datsi, and it will amaze you. I mean, we still watch Nigerian movies. We get all excited about it. But have you also asked yourself how they started doing their movies? Well, veteran actor Abeku Segu says that they actually came to learn film production from Ghana, and they have since been doing well till now. So the question is, what happened to our movies? Let's listen to Abeku Segu on that.
The Nigerians came studying from us. When I did my first film, Nemesis,
okay,
we shot at Kokrobite.
Which year was this?
This was 94, 95.
Wow.
There were two Nigerians, Zakoji, and another guy. I've tried to remember. I come back as for Zach. I remember him well because we related very well later. Every morning, by the time we got to Kokrobite, they were there. Because those days we used to gather, board a bus, and then go to the location. By the time we got there around 9 o'clock, Zach and his friend were sitting down waiting for us.
Wow.
When the Nigerian film started coming in, we heard the noise, and they couldn't control generators and all that. At that time, we had mastered our sound to some extent. Even the if you like the untrained producer had even mastered their sound. Nigerian, you could hear the generator, all that. But they took it seriously.
Wow.
They took it seriously. Their governments came in at a point.
So
Live from the studios of JoyNews, this is Business Live. Coming up tonight, Talo Oil indicates preparedness to engage government in resolving almost $400 million tax charge despite expected ruling by an international court from middle of this year. Also in this bulletin, Ghana cedi regained some stability against the US dollar last week, preserving its year-to-date loss to about 6.35%. Plus, businesses have been urged to lobby for industry-specific policies to enhance trade. We'll hear from senior partner of AB and David Africa, David Ufosudote.
Government policies just don't happen. They are lobbied for. And I was encouraging the Ghanaian business community to come together for their own strategic interest to lobby for specific policies instead of waiting to hear those policies in the budget.
We have details of these and many others lined up for you. Please be my guest. Thanks so much for your time. Let's now zoom into our very first story. Oil exploration firm Tullow has indicated its preparedness to engage government in resolving almost 400 million tax charge by the Ghana Revenue Authority. This was captured in Tullow's annual report to investors. More from George Yafe.
For some, the move can be described as interesting, especially when Tullow Oil is expecting a ruling on this issue from June this year. This was after it first took the case to an international court in London for an arbitration, following the almost $400 million tax charge on their operations from 2016 to 2020. The London court is expected to give its ruling from June this year, but Tullow Oil in this report to investors has indicated that despite this case being in court, they are willing to continue engaging the government on this issue. It is not clear for now whether the oil exploration firm is now open to some settlement or still go ahead and push for a ruling on this tax dispute case. For some, this has left a lot of questions than answers. The Ghana Revenue Authority, on the other hand, has also maintained that it is committed to seeing an end to this case. This because there is no basis for Tullow to reject their work or assessment on taxes they are supposed to pay to the state. Others have also argued that the ruling from June this year may influence the direction for other oil exploration firms that are currently contesting the Ghana Revenue Authority when it comes to their tax assessment on the operations in the country.
Meanwhile, Group Chief Executive of Tullow Oil, Rahudie, has justified their decision to go ahead to resolve the tax charge dispute with government, despite expected ruling from the middle of this year. Now, we are assured that they will push ahead for this engagement.
Firstly, timing-wise, I think it's going to be sometime in the kind of, mid to second half of the year. I couldn't give you a more precise time frame on that. I think you said rightly, it's quite a landmark thing because it's roughly half of the kind of Ghana contingent sort of tax, liability. We're pretty confident about we're confident about the position that we have and hopefully the outcome. The way we see it is that a good outcome on that certainly kind of helps kind of de-risk that whole kind of contingent liability. I think it gives a good platform certainly for us to continue to engage with the government to address what is left. That's kind of the way I would think about it.
Let's explore this further. Joining me via Zoom to do that is energy strategist and CEO of Eureka Energy Solutions, Dr. Suleiman Yusuf. Thanks so much, sir, and good to see you here on Business Live. First off, what do you make of this development hearing from Tullow now?
Yeah, thank you very much, Pius. Good afternoon to you or evening to you and your cherished listeners in Ghana and across the globe. It's good to have me again, once again. Thanks. Indeed, I see this as very welcoming, Pius, to say the least. in the first place, I had kicked against taking this to that extent. I thought this issue could have resolved, amicably between the two parties. Whilst I think Ghana government, let's say GRA, shouldn't leave a chance to let anybody go scot-free with respect to their tax obligations, I also thought tallow is key to our upstream portfolio. And so I don't like any wrangling, especially it came within the space of the time where we had almost all our upstream players struggling with one way or the other. You do remember ENI also, they were also struggling with a kind of unitization issues with, Springfield. And so the argument of all this that I felt that time, that it wasn't that necessary to take it to the international arbitration. However, it's also still bothers to the fact that, other players will see it as a form that in Ghana, when you have dispute, there is amicable way of resolving it. But I think if they are resolving locally, like they are now championing, it will have been very, very good for the two parties than taking it international. Now, why do you think they take these steps? There are a couple of reasons. I always tell you that if you notice tallow and their portfolio within the continent, Uganda, Gabon, even in Guyana, up in the Americas, if you observe their portfolio, Ghana has been their productive asset. So Ghana partnership with tallow, it is a win-win situation. We cannot afford to lose tallow, neither can tallow afford to lose Ghana. So I feel that kind of partnership, and if you look at our production portfolio, as we speak, Ghana will struggle over the last decade, to cross, let's say, to cross 200,000 barrels of oil per stream day. When oil price around $80 per barrel, would have been expecting that we should have been able to churn out maximum within, into our production portfolio. But that's not the case. We are struggling here. If you notice, tallow posts some losses about $100 million plus. Well, one of it was also due to problems within Ghana. So I want to say that this issue, I welcome it so much. And I pray and hope that tallow should resolve it locally with our Ghanaian partners, then, resolving to the external parties to resolve it. Other than that, I think it doesn't bother well.
The good thing is that we are learning that in the middle of this year, we will see a ruling or hear a ruling on that matter. But are you worried, or will you say you will be worried if this doesn't go well for both parties? And really, for Ghana, how will that affect our relations with tallow oil?
Yeah, so it's not only tallow oil, we are looking beyond. We are looking at within a space that is very, very competitive, a space that we need investment, a space that, since we started producing oil, we haven't had any field coming up. If you remember, the field that was supposed to be promising, at the last minute, it vanished into thin air. I'm talking about ExxonMobil. We actually need a third force. A fourth force. When I say third force, we have two fields here. We have tallow 1 and EN. I know we have 3 fields. And tallow fields is the grand jewel for Ghana production. Had it not been the coming of, GNC, Jubilee South East Field, that helped to catapult our production back to 150,000 barrels per oil per day. We were now far below 150,000 barrels per day. So all this, if it's resolved locally, like I mentioned, it sent a very positive signal that investors can still have confidence in Ghana upstream and come to invest. And we need investors to come within the space. And also, I'm saying that it's very crucial because, there's competing investment between the world of carbon and that of renewables. And so that competition is very tight. And we have capital discipline. I've always called for the fact that tallow has to move away from a bit of capital discipline to massive investment. And so all these, factors will play into the tallow being able to invest more, and even other players, having confidence to invest in Ghana. So yes, resolving it locally is going to be a win-win situation, for Ghana as a nation. We don't look at the tax that we're going to get. No, I wish that Ghana would get a tax, and it shouldn't be anything. But I don't want us to use about $400 million a dispute between two parties, critical player like tallow, and to lose maybe a huge other investment that is coming into the portfolio. But like I mentioned, I support every action that is geared towards getting whatever is due to Ghana, but not to the detriment of losing a critical player. So I believe the players know very well this things are taken out. It's going to be a lose. It's going to be a win-win situation when we resolve it locally for tallow as our player and the host nation Ghana.
You are looking at a win-win situation for both parties. But again, I find this interesting. In another breath, the Talo is basically saying, okay, I want to engage government on some of these issues. And in another breath, it's in court. So really, how do we reconcile the two?
Yeah, so you're right. It's very difficult to reconcile. I mean, the two. But I feel that they've seen what I'm talking about. And if you have a chance to read, to follow their annual reports, look at all their assets. Talk about Kenya. Kenya was one of the promising, but at the last minute, a JV partner pulled out. That delayed the FID, a financial investment plan or whatever into the field. If you look at Uganda, nothing is happening. Guyana, there's heat dry hole. So Ghana has been undoubtedly. So Talo knows this very well. And Ghana government also knows that very well. Without Talo, we don't have upstream, I can tell you on authority. Talo also knows that without Ghana, they don't have, portfolio. So in all this, I think Talo they don't want to do any miscalculation. So I even think that had it not been the fact that it's just coming to give the ruling, they could have pulled out the case and resolve it locally and resolve it between the partners. So yes, resolving it locally because the stakes are very high is the way to go, undoubtedly. And the two players know that. The whole nation Ghana knows that, and Talo Ghana also knows that.
I want to know this, Mr. Yusuf Suleiman. Now, in our attempts to attract more FDIs into the oil sector, could this development hurt Ghana?
Yeah, definitely, definitely. That's why I didn't want it to go to the international terrain. I said we need the money, but we need to tread cautiously, just not to send wrong signals to the international space that Ghana is going after their investors. We don't have to let that. We don't have to let it look that way. And I believe that, like I said, the players know that. So the high time we resolve this amicably between these two players, the better. Other than that, the supposed wrong signals are there, and I'm just telling you that there is capital display in the international space with respect to investment to the world of hydrocarbon. You will need to do a lot more to get people to invest into the portfolio because the stakes are simply too high, and it's not bottoming well.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Yusuf Suleiman. We are indeed grateful for your time speaking to us on the back of Talo and, of course, Ghana in that international arbitration matter there. Let's move away from that and do this story. The Ghana cedi regained some stability against the US dollar last week, preserving its year-to-date loss to about 6.35%, following the approval of the $300 million facility from the World Bank by Parliament last Friday. Market watchers and analysts are projecting stability for the local unit in the near term. More in this report.
After a difficult period in the past 2 weeks, the cedi regained its footing as it firmed against the major trading currencies. Although corporate demand exerted some pressure on the local currency, the Bank of Ghana's marginal $17 million market intervention helped hold the cedi steady. As a result, it advanced by 0.93% and 1.43% week on week versus the pound and the euro, but remained unchanged against the dollar at a mid-rate of 13 cedis to $1 on the retail market. Looking ahead, analysts perceive some stability for the local unit in the short term. This is because of the $300 million World Bank facility, which is intended to facilitate the restoration of fiscal stability, promote financial sector stability, stimulate private sector development, among others. Its imminent disbursement is expected to improve liquidity and strengthen the intervention capacity of the central bank.
One of our headline stories, senior partner of AB and David Africa, David Ofosudote, has urged Ghanaian businesses to push for effective policies which will enhance the operations. He spoke to JoyBusiness on the sidelines of Standard Chartered Bank's Future of Trade report on the African Continental Free Trade Area in Accra.
Policies just don't happen. They are lobbied for. And I was encouraging the Ghanaian business community to come together for their own strategic interest to lobby for specific policies instead of waiting to hear those policies in the budget. I'm aware of how the policy process making takes place, and I see, and this is something I've said over and over, I see businesses more waiting to receive policies than pushing for specific policies, and I think we should do much better at the business sector. The banks are doing well in the midst of all the challenges that we have, the DDEP, etc., etc. But if we are talking about AFTA and we are talking about an integrating continent, it may be helpful if banks beginning to also fashion, let me call it, after specific facilities. So it's not a question of, yes, I will help you with export, but I'll help you with export with specific sector if you meet X, Y, Z. That then guides businesses in terms of preparing themselves to be able to meet the requirements of the facility that the banks will be rolling out. And banks can do this alongside DFIs and other and governments in this regard.
You're still watching Business Life. We've got more stories for you after this break.
Across Africa, a new era has begun, shifting our focus to a new horizon, connecting us with one purpose: to create and share opportunities to grow. Today, we are making a brighter tomorrow, built by our dreams and our energy. Across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future. A Pan-African future. Together. EcoBank. A better way, a better Africa.
Hello, welcome back to Business Life. A recent report by globalpetrolprices.com ranks Ghana as the 10th African country with the most affordable fuel prices in March 2024. On a global scale, Ghana sits at 39th position for the cheapest fuel cost. More in this report. I apologize for that. We shall bring you that story subsequently. But let's move on to some other stories. Some farmers cultivating staple crops at Kintampo in the Bono East region say the extensive manual labor and use of rudimentary tools in farming limit the skill and quality of their yields. They are compelled to stick to the slow and inefficient approaches of farming, which are difficult to sustain due to lack of mechanized farming equipment and resources. There is more in this report. Now, international tech company Yango has organized the maiden edition of its Women in Transport conference to empower and inspire women in the transport and ride-hailing business in Ghana as part of activities to mark this year's International Women's Day celebration. There is more in the following report.
The conference was to appreciate the resilience, innovation, and contribution of women who navigate the roads and continue to shape the future of the transportation industry, whilst equipping them with the right skill set to enable them to succeed in their chosen profession. It assembled some of the finest women achievers in the transport industry to share their journey and success stories as role models in the business to motivate and inspire other existing and upcoming women seeking to enter the digital mobility business. International Call Center Coordinator for Yango Ghana, Ms. Audrey Ako-Addo, told journalists that the two activities was to inspire inclusion in the transport sector and to give back to society.
So today, Yango organized Women in Transportation Conference, where we invited women from different walks of life We also had our partners, our female partners, our female couriers, and our female drivers coming together in one space, hoping to inspire them to create awareness about the good work they're doing with Yango technology, and also hoping to get more women to come on board as we commemorate International Women's Day 2024. We had lots of surprises and goodies for the drivers, not just to reward them for the good work they're doing, but also to say a little thank you. We had different gifts in terms of fuel vouchers, in terms of Yango branded items, and many more.
Yango also cleared the bills of about 20 female patients in the maternity and orthopedic wards of the Kolebu Teaching Hospital. The beneficiaries had been kept at the hospital for several weeks after delivery and treatment due to the inability to pay off their medical bills.
It's a fully packed day. This is just the beginning. The Women's Conference was just the start of the day. We also have several other planned activities. From here, we'll be moving to Kolebu Teaching Hospital, where we'll be visiting the orthopedic center. We also want to give back to society in as much as we're a business. So we're going there to release some females who had been on admission but were not able to pay their bills. Yango, as a company, has decided to foot those bills, take care of everything, and help these women to go home to their families.
All right, so let's go back to our earlier story where a recent report by globalpetrolprices.com has ranked Ghana as the 10th African country with the most affordable fuel prices in March 2024.
Currently, petrol prices in Ghana range from 12 Ghana cedis and 2 pesos to 13 Ghana cedis, 29 pesos per litre, while diesel falls between 13 Ghana cedis, 21 pesos and 14 Ghana cedis, 60 pesos per litre. This represents an increase from previous rates. According to globalpetrolprice.com, the average price of fuel, which is 13 Ghana cedis and 3 pesos, is cheaper than the global average of 30 cents per litre. The importance of low fuel price cannot be overstated, particularly in countries with low income levels. Low gasoline prices have an impact on many facets of the global economy. They empower consumers and companies and shape the market while ensuring that an economy can function smoothly. With this reason, governments work to keep the price of fuel somehow low. It is explained that Ghana's ranking as the 10th cheaper fuel provider in Africa offers a double-edged sword, stressing that while consumers and some businesses benefit, the petroleum sector might face challenges. By adopting strategic approaches to efficiency, tax diversification, and infrastructure development, Ghana can mitigate potential downsides and leverage this ranking to create a win-win situation for all stakeholders.
Now, the entry of Telecom into the Ghanaian market will endanger innovation in the digital and mobile financial services. This is an assurance from the Chief Executive of Telecom Ghana, Patricia Obunai. According to her, Telecom is committed to invest heavily to be at par or overtake the market leaders in the telecom industry. Ms. Obunai spoke to JoyBusiness at a mega launch of Telecom in Accra following a smooth transition process from Vodafone.
Cell acquired 70% shares from Ghana Telecom after Vodafone announced its intention to exit Ghana's telecom market. The transition process has gone on for about a year to enable all parties, including the government of Ghana and Parliament, to approve the deal for the takeover without any challenges. After a successful transition, Telecom is assuring of some digital innovation and initiatives to promote financial inclusion. Chief Executive of Telecom Ghana, Patricia Obunai, explains.
We have announced our brand promise that they are going to see an experience that is very different in our network, in the way we deliver service to our customers, and also importantly, the mobile financial services. There will be a lot of digital innovations that will come up, and so we announced our app called the Telecom Play that everybody should download it. And over the period, you begin to see the changes that will happen, especially in the financial services.
Chief Executive of Telecom Group, Mo Damush, assured of the necessary investment in the long term to make the network more attractive.
We have acquired the company last year, although we have launched the brand today, and today Vodafone Ghana has become Telecom Ghana, but we've been in the country since 1 year. Let me give you a small example on what we have done in the first year, even before rebranding. we have expanded the 4G network by 500 sites within 1 year. That's the largest expansion in the history of the company within a short period of time. We have increased our retail shops from 30 shops to 150 shops within that year. So that momentum will continue, and I promise you that this momentum this year will be much faster and will continue for the coming time. We are dedicated for this country. This operation and Ghana operation is our flagship, and it will continue to be, and that's why it will have our dedication, it will have our, and we have a determination to succeed and to make it a strong number 2, our number 1 player in the country.
The mega launch is part of the ultimate phase in the evolution of the telecommunication network.
And that's it for the bulletin. I am Pius Kojo Baka. For more stories, do log on to myjoyonline.com/business for all the business news you need to know in Ghana and beyond. See you same time tomorrow. I leave you with international business.
Well, many thanks for joining us. You're watching Focus on Africa. I'm Wahiga Mwaura. The deployment of Kenyan police to Haiti has been suspended after the Haitian Prime Minister Ariel Henry announced his resignation. Well, his decision to go comes a day after an emergency meeting was held in Jamaica to discuss this crisis in Haiti. A transitional council is said to be formed in the Caribbean nation. The exact timeline of the Prime Minister's departure from office has not yet been made public. Well, the country has been beset by multi-dimensional problems for decades. Most recently, this includes a security crisis and lawlessness in recent weeks. Heavily armed gangs dominate large parts of the country, and the rule of law has broken down. Meanwhile, the humanitarian situation has worsened. The United Nations World Food Programme estimates that nearly 1.5 million people in the Haitian capital alone face famine-like conditions. Washington offered an additional $100 million for a United Nations-backed force to stabilize the country. In addition, another $30 million was being readied for humanitarian assistance. However, it remains unclear how and when this funding will be distributed. Well, we are now joined in studio also for further analysis on this. All right, but before we get to that, we have a piece here by our own Will Ross.
Haiti is in freefall towards total anarchy. The past few days have seen a relentless escalation of violence as gunmen roam the streets, firing on police and attacking government buildings. The situation was already at breaking point. Gangs opposed to the country's unelected Prime Minister, Ariel Henry, have rained bullets on the international airport, closing it down. When he attempted to return to Haiti last week, his plane was turned away. In his absence, gangs now control more than 80% of the capital. Police stations a particular target. There are growing fears of an exodus. Millions of Haitians now face famine, a humanitarian emergency on top of the breakdown in law and order. A lucky few did manage to get out. US military personnel airlifted its non-essential embassy staff to safety. Meanwhile, the situation in the General Hospital in Port-au-Prince is especially dire. A dead body lies near patients waiting in vain for treatment, rapidly decomposing in the Caribbean heat. Except for the patients, the hospital is abandoned. There are no doctors. They all fled last week, said this patient. We hear the explosions and gunfire outside, but we must have courage and stay here. Others have no choice but to take their chances amid the violence and chaos.
I've got 3 kids. I'm their mother and their father. Gunmen came here and stole all our money. But when you have 3 mouths to feed, what can you do?
The anxiety is killing me. What if I get shot dead? Who will take care of my children then?
With no sign of an end to the crisis in sight, Haiti is now perilously close to becoming a failed state. Will Grant, BBC News.
Well, to get the latest, I'm now joined by the BBC security correspondent Ian Wafula here with us in studio. Ian, thanks for your time on this. What's the Kenyan government's reaction been to the resignation of the Haitian Prime Minister?
Well, thanks for having me, Wahiga. Earlier today, I spoke to the Principal Secretary within the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and that is Korir Singwe. And basically, he said that following the resignation of the Haitian Prime Minister, Ariel Henry, circumstances have changed. And I'm just going to read out part of our conversation. And he literally said that without a political administration in place, that is in Haiti, there is no anchor in which the deployment can rest. Basically, the legality of the deal that was signed between Kenya and Haiti can no longer stand because it was signed at the time when Prime Minister Ariel Henry was technically in office. And so this has now changed the situation, and therefore he did confirm that their deployment is on hold. It does not mean that they've called it off, it's just on hold up until transitional government is put in place, after which then Kenya can then review what this deal now means.
I mean, I know Kenyans had been told that the deployment would happen anytime soon. Has there been any reaction to that pause by the Kenyan government?
Yeah, for quite a number of Kenyans, this particular announcement comes as a validation to their concerns that one, how did Kenya sign a deal with a prime minister who was not, so to say, rightfully elected? Because you remember that Prime Minister Ariel Henry came into office in 2021 after the assassination of Jovenel Moise, the president at the time. There was also the concern about, the fact that if a prime minister cannot go back to his own country, how can Kenyan officers actually go there? And this is in reference to the fact that Prime Minister Ariel Henry could not go back to Haiti when he had come to Kenya for the visit following a rise in violence, and gangs took to the streets and even attacked some of the top prisons and freed about 4,000 inmates. Yeah.
Well, you've been speaking with some of the Kenyan police who are part of the contingent that were to be deployed to Haiti. What are they saying? What are the latest lines to you on that?
Well, a number of them. I think my source said about 27 of them had actually pulled up. This number could be higher. I just could not personally verify this. But they said that they had opted out of this mission because of the fear for their life, just because of the latest incidents that we have seen in Haiti and how the gangs have taken to the streets, and obviously the threats that they have made public. Initially, when this announcement was made, the Kenyan police officers seemed to be quite excited. Most of them actually signed up for this deployment. Remember that they had been asked to apply just like any other job advert, so they can go and kind of fight gang violence in Haiti.
I mean, if you can very briefly, do we have any sense of the timelines of the exit of the Prime Minister and his team and the setup of that transitional government?
I think it's still too early to speak, and it's a matter of wait and see. We shall keep following what happens within the Caribbean community, that is the countries that are around Haiti, as well as involved parties like the US.
Okay, and any sense on, very briefly, we're going to have to leave it there. Ian Wafula, thank you so much, our security correspondent. We are out of time. Thank you for your thoughts on this. And now to Sudan, where the UN Humanitarian Office reports that 8.1 million people have been forcibly displaced, with tens of thousands killed in the country. Now, the fighting has ravaged the country's infrastructure and crippled its economy. The UN Security Council has called for a ceasefire in Sudan to coincide with the Muslim holy month of Ramadan, allowing aid to reach 25 million people who are in desperate need of food.
The fighting there must end for the sake of the Sudanese people who face hunger, horrors, and untold hardships. In Gaza, in Sudan, and beyond, it's time for peace. I call on political, religious, and community leaders everywhere to do everything in their power to make this holy period a time for empathy, action, and peace.
The United Nations Secretary General there with that message. And as the holy month of Ramadan begins, more than 600 million people in Muslim majority countries do not have enough food. About 1/3 of these, over 200 million people, are suffering from severe hunger and undernutrition. Extreme weather events such as drought or floods have pushed millions into hunger. Now in Somalia, around 25% of the population is already experiencing crisis levels of hunger. And almost a year on from the war in Sudan, the conflict has left nearly half the population, that's 17.7 million people, facing crisis levels of food insecurity. While the fighting has forced millions of people from their homes and restricted humanitarian aid. Meanwhile, the Sudanese army says it's captured the state radio and TV broadcast building in Omdurman, following heavy fighting with the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces overnight. Talks between the two sides currently remain at an impasse, despite various international attempts at mediation. Okay, joining me now to discuss this further is Khulud Khair, who's a Sudanese political analyst and the founding director of Confluence Advisory, a think and do tank based in Khartoum. Khulud, thank you so much for your time on this and for joining us on Focus on Africa. So the UN's call for a Ramadan ceasefire has been rejected. Are we at an impasse? Also, can you see some light in terms of a path towards negotiation and a breakthrough?
Frankly speaking, not at the moment. I mean, it was incredibly naive to think that SAF,
the Sudanese armed forces would settle for a ceasefire when they've actually finally gained some momentum 10 months on in this conflict. And as you say, they've recently taken over the Sudan Broadcasting Channel headquarters, which is a symbolic move more than it is a massive territorial gain. But it still implies that they will not be in any position to succumb to any or abide by any ceasefire. The same can also be said for the other side, the Rapid Support Forces, who we're told are in the process of launching a counteroffensive sometime soon.
Well, Holud, what do you make of reports that the former Prime Minister Hamdok has said that Egypt is ready to host both sides, hold talks between these two generals, and that they welcomed it? Do you think this would happen? And what would you make of that if it did take place?
Well, Egypt has good connections to the Sudanese armed forces. It has done for over 100 years. It doesn't have the same same kind of relationship with the Rapid Support Forces. So it's unclear yet how they'll be able to get them to come to the table. But this isn't the first initiative that Egypt has committed to. It had set up the Neighboring Countries Initiative earlier last year, and there too nothing came of it. And this is because there is a piece-by-piece approach to the mediation. We recently had Turkey and Libya may also have thrown their hat in the ring when it comes to mediation. So that makes it about 6 or 7 different mediation pathways that without any coherence, without any coalescence, have absolutely no chance by themselves of getting the warring parties to commit to any ceasefire or any cessation of hostilities.
Because that's what I was actually going to ask you. What do you think has been the biggest weakness in all these mediation efforts?
Well, they do different things and not in a coordinated way. It wouldn't be a problem if, for example, Egypt said, we will look towards the issue of humanitarian access because we're engaging the regional countries. And then, for example, the Jeddah platform convened by the Saudis and Americans would focus purely on ceasefire, and then IGAD or the AU would look at the political dispensation and then to come together and make something coherent out of that. We don't have that at the moment. It's all very fragmented, and it allows the belligerents to take advantage of that, effectively playing off the different mediation strands against each other and then buying themselves time in order to prosecute this war on the battlefield.
I mean, Holud, if you can very briefly, since you mentioned the U.S., their special envoy to Sudan is in the region visiting several countries. What sort of message do you hope they'll pass across to these countries that have played a key role in several mediation attempts in Sudan?
Well, there's a lot of hope that the special envoy, Tom Perriello, can bring together some of these disparate strands of mediation. But actually, his first trip to Kampala is a very significant break away from the US's policy approach so far. Kampala hosts a lot of civil society actors, pro-democracy actors that are not part of the elite groupings. And so this is a good way of sort of cementing the fact that there is a new approach to this that will hopefully inspire some in the region to support that new approach.
Well, we'll just have to wait and see how that plays out. Holud here, thank you so much for joining us on the program, a Sudanese political analyst and the founding director of Confluence Advisory on Focus on Africa. And still to come on the program, the Egyptian pound is worth only a third of what it was 2 years ago. But what impact has the economic crisis had on students?
News is important. It's the only way you get to know the things that happen around you.
what affects you today and the future. At JoyNews, we have reporters scattered around the country who tell us about the communities they live in, the people and their stories. The key part of our job here at JoyNews is to make clearer the muffled voices in every part of society. We shine light on the issues. My name is Aisha Ibrahim, and this is JoyNews, independent.
Agreement. Now, that was a deal signed in South Africa in 2022 designed to address power sharing, regional autonomy, and the control of resources. However, 16 months later, the African Union has called for this meeting to solidify the fragile peace that holds in Tigray, where authorities have accused the central government of going back on some of its promises. Hundreds of thousands of people lost their lives in a 2-year war after months of feuding between the regional and national governments. All right, I'm now joined by Abdurrahman Syed, who's the Horn of Africa Affairs Analyst and a Director of the Horn of Africa Center for Regional Integration, to talk more on this. Abdurrahman, thank you for your time on this. 16 months or so since that Pretoria Peace Pact was signed, what do you think has been the biggest challenge to its implementation?
I think the biggest challenge starts from the signatories of the Pretoria Agreement, which did not include all the stakeholders in Ethiopia, primarily maybe the Amhara stakeholders should have been on that agreement, but they were not. They were excluded. And that makes it even more difficult because the areas that is contested now between the Amhara and the Tigrayans is still under the control of the Amhara. And the Amhara region now is at war with the federal government. So whatever agreement that was signed there in terms of reinstating the regional authority in some areas of Tigray prior to the war, that was not possible now. It hasn't been possible because A, on the ground, the Ethiopian federal government has no control, and B, the Amharas were never party to that Pretoria Agreement. The third issue is another actor in the Ethiopian conflict was the Eritrean government. And clearly the Eritrean government has some suspicions and fears about the Tigrayan authorities. And the western region of, northwestern region of Ethiopia, or Tigray, is quite sensitive as it links the Tigray region with the Sudan, where they can get supplies to revive their strengths. So there are some issues that does not really take into concern the other stakeholders in this issue, in the conflict.
Abdurrahman, if I can jump in, do you think the African Union has what it takes to bring this impasse to an end with some of those factors that you've mentioned?
I think the African Union's role can only be a facilitator's role, but they cannot really enforce or impose anything. And that's, I think, what has been also said by the chairman of the African Union when he said really the main decision makers are the parties at conflict. I don't think they can go beyond that. The Americans probably can play a major role because they do have the economic and diplomatic and political power that they can use to put pressure on the conflicting parties. However, excluding the other parties, the Amhara and the Eritreans, may not help a lot. I know Eritrea is a foreign or a different country to Ethiopia, but still it has a border with the conflicting areas or regions. So Eritrean views on these ones should also be taken on board if you're to achieve a lasting cessation of the hostilities. Beyond that, there's also the issue of trust between the federal government and the Tigrayans. The federal government might want the Tigrayans now to keep quiet until they can regain their strengths and so on. And the same could be said about the Tigrayan authorities. They also want to, regain their strengths so they can reclaim any territories they've lost over the last year.
Abdurrahman, if you can very briefly, to unlock this deadlock, what needs to happen next? Very briefly on that.
I think the best options or outcome of the meeting from Addis Ababa could be to achieve the two conflicting parties, they do not go to war. So that's the first thing. And second, to understand also the difficult situation and the need to involve the other parties who are not party to the Pretoria Agreement and then keep the board open to all of them. Otherwise, it will be very difficult for those two sides on their own to implement the peace agreement.
Abdurrahman Syed, thank you so much for your analysis on this. A Horn of Africa Affairs analyst. Now, Egyptian students studying abroad are having to halt their studies due to a shortage in foreign currency. The Egyptian pound continues to plunge and is now worth only a third of what it was 2 years ago, resulting in high commodity prices. With priority being placed on essential goods, students are struggling to pay their tuition fees. Esther Kahumbi now reports.
Economists say this could be Egypt's worst economic crisis in decades. The Egyptian pound has lost almost 70% of its value over the last 2 years. A litre of milk that cost 15 Egyptian pounds 2 years ago is now selling for 50 Egyptian pounds. And Egyptians like Aya Al-Bakheri are feeling the impact from all angles. She's based in Egypt, but she's an online student at a UK university, so she's paying UK fees in British currency.
When restrictions on a foreign currency transaction were imposed, all the websites I used to pay through were blocked. Also, there was a tight limit on credit cards and a significant gap in the pound-sterling exchange rate between a bank and a black market.
Egyptian government restrictions meant that Aya was limited on what she could convert into UK money, and so she could not pay her fees and was forced to scrap her plans to study psychiatry abroad.
I was asking Egyptians living in the UK willing to give me British pounds, and I'll send them out in Egyptian pounds to their families here in Egypt. But when the crisis worsened, because of currency fluctuation, no one wanted to take the money in Egyptian pounds.
Though the restrictions have now been lifted, the priority will be for strategic commodities like food and fuel. There's still a shortage of US dollars and euro. Egypt is highly dependent on imports for food and energy. 66% of its wheat consumption is from imports, according to the Food Agriculture Organization. Therefore, a weak pound and a lack of dollars makes life extremely difficult. A new deal with the International Monetary Fund is expected to stabilize things, but it could be long before the cost of living goes down.
Solutions must be inclusive. The government has to reduce its spending and put a pause on new projects. The money should be directed to debt repayments and providing the market with foreign currency needed.
Egypt's financial problems have been made worse by shipping disruptions in the Red Sea. Egypt's revenue from the Suez Canal has been cut by nearly half. Commercial ships are avoiding the region because of attacks from the Iranian-backed Houthi militia. And payments back home made by Egyptians living abroad also dropped by 30% in 2023, according to the government figures. But Egypt is not alone. Some of Africa's biggest economies like Kenya, Nigeria, and Ghana are also facing a foreign currency shortage. It comes at an acute time for these nations as they are all facing a cost of living crisis. Esther Kahumbi, BBC.
And now for a reminder of today's top story. The deployment of Kenyan police to Haiti has been suspended after the Haitian Prime Minister announced his resignation. His decision to go comes a day after an emergency meeting was held in Jamaica to discuss the crisis in Haiti. A transitional council is said to be formed in the Caribbean nation. The exact timeline of the Prime Minister's departure from office has not yet been made public. And now, let's talk a little bit about the BBC Komla Dumor Award. It's now in its 9th year and is seeking the next rising star in Africa. Journalists from across the continent are invited to apply for this award, which aims to uncover and promote fresh talent from the continent. Well, the award was established to honor Komla Dumor, an exceptional Ghanaian broadcaster and presenter for BBC World News, who died suddenly, aged 41, a decade ago. Now, if you're successful, you'll spend 3 months at the BBC headquarters in London, gaining skills and experience. As well as receiving training, you'll have the opportunity to travel to a country in Africa to report on an original story that will broadcast to the BBC's global audiences. As a former recipient, I would urge you to be quick, as applications will close this Friday before midnight. Please visit the BBC website for more details, and all the best. And that's all from the program. Thanks for tuning in. From me, Wahiga Mwaura, and the rest of the Focus on Africa team, looking forward to seeing you tomorrow, and goodbye for now.
This Wednesday on the Joy Business Van, how startup Emmanuel Light Amwa is encouraging the patronage of the Ghanaian snack kuli kuli, adunle, or atipupui, depending on which part of the country you hail from.
So I remember I came home one weekend and I saw that my sister was doing kuli kuli, adunle, and then donuts, those local snacks. So I tasted the adunle and I said, oh, this thing tastes really nice, not like the local one that we know, but I think it's advanced. It tasted so good. So I took some to school to my roommate to taste, and they really loved it. And they were like, oh, Ella, how about you sell adunle in school? And I was like, hey, adunle dear is a local snack. How am I going to sell it in school? So I got the idea to go look for a nice paper pouch and then like this to do it.
But Ella has an even bigger dream.
And we want to be the major supplier of snacks in Ghana and beyond.
The Joy Business Van, this Wednesday on TV, radio, online and on ground. Powered by Joy Business and supported by EcoBank. A better way, a better Africa. And MTN, what are we doing today?
I'm Blessed Sogan. Welcome to this edition of Connect Africa. We're live on DSTV channel 421, GoTV channel 125, on all social media platforms and around the world at myjoyonline.com. We focus today on the European Union and the conflict situation in Burkina Faso, as well as the increasing cases of kidnapping in Nigeria. Stay tuned.
Authorities in Johannesburg have blamed the ongoing heat wave on the lack of water in some parts of the city for several weeks. The South African Weather Service have issued a warning of excessively high temperatures, with a peak expected on Wednesday. The Public Water Services provider says increased water consumption and lower reservoir levels are also fueling the city's ongoing water crisis. A Zimbabwean tour guide has been trampled to death by charging elephant at South Africa's Gondwana Private Game Reserve. David Kandela, 36, was leading a group of tourists when the tragedy happened. 8 children and 1 adult have been confirmed dead and 78 others hospitalized after eating sea turtle meat on Zanzibar's Pemba Island. Authorities in Zanzibar sent a disaster management team led by Hamza Hassan Juma, who urged people to avoid consuming sea turtles.
And now, the European Union says it is actively engaged in supporting the population of displaced persons who are moving away from the conflict situation in Burkina Faso. The West African nation is now taking the lead spot as the country with the worst impact from terrorism. The latest Global Terrorism Index shows Burkina Faso suffered the worst impact from extremism, with deaths increasing by some 68% despite attacks decreasing by some 17%. The fragile security situation is leading to the displacement of some people while creating a crisis at Ghana's northern borders. But the European Union says it is working to support the Burkinabe population suffering from this crisis. Well, I caught up with the EU's head of cooperation in Burkina Faso, Diego Escalona, and I sought to find out how differently the EU is working to resolve the effects of this crisis on the West African sub-region.
As I was saying, we've been partners for decades now on bilateral, let's say on the bilateral dimension of our relations with West Africa. So bilaterally, meaning in our cooperation with the countries, but also with the region as such, represented by WAEMO and ECOWAS. And I'm saying this because actually we increased for this multi-annual financial, let's say our financial cycles, the allocation provided to West Africa. And for what concerns regional cooperation, for the next period, it will be maintained. So factually, we have not only kept our cooperation with West Africa, and in particular with these 2 organizations, but we have increased it.
And it's good that you're bringing some of these issues up. There's a need for us to take a look at, for instance, the aspect of integration. ECOWAS, as we know it, is a regional body, same as the European Union. You've been in existence way longer than the ECOWAS sub-region. There is this concern that given the political situation in the likes of Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger, that disintegration is rather taking the step, or the stead, I should say, of integration in West Africa. What lessons are there really to learn from the European Union in its journey of regionalization or regionalism? And how do you situate that in the context of what's happening in West Africa? Well, the others should be learning from.
I think the European Union is probably worldwide the best example of regional integration. What we've done since the creation of the European Union is not because I'm an official of the European Union, but it's amazing. Yeah? The freedom of movement of person, of services, of goods, of finances, the freedom of mobility. We have a single currency. So this political union that we have created. So I think we are probably the best placed region in the world because of this regional integration process, but as well because of our proximity with the African continent and West Africa in particular. We've gone through these processes as well in the European Union. As you know, there was the Brexit that at the time was perceived as a major challenge. It was unfortunate, we believe, that the UK left, but at the end of the day, it's a decision of the United Kingdom. But we went through that process. Relations have been normalized with the country that has left. Before, there was a huge enlargement process that took place with the Central and Eastern European countries. There is ongoing talks about negotiations about the enlargement of the European Union with the Balkans and other countries. So yes, in this historical road towards regional integrations, there is always going to be plus and minuses. But based on that experience, you see that the benefit surpasses those challenges or the negative dimensions that might be at some stage. So we believe that this is the right path, and the European Union remains engaged with West Africa and to foster regional integration if it is a path decided by the countries.
Now I want us to talk about the elephant in the room, the situation as we have it in Burkina Faso. Of course, you operate there on behalf of the European Union. What are you able to tell us about, the commitments, the deliverables in terms of the kind of support you're giving to the country now that it finds itself in a very troubling state, as some would describe it?
Well, we've been engaged in Burkina Faso for almost 70 years. I think the European Union is one of the more resilient and reliable partners of Burkina Faso. We cooperate in a large spectrum of areas. Economically, we were mentioning the example of cacao, which is not so much the case of Burkina, but there are other value chains. So we are there on food security, in infrastructure, social sectors a lot, education and health and social protection. Given the particular difficult moment of the country, it is a significant part of our assistance is delivered through humanitarian assistance, to support, let's say, the most vulnerable populations, the internal displaced people, and the people that are in areas of the country directly affected by the conflict. And we will remain, if a message that I can pass is that we will remain engaged in Burkina Faso, supporting the people and the transition. As you know, we are amongst the international stakeholders that we believe that democracy and a constitutional order is the way to go. So we are there, present, to support the population and to facilitate this transition.
Now, countries such as Ghana, even as we speak, are beginning to, have a spillover effect of what's happening in the Sahel at our northern borders. We can talk about still again what's happening in Burkina Faso, where you have the humanitarian crisis of many people attempting to move, southwards towards the Ghanaian side, and it's creating a problem along our borders. How is the European Union coming through and also providing some level of assistance, looking at what's happening at our northern borders?
We are providing support, and let's say a significant part of our cooperation, like I was mentioning with this previous regional project that we're implementing through WAEMO, to work in the southern border of Burkina Faso, particularly the border with Ghana, to provide the means to the population to strengthen stability and precisely to avoid situations like the one you are describing. We are committed and remain committed. Basically, let's say in Africa and elsewhere, as you probably know, the framework of our intervention is a global gateway. So it is this offer to fill the gap in terms of investments that can contribute to the development of the continent in 5 major areas: transport, digital economy, the Green Deal, let's say the green dimension, as you know, education and health. To implement that, there is as well this willingness and this agreement between European Union and its member states to work in this Team Europe approach. So to try to work more and more jointly to create these economies of scales and to leverage as much funding as we can from public funding, like the organization I represent, the European Union, but also leveraging funds from the private sector and elsewhere to have more critical mass, because probably with development funds alone in grants we cannot do it, but leveraging private funding, the funding from development banks as well. And then we have our instruments, the NHIS that you can see here, which is, let's say, the main financial tool that we are using in West Africa, along with others, guarantees, blendings, let's say, so grants mixed with loans. These are the tools that we are using for that purpose. Europe has a genuine interest in the development of Africa and its economies, because at the end of the day it will be beneficial for the countries and for the European Union as well. So we have an interest in that, yeah, and it's in this direction that we are working. Yeah?
And of course, you can watch a playback of that conversation with Diego Escalona on all of our social media handles at JoyNews. Moving on, it is estimated that about 1,500 people have been abducted by gangs and also jihadists in Nigeria over the past decade. Thursday's kidnapping of 287 school children in Nigeria's northwest is said to be the latest mass kidnapping, yet authorities said at least 100 children aged 12 or younger were amongst those kidnapped. Let's listen to a mother whose 5 children are amongst the kidnapped, a father and also a schoolboy who managed to escape the captors.
My wife and I, we're devastated. We just couldn't fall asleep. The bandits arrived on motorcycles. They started shouting and then shooting. All the students ran away into the nearby bushes. One of the bandits chased after me as I ran, but I was able to get away from him. I looked around for a way to escape, and I was able to make it across the road and into the bushes. I came home from there.
These are sounds from the Associated Press and also our partners, DW, giving us that feed. We can now hear from the Vice President of Nigeria, who says government will leave no stone unturned in finding the kidnapped persons.
By what happened, and he has instructed the security agencies to leave no stone unturned until we return our kids back to their parents. He is in regular contact with the governor of Kaduna State. Today, so far, he has spoken with the governor 4 times. He has spoken with me 3 times about how far with the rescue of the kids. Leadership requires sacrifice. Leadership requires weathering the toughest of storms. He rests assured that the President is equal to the task. The very essence of the existence of government is to secure the lives and properties of the citizenry. He has tasked the entire security architecture in the country to go all out and get back our kids safely.
Videos there from our network at the African Independent Television. Unfortunately, we've been joined by Shola Jayeshemi, news editor at the African Independent Television, joining us live from Abuja now. And Shola, what's a good time, not necessarily in terms of what's happening in your country, to be talking to you, but we know that there are some reports indicating to us that in the northwestern part of Nigeria, that area is riddled with Islamic extremists, armed groups, thugs, if you may want to call them as such. And, many are not surprised about what's going on. Are they right?
Yes, thank you so much for having me on your show, Pleasant Soga. I'm sure you can hear me clearly.
Loud and clear.
What you've just said, what you've just said is actually happening in the northeast of this country. These criminals who were initially tagged bandits, but the former administration of President Buhari eventually, under severe pressure from Nigerians, eventually put out a presidential order and named them terrorists, which is what they are because of the level of activities they've engaged in. Next month, Blessed, it will mark 14 years, rather 10 good years, since the first set of major abduction of school children occurred in Nigeria. We all know the story about the Chibok girls who were kidnapped from that school, followed by the Dapchi girls a couple of years later. And now we're having this in the northwestern part of the country, Kaduna, Kuriga, that's the name of the town, in the Chikun local government area of the state. And we can see that this is something that is causing a lot of what I would call, I think I have some disconnect there. If you can still hear me
loud and clear. Shola, you were just making a point about what's happening there and what we see on the screen.
Okay, because I saw I was off the screen.
Sorry, you're still with us, yes.
Oh, beautiful, good. So let me just shoot. So basically, we can see the numbers of children who are in captivity in this latest incident, which occurred on Thursday morning, is about 287 in one fell swoop. So those are the students the authorities are looking for in Kaduna State. On Saturday morning at an Islamic school, not less than 15 students of that Islamic school were also taken. So at this moment, Nigeria is dealing with crises regarding two major abductions of school children, even those attending Western schools and those who are attending the Islamia schools. And from the latest we heard, because our correspondent in either of these two axes, in Sokoto and in Kaduna, but the ones in Kuriga, a village head said he got a message from the terrorists who say that the bandits have requested for trillions of naira, 11 utility vehicles, which is known as the Toyota Hilux, and about 40 motorcycles. Obviously, they need all of this to finance their terrorist activities. While for the students in Sokoto, a village head there has confirmed to authority, my colleague who covers that axis, that the villagers said the terrorists need 20 million naira. So it's ransom, kidnapping for ransom, clearly.
And the Vice President, Kashim Shettima, moving into the area himself and giving promises that the government will indeed deal with the situation. What's been the sort of reaction to the statement and assurances coming through from the government?
Well, like you saw in that video which you played, the parents are distraught. The parents are inconsolable. They want their kids back. Community leaders want these children back at home. But these are promises the authorities have made, because we've gotten in contact with the authorities as well as the military authorities who say they will not comment on their operation, that their own is to ensure these kids are gotten back home to their parents. So the optimism, the assurances are being given by the authorities, but for these parents, it's one too many for them. Looking at all that sorts of kidnappings which have occurred, that axis of this country is notorious for kidnapping. But why it's so loud now is because these are children who gathered for regular assembly, before the academic work begins on the day, and terrorists just walk in, surround the whole school, cut them away like as if they are, produce and all of that, alongside 4 of their teachers.
A very sad situation there, I can imagine, and of course we're waiting further pronouncements, maybe from the president himself, obviously, who's deployed his vice president to check out the situation there. Shola Jayashimi, editor of the African Independent Television, joining us. Just hold on for us, because I want to bring in now Dr. Kabir Adamu, who's a security expert with the Beacon Consulting Limited in Abuja, Nigeria. Thank you, sir, for spending some time with us here on Connect Africa. The point about what we're seeing now, not new to Nigeria, especially the parts where, of course, these incidents of extremism is being recorded. What can you say about the latest and the sort of response we're seeing from the federal government now?
Yeah, you're right. The occurrences of abduction in schools is not a new development. Just like Shola mentioned, over the last decade, we've witnessed several incidents where schools are being targeted. But the interesting thing is that it's not that the Nigerian government folded its arms. So far, 3 major policy initiatives have been introduced. I'll quickly mention them: the Safe School Initiative, the Safe School Declaration, and then in 2021, what in Nigeria we call the National Policy on Safe Schools. And the idea of all of this is to galvanize effort between all the stakeholders to ensure protection in schools. Now, sadly, what we haven't seen is the full implementation of all of these initiatives. Now, with regards to the most recent incident, the most alarming one is the abduction of over 200 kids in Kaduna. There are some glaring gaps that, frankly, should never have been. As an example, when the vice president mentioned that the president has been in conversation with him, Nigerians expected that perhaps an emergency center should have been set up where information will be reeled out to the parents, where information will be given to Nigerians and other interested parties. Till date, almost, I think, about 6 days after the incident, such a center has not been established. There has also been a very uncoordinated response effort in terms of, we know who these perpetrators are. It's very clear. These are bandits who are operating in ungoverned spaces. And these ungoverned spaces are forested parts that run between 5 states within Nigeria. And to an extent, also it straddles the neighboring Niger. And then you can extend it as far into some parts of West Africa as well. So that type of coordinated effort that would bring all of these subnational governments together will bring perhaps some of our neighboring countries together to ensure intelligence is shared about these groups and then to ensure that these kids are rescued. Unfortunately, we haven't seen it yet.
How different is the complexities surrounding this very latest attack is? What's the description for it, given the fact that you still have on the other side of the border Niger, as you're talking about, coming into the fore now, the fact that Nigeria does not have smooth diplomatic relations, so to speak, given the latest breakdown in talks over the recent military coup d'etat in Niger. That could, compromise the situation, perhaps escalate tension within the region, given the fact that these bandits could be in touch with the military regime in Niger. I'm just speculating. I don't know what your take is.
Okay, we shouldn't speculate, but there are some things that are very obvious. As an example, these are local groups. I don't want anyone to kid himself that they are foreigners. They are local groups. However, there may be foreign components to their operations. As an example, they are weaponry. It's very likely that those weaponries are coming through gun trafficking routes that straddle through countries within the West African sub-region and very possibly through the Niger. But these are long-established routes. It has nothing to do with the coup and the estranged relationship between the two countries. However, the possibility that these groups are exploiting gaps to perpetrate what they're doing is also very, very apparent. Aside from that, an industry has emerged locally that is supporting these groups. The current socio-economic conditions in Nigeria and across several countries, including your country, Ghana, makes it very easy for non-state actors, criminals, to actually take advantage and recruit and get the kind of support they need from local communities, especially where government presence does not allow protection for the citizens and residents of those locations. So these are some of the dynamics that we're seeing at the moment. But I think the most common one is this ungoverned spaces that I've mentioned. For a very long period, these ungoverned spaces have remained. And as a continent, actually, it's not just Nigeria. We haven't seen any credible effort to dominate those ungoverned spaces and reduce the capacity of these non-state actors to operate in them.
And maybe one of the factors we've not been paying attention to is the leadership. There's a new president now, under whose regime this is happening. What's your expectation of how, Bola Ahmed Tinubu would have to deal with this situation?
So he has some very beautiful policies. If anyone who has had time to look at his manifesto, which is called the Renewed Hope Agenda, embedded in that document is his security imperatives. And those security imperatives actually covers all of these elements that I'm mentioning. So he recognizes the fact that there is a correlation, a positive one actually, in economic downturn, and then the rise in security challenges. He also realizes the link between climate change and our inability as a continent to address the consequences of climate change and insecurity. He recognizes the role lack of inclusion and empowerment also plays in insecurity. He recognizes the role the thin spread of security forces contributes to security challenges.
And Doc, all of this is on paper. I'm sorry for cutting through. The point about really. Practicality.
Not really. I mean, 8 months is still very early to conclude that it's still on paper.
Right.
And I'm one of the few persons who knows that a lot is being done in terms of the effort. Now, I'm sorry to conclude or put it that the results of what we're experiencing in Nigeria at the moment have resulted from several years of malgovernance, as it were, and so it will be very difficult to address them in a very short while. But I agree with you. The need for security is palpable in Nigeria, and it has to be done immediately. And of course, anyone who is a victim of the consequence of insecurity will never be satisfied at the pace that the current government is going.
Yeah. At least for now, Big Brother Nigeria agrees with Ghana. Anyway, that's on the lighter side. Thank you so much for spending some time with us, Dr. Kabir Adam, for speaking to us, a security expert joining us from Abuja. And grateful to you, Shola Jayajemi of the African Independent Television Network. We'll see you again on Connect Africa. I'm Lester Sugan. Log on to myjoyonline.com. More stories there for you. Bye-bye.
Ghana with you, escaping with you to the western region, going on the Savannah Safari together. Remember that Fajeto Conquest kayaking on the Volta Lake? Those were very educative, fun, and memorable discoveries of Ghana we made together. It's now time to take it a notch higher, make new discoveries, create new experiences, and relive nightlife back in the days with the Eastern Camp Adventure. This time, let's pitch camp on top of the serene Ebri Mountains, experience the adventure of tent accommodation, sit by the fireside, and relive those typical Ghanaian moments with a Nancy Stories jungle party with barbecue, Jama night, movie, a visit to the cinema waterfalls, and a Wukugwa, among other historic places. Let's also spend time at the Safari Valley Eco Park with good lunch. With only 1,500 Ghana cedis, your transportation, access to tourist site, food, board meal, and everything else is covered. Save a spot now. Pay via Momo to 059-303-8842. Name on Momo is Daniel Boyfio Multimedia Group. And please reference Joy Camp. Short code to purchase ticket is *714*003#. For more information, please call 0302-216540. The Eastern Camp Adventure, discoveries, fun, and memories.
Across Africa, a new era has begun. Shifting our focus to a new horizon, connecting us with one purpose: to create and share opportunities to grow. Today, we are making a brighter tomorrow, built by our dreams and our energy. Across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future. A Pan-African future. Together. EcoBank. A better way. A better Africa.
At the St. Aquinas Senior High in Accra have threatened to sack final year students who do not pay their fees by Monday, April 27, despite a GES directive to allow them to write the West African Senior School Certificate examination.
344 out of 415 final year students owe fees to the tune of 130,000 cedis.
We have threatened the students. I, the headmaster, threatened them that if they do not pay, then in the other way, the best method I can do, the last one is just to get them out of the class.
The school authorities say they are handicapped and fear students may not pay fully their fees before completing the course.
We're owing about 1.3 billion old Ghana cedis. And as of now, we talk about maybe about 20% might have finished paying their fees. And so it means we need to find a way to get the money, because maybe we may be dragged to the Public Accounts Committee for the existing debt that appears in the school.
But this is contrary to the directive from the GES for schools to allow candidates to write the West African Senior School Certificate examination.
Today is a very happy day for the good people of Ghana, for the government, and for me personally. I'm here this morning to perform a very pleasant task, to launch the commencement of the free senior high school policy. When I proposed this policy in 2008, many were those who said free SHS could not be done. The idea was ridiculed and was described by propagandists as a vote-buying gimmick, even though, ironically, it did not win me that election. I was labeled a liar by my opponents, who went on to state that free SHS could only be possible in 20 years' time. Nonetheless, the Ghanaian people were discerning and believed it was possible.
The introduction of the free senior high school policy by the Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo administration in Ghana marked a significant milestone in the country's education sector. This policy aimed to provide free secondary education to all Ghanaian children, regardless of their background, thereby alleviating the financial burden on parents and ensuring that more students have access to quality education. Since its implementation, over 1.5 million Ghanaian children have benefited from this initiative, including those attending technical and vocational education and training, that's TVET schools, as well as science, technology, engineering, and mathematics STEM schools. Prior to the implementation of this policy, many students from low-income families were unable to afford the cost of secondary education, leading to high dropout rates and limited opportunities for further academic advancement. By making secondary education free for all students, the government aimed to bridge the gap between the rich and the poor and ensure that every child has equal opportunity to pursue educational aspirations. Education is widely recognized as a powerful tool for empowerment and social mobility. The free SHS policy in Ghana has empowered thousands of young people by giving them the opportunity to acquire knowledge and skill that will enable them to contribute meaningfully to society. By removing financial barrier to education, the government has opened doors for students from diverse backgrounds to pursue their dreams and fulfill their potential. As part of our documentary on the impact of the free SHS policy in Ghana, we have gathered testimonies from individuals who have directly benefited from this initiative. These personal accounts shed light on how the policy has transformed lives, provided hope for a brighter future, and empowered young Ghanaians to pursue academic and career goals, from increased enrollment rates to improved academic performance. These testimonies highlight the positive impact of free secondary education on individuals, families, and communities across Ghana. The introduction of the free senior high school policy in Ghana has been a game changer in the country's education landscape by providing free secondary education to over 1.5 million Ghanaian children, irrespective of their background. The government has taken a significant step towards promoting educational quality, educational equality, and empowering the youth. As we delve deeper into this documentary, we invite you to join us on a journey of discovery as we explore the transformative power of education in shaping the future.
This is a story of one of the girls who was able to enter through the free senior high school policy, now in the tertiary institute, that's the Takoradi Technical University. Now we are coming to interview her today to find out about herself, the stories about how she got into the free senior high school. She went to the grade 30 and came out with 16. How did it happen? Let's see that.
Akwaba. Yes, sir. Okay. Our central region. The mommy will never be. Okay. Until near never be seen the Abacus Candy. Okay. On the base was it. The base was a civilian employee and near Navy direct. Until she and then you remember you think I come here where I sit in. Until abandon another free education in the Metibia, a day in double front bedding, Butmako school be. Until Kakrakra near Dimkoship, Kakrakra, so were to marry, when Kakrakra CCR, so yet to my son, do that. On Cortesia institution in some count. Mrs. When you Takradi Technical University, yet the Nakoto on Masisia, our wholesaler who's Siena debut. The Yana do no improvement of the better education. Me a man Casamity, Mukwa assurance and Mukwa assurance were 1987 to 90. In fact, in those in the northern region, Omuba, Omukita northern is you more scholarship or won't use school fees. So those in the local area are one not necessary and fancy for us and for you use school fees. In fact, and another reason the money by party or bois a kind of phone other traps in so I was into it and can use school fees in a free am a boy here papa. In fact,
now you share what's its name. The Mabrena Unis over school as na what's its name? It's the na century day to a feast and Jabutum is in aqua.
Yabutum Yadina Cocrampe, Chisiagilu. In fact, Cicialum Pomokoshimi, Mkajilu and Sana Otumko. And Medjumana, Mammy, never be said man. Moshe Jiloon and Sana Ciciacra. Diluna was 3 years. Loon Kakao and Modin Kotum. And in fact, Sanamba, none can non some Jiloon Kawa, Chen come combat war. Walasha. And see free name Krama Jiloon, a mother's drama. In fact, Abuapa.
This is Kundabo and Papa, Panyago cry. Today, our money boy, a bien, Edican, paid no quit a UCC. Nakatan so called nature ban so called TTU. But if fees and you channel, the Chadani of the winners go to fees. When I will open the entry fees. Then I will tell your name, Mamma Unis Labrador. Yahoo, her high, a pan, Yago. Until fears such as Abuanka Sangasa. No mono units, school so in your grade in the crown and you do school crack was you grade no when your school quay. Manumono so, what to work when your best student are. You just some papa, now do I add it, young Cadawaya, do I add papa. And say, why you be a young also? Name we have sent don't quadra no yet, no good oleano. No Bob Wobin was said, I bought here so, obusunya no fa so da me hia no fa so yala na no bai wa ya de papa wa bu abatan wa ma babatan na de so bi afie ni tiri do nti yesre ne de so all tuadu onkodo no tuadu onye dwuma pa na ogudo ore ya nala ofombo hina abatan so na komante yeniem.
The Free Senior High School policy in Ghana is a government initiative aimed at providing free secondary education to all Ghanaian students. Prior to its implementation, many students, particularly those with aggregate 30 and below, found it challenging to gain admission to secondary school due to high cutoff points. The Free Senior High School policy has had a significant impact on students who previously would not have had the opportunity to attend secondary school due to their low aggregate scores. This policy has enabled such students to enroll in secondary schools and receive interventions that have helped them improve their academic performance. This policy has opened up new opportunities for students who may have otherwise been left behind and has helped to promote educational equality and access in Ghana.
Eunice, what's the name? What's the imuni, Miss Abaze?
Miss SHS.
Miss SHS, Central Region.
West in the whole Ghana.
Hey, Miss SHS, the whole Ghana. 2021, Miss SHS. About the Nepede, Nacho.
Oh, Pede, Meko Ghana Police, Name Procurement and Supply Manager of Ghana Police.
Oh, a Pebe Police,
it
called junior high school, in fact.
Secondary Presbyterian Junior High.
Oh, okay. All right, now aggregate in the area.
Minya aggregate 30.
30. Wow. If you share secondary school in Brea.
Oh, that be my brain. Me choose see a handsome man. First choice na na minye. Free education to minya first choice.
Minya first choice. You go school hono na what's the term it's then obi efifi na sebe sike nyifi na what's the term it's then.
Na onye easy dem. Ba na ediban na ade ne na me saka me didi na ade. Na ebi won so like we had mistress no like need to me a pint. If you wanna say, Madam Minister can come. If you wanna say, me kwa ninchano sa, mami nye biana so ademo.
What's the mouth? Because no, you may be free. Free SHS, no one for so benenya.
Free SHS, one my sister, BBI free. Means admission, means examination fee, means textbooks, means boarding fee, means meals. When I can send one me the benefit free. One my sister so. My brabon moon day and Sisabum cry. Hey, don't make him. We see me name Miss SHS Ghana. Sanka Manco School and KB and Camille, we mean the opportunity in co-contest for Miss SHS in here. No, I'm a sister so. I wanna who was can I in Sukanya, Sissi, I am so betting me no one age now, wage more.
Ncho bimpo ha na papa was kapa na ozeba e bia Hunterman girls but oben went to me win Miss SHS it's not today sebe say akonya na obe na wo ma yenya hiafo yamba ye fry no wa boyen
na mi dey simenia do so dem pede he ebra wa abre no woni brebe ye kwa na afi so nhihye a ye president oda ban na pede he Moko school name o men nyan for so he na pede me nyan for so me di share meeting there moko amoti bia o de meeting me ye bibi na me de ma school no na nka say BBC awakade afa we na o de grade kesi ben na so olokwa no onya grade 16 o de kwai
wow inti iwie school now result no be no yo won
oh no ye ono e se dan ye mo because me sia me see mark some kwatina paper no as compared to BC mama kwatina paper no me wish you won be kana mo wan share me poda but me kwatina wasi paper no me dey adamadi e be wo pa me share mama wo dey o me pass question ni bia na wasan so yi wo dey abanti mark some me show yan ke say mo kwan no my here surprised results na me
nti say rehwen na say wo ba wo BC na say abofraban abia ne result no onye no osan ana on sheda nzimu bia menye wadwe na afraba no ontum nko emfa no ntoado wanya adin so onye school oye yen mampanyin ne policy of the bank no mbofamba na wonya 30 minim school bi won krana headmaster ne kitchen ne mbofamba na woban bi kura 38 so wo be fi school mu na wa refine one pa
student. Since she came, she had been a good student, and you could see from her performance that she's serious towards studies. UNIS is currently offering procurement and supply, and from what we know about her, she wouldn't have been here if not for the free SHS that was introduced by the President Nana Addo. And for that one, we are so glad seeing her, and then we want to thank the President for that initiative. And we pray that more will be put in so that more deprived younger ones who are yearning to go to school could go to school and then come out as UNIS has done now.
Omanpenyin His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo ase the one my so ayen sika yenti moyenko school Rama PSHS one my so yenya won fasumende yetimi akọ school pedam kecha na nyamisha na nyamiyen kese as Dr. Divio medema honorable Dr. Ya Oseyeduchum ndana side ejumapa oye no president Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo audition nsano wabo na watu aduma eno so ayenye akwenya yemfa nko school yenso yenya akwenya
Ebotu ma chire kwana ubei ofadunya oya atuma girls.
Okay. Moye ide my first and second and third choice which we saw nti grade na shaso nye nonye agree 36 nti ama antamana sanka. But now we have to appeal because of TNT nonka come or couple for car na nonka come no reason. It's no prejudice there ya bomb was not there obenya antama. Nti ye name kaka kra na janya me na dom. Na saka antama school to from here in yes kaka crib manala of okuku ya na neja. No way to school. The ni name kaka na neja is a what from home of school. Nti ye grade na yim do oloko. But I'm in charge. When the name kaka na resort no ban. Oye, maybe o chere or old in kuku. Nti wo and behold, o exam si we ya. I'm in charge. Hey, you dey zanka ya kanka yi. I wanna papa for be ja. You do same. Or school o mo no kaka na kere wo nya ba nya me na do mala. Obe na o encourage. The me menyaje pa. Menyaje.
Yenhwe free senior high school Banzebe no mfaso a ozabro se onye free senior high school policy no be na nche ube ni secondary school ko be
actually they are 6 na the time so na dunia penyin wo pale akoso esu eduma lo kopo na just for education na yan salaries na ko be because penyin dem also so one share ni fees na or fair na you have to go pay another one so now na kwembiado or any education real banks in one deal ya jene je we refuse nti anu be no che we ya de so ni fi ho because what's what cheap fees pa but so we in the freedom na me see an kan it has helped a lot it has helped to them no I did like sika no ban it butu enu ni anything na a second one so no so robot anu no say no use school so waje na bulk nti anu oban dem na che we yi ni school sem na fi nti na de eja scan mu pa e di wo fi ala na afọ kokona ya dem na ekọ ayede ahalo kwa antamande be me yede ka fe mpo war efa brejudy san edu kom na afọ kokona wona ho school nti wona ti bo papa bo yangasa na no bed in it on issue but if there so could already a school then more from autobus or autobus and nunca come because obeys in such a way that you have to either go for loan or overdraft every time, which goes with interest. Well, papa no look at 6 in number 180 and a pay a year now make a year 8 easy. But free education man now the Sunday or Shaban. addition be bo so aban ma e chin Kennedy na no bo anka kakra.
Okay.
Now me pay as at that time no 1,500. My yuma almost about 32 years. I've passed through positions and so on. But no me pay do. It is at the time and pa this can be can wait better than pa. And then we are praying that even it will extend to that polytechnic so on, so that our burden will be over. And even secondary school example is enough. It has helped a lot. Even gave them food. And those students now want me on them. I want no one conquer it. But there is a food there that when you go there in the afternoon, could say they did with your quebedi.
A brother secondary school, junior high school, secondary school. Name him there able to make secondary school. Show papa situation, but I name you up to work.
Free senior high school, my meeting call SHS. They really helped a lot by giving us uniforms and some books and free foods.
This is on your young free education or what okay. Coffee be great fee. Coffee be great fee, but we have woman coffee be pray. Even sometimes simple obiba. And with the echo Yendi. Ndi akacha oh adini free okutu bi say ah. This is a miscame do come da kwa kayade fofo. No Yendi. Ndi don't want to see woman you my power ya magana. We have so many people like us. Why the mumbo na woman me is it why be so kupanda no senyada. Unsho no mumbo because just some na kade say eh papa edimo bia nyankopon hwe ho so no ede o shire wo so. So me is the medwume Jeremiski aban butum da be before but o choose Ghana education service. Not the me say what's why no them free education no budget. I don't think Ghana will be able to carry. It's huge than even the country. But I ban Minister of Education. We to my demand today. See, there's a massive
Gradually, we are bridging the gap between males and females. Previously, a few females would want to go to senior high school to continue their education right after their basic certificate examination. But now, because of the free senior high school policy, most females would also want to come and pass through the education system in senior high schools. And this motivates them to even push further to go to the universities to have higher education.
If you ask me a question about the free SHS again, I would say, being a teacher or lecturer at the university, majority of the students that we teach, free SHS. And if you ask them about where they are coming from, and you realize that majority of them are product of free SHS. And when they come to, they perform. Until because free SHS, because they perform, they do well. And the last time I was hearing that they were saying, students they intentionally pass some of them. Na nipanaba na kwa to say a binary percent of partial. So a binary percent of partial more. Their performance at the university level should betray that particular assertion by the government that indeed they are doing well. To me, they are doing very well. Except that those with mischievous ideas or who wants to look down on that intervention. And I feel say, yeah, will be paying us opportunity to be crying and boy, but we never had that opportunity. So we have to stay home for years, put ourselves together before going to the university. And I'm pleading to students who have been given the opportunity to school, say, Mom abuses that opportunity. No? They should be grateful to the president and, for that matter, the taxpayers. They should also do well. Now,
groundbreaking free SHS policy has helped a lot. Hitherto, you would have to find money to find your way into a school. This time is like they are rather kind of bluffing to come. The avenue is open to them. They are supposed to come, and they are rather retracting. And so that is the extent to which that policy by His Excellency, the impact it has had on education now. For the Minister of Education, or all ministers that have come in that line, they have been towing the policy and making sure that what the vision is achieved and accomplished.
Stories, that's what we tell each other every day. At Joy News, we tell your story. You have a story the world should know about? Tell it to Joy News. We are your home of bold, credible, and fearless journalism. I am Emefa Apau.
For crystal clear and thrilling podcasts and live shows, download and listen to us on Apple, Spotify, TuneIn, Google Podcasts, MyJoy Online, Amazon services like Echo, Amazon Music, and Audible, Stitcher, Adom Online, Overcast, and Pandora. Take note of everything. Sign up for the multimedia digital platforms now to stay updated.
Now more than ever, you can watch all Joy News, Joy Prime, Joy FM, Love FM, and Hits content on YouTube. Log on to youtube.com and search for Joy News, Joy Prime, Joy FM, Love FM, or Hits FM for your favorite videos. Joy News, independent, fearless, and credible.
When something happens, you want to know all about it immediately. Here at Joy News, we don't just bring you the breaking stories. We go beyond them to bring you the intricate issues in those developing stories. We are relentless in our probe, detailed in our search, and our commitment to be your most credible news source is one that you can trust, because news is all about you. Joy News, credible, independent, and fearless.
Our passion is to inform, empower, entertain, and inspire. Joy News, independent, fearless, credible.
Hello and welcome to Joy News Prime with me, Samuel Kojo Brace. We are live on DSTV channel 421 and GoTV channel 125 and around the world on myjoyonline.com. Coming up, doctors at Konfonoche Teaching Hospital declare indefinite strike following forceful ejection. Details from an emergency meeting held Tuesday to demand government's swift intervention.
The unanimous decision was to lay down our tools tomorrow by 6 a.m. and then go and look for accommodation.
Also, while minority in parliament accuse ECG of abusing cash waterfall mechanism, which they say is the cause of the current power crisis.
The current load shedding we are experiencing is not technical, it is financial. It's due to mismanagement, it's due to gross abuse of the cash waterfall mechanism and misapplication of the funds.
We have details as they insist the current load shedding is not due to repair of transformers, as the ECG claims, but a deficit in power generation. Also, Lands Minister confirms in Parliament government has engaged a company belonging to Clement Jato to reclaim encroached government lands, but says the original contract was signed under John Mahama. We have details as the minister insists the company does not engage in land guard services. Now at 8 p.m., Emma Davis will bring you Prime Business.
Energy strategist Dr. Yussi Suleimana urges government to tread cautiously as it hopes to attract more investments in the oil sector.
I said we need the money, but we need to tread cautiously, just to not to send wrong signals to the international space that Ghana is going after their investors. We don't have to let them look that way.
Later at 8:30, Razak Musba will be bringing you Prime Sports.
Well, in the African Games, Ghana's medal tally rises to 5 following Abeku Jackson's feat in the 100-meter butterfly event. While the sports minister remains confident that the team will add more medals.
Now, we are your home of independent, fearless, and credible journalism. Please stay with us for details.
Joy News Prime Headlines was brought to you by...
Don't take risks. Use a condom every time.
And thanks to Malatu, I kicked off malaria one time.
Double spices. Yes, sir.
Our Energy Minister Matthew Opoku Prempeh has shot down claims that the country is back to power crisis as witnessed in the past. According to him, the current situation is a temporary supply challenge which they are working to fix. He also insists that the MPP government has managed the power sector in the country despite the debt inherited. There is more in the following report.
Despite mounting concerns over persistent power outages in certain parts of the country, sparking fears of a return to the power crisis of the past, Energy Minister Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh reassures the public that such a situation is not imminent.
So when it comes to electricity, we've been challenged for some time. Before His Excellency got into office, we faced a situation where we literally have 3 days of 1 day or half of electricity.
Is that what you call Dumsor?
That is the only Ghanaian.
That's the only Ghanaian word I know.
But we moved from Dumsor, my brother. We moved from Dumsor. We are at the situation called DumCC.
These remarks were made by the minister during the maiden edition of Africa Energy Technology Conference held in Accra. Dr. Opoku Prempeh used the opportunity to raise concerns about the energy management and transition in Africa.
Even now that we are all aware of energy transition, we are still thinking about produce and export, not produce and utilize in Africa to make Africa better. Not a single country in Africa thinks about Africa, that country that is in. So when you even go to their trade shows or their expo shows and things, it's always how much can we export? Check. It's called export. never use. So
the concerns by the energy minister were amplified by one of the panel members and advocated a positive mindset towards leadership to make Africa better.
until we come to the conclusion that leadership is a sacrifice and people are seen to be making sacrifices when they are in positions of authority, Africa will continue to be where it is.
The Africa Energy Technology Conference held in Accra highlighted Africa's potential as a key player in the global energy market. Samuel Mbura, Joy News.
Now, the minority in parliament are accusing the Electricity Company of Ghana of abusing the cash waterfall mechanism, causing the current crisis in the power sector. There have been weeks of erratic power supply across the country, but government insists there is no doom so. The cash waterfall mechanism was instituted to regulate payment from ECG to independent power producers, among others. Addressing journalists in Parliament, minority spokesperson on Mines and Energy, John Jenapo, accused ECG of diverting money meant to pay the power producers.
It's been almost a year now, and we've been monitoring it. And I can confidently, but sadly, confirm to you that the current load shedding we are experiencing is not technical, it is financial. It's due to mismanagement, it's due to a gross abuse of the cash waterfall mechanism and misapplication of the funds. Ladies and gentlemen, if you go to page 1 of the report, and I'll show to you, a total amount of 820 million was received. 820 million. Indeed, government is supposed to top up an amount of 200 million. And you can see it here. Ministry of Finance top up. The Ministry of Finance is expected to release an amount of 200 million to add to the 800 million, so that you will have about 1 billion cedis for disbursement. Of this disbursement, what they call Category A, which is the IPPs, they are supposed to receive 500 million. Then the other 300 million, as you can see in the document, is shared amongst the rest. Then the Ministry of Finance pays the 200. But when you read this report, and that is where our problem comes from, ECG collects 820 million. Instead of paying 500 million to the power sector players, ECG decides that, and this is here, page 2, paragraph 2.3, actual disbursement of revenue to sector players. The total actual revenue reported by ECG to level A beneficiaries stood at 120 million. Instead of 500 million, they paid 120 million to the IPPs. That is one problem. 2, instead of paying the 300 million to Gridco, VRA, and the other power sector players, they paid 162 million. So what it means is that over 500 million cedis cannot be accounted for. Over 500 million cedis has been used outside the cash waterfall mechanism. We do not know where that money went.
Now, according to John Jenapo, contrary to claims by the ECG that the current erratic power supply is due to repair or transformers, it is actually due to deficit in power generation caused by ECG's failure to pay the power producers.
There's been some consistent erratic power supply for almost 2 months now. The minority has been monitoring the situation, and we can confirm that contrary to the false impression emanating from ECG that they are in the process of maintaining some transformers, the reality is that there's a deficit in generation. A deficit in generation means that the generation capacity is not able to meet the demand. And because of that, there has to be what they call load shedding, popularly known in our local parlance as doomso. This has been consistent. It's been going on for about 2 months. But what surprises us is the intransigence of the managers of the energy sector by refusing to admit the truth that we have a generation challenge. And this generation challenge is largely on account of the inability of government to support ECG in procuring fuel. Eventually, it becomes our national debt, and the energy sector cannot respond. And that is why we're having this challenge today. If we have fuel today, the load shedding will be over. We're experiencing doomsday because there's inadequate fuel to fire the thermal plants.
Now, John Janapoint says the country is shedding significant amount of power despite even reducing power supply to Togo and Ivory Coast.
Let me just give you the reports for yesterday. And this is incontrovertible. Yesterday's peak was 3,000 in terms of capacity. That's what they were able to generate. The demand was 3,543. So clearly there's a shortfall of 500. And this is from the systems control room. We also have people who are honest, who are patriotic, and will provide us with information. We've even reduced export to Cote d'Ivoire to 27 megawatts, Sonabel to 150, and CEB, which is to 54. So we are even losing that market. And that's a market that gives us foreign exchange. So if this happens, and ECG was sharing 450 megawatts, so this has nothing to do with so-called obsolete transformers. Transformers do not get overloaded overnight. It builds up. And so what is ECG's maintenance culture? What is their investment culture? That even tells you that they are not doing the right thing. Because you can't have the whole of Ghana, suddenly, all our transformers getting overloaded overnight. It's never the case. It takes time, it builds up, and as it builds up, you put in more transformers, you upgrade the transformers so that you can hold the system. So if ECG suddenly tells us that the whole of Ghana, our transformers are overloaded, and their maintenance work is no more daytime, but rather between 7 and 11 p.m., that is blatant falsehood.
Now, still in Parliament, the minority in Parliament say government must live up to its responsibilities and complete the abandoned Shama District Hospital. President Akufo-Addo cut short for the construction of the facility in 2020, but there is no contractor on site almost 4 years on. The 32 million euro facility is still yet to take off while the people of Shama continue to struggle to access healthcare. Parliamentary Affairs correspondent Kwakwa Sante reports.
The ranking member on the Health Committee of Parliament, Kwabena Minta Kando, is urging the government to, as a matter of urgency, commence construction of the abandoned Shama District Hospital, the 100-bed facility which President Akufo-Addo cut short for its construction in August 2020 has since been abandoned. Parliament approved 32 million euro loan facility for the construction of the district hospital, and subsequently President Akufo-Addo cut out at the proposed site. Kwabena Minta Kando says government has neglected the people of Shama.
We have come to see a bare land. I think the people of Shama deserve better. And as a matter of urgency, we think that the government must bring the contractor back to site to commence the construction of Shama District Hospital. Because for the past 4 years, the minister responsible for health has not come to the floor of the House to even give us the status of Shama District Hospitals. And for me, that is quite disrespectful. And so we are sending clear signal, clear warning to the President, the Vice President, that not until they commence, complete, and put to good use the Shama District Hospital, we will be here on several occasions. The President said there was a dedicated sources of funding and that this project was not going to see any delay. Go back and read the speech of the President. Come to meet another pit. You can see clear from my back. I mean, this government is not prioritizing the health sector. The people of Shama, they need their district hospital. Whatever it takes for them to come and commence and complete and put the facility to good use. It should not be a political tool as usual. That because we have come here, They are bringing contractors on site for few, months. Then they leave for the people to vote for them. And after voting, that's the end.
Member of the Health Committee, Alexander Roosevelt Hotoje, says it is unacceptable that the facility has been abandoned.
So I'm not surprised that the people of Shama are suffering this way. The people of Fula, we had to go there more than 4 times as minority members of the Health Committee to press home their demand. And we've seen that nothing is being done in Shama, and we are here today. And it's not going to be a 9 days wonder. We'll pick it up for you. We'll try as much as possible that they also start this work and bring it to completion for it to be put to good use, for the people of Shama to access quality health care.
NDC parliamentary candidate for Shama, Emilia Arthur, says the people of Shama have been abandoned by the NPP government.
Have you seen the hole, another pit here in Shama district? This is supposed to have been our district hospital. The funding, as I'm understanding from Parliament, the loan was approved 4 years ago. Sod was cut here by the president himself. When they cut the sod, the tree that was planted is higher than any of us here right now. If the tree has grown to that height, then that should tell you how long ago the sod was cut here. Up to today, there's nothing happening here. They bought some trucks here. Everything has been taken away. The issue, in fact, what is most painful is that initially they wanted to demolish the existing health center that we have to build it, and the health personnel refused it. What would have happened if they had demolished that health center and not built it like we are experiencing here? Where would people get health care from? Not everybody can afford private health care. Since there are some of their leading leading officials here who have private health centers themselves. So maybe it is in their interest that the public district hospital is not built, so they continue to make their money. But the point is that it is a disappointment. It is not acceptable. This is not the mark of good governance.
As the people of Shama wait for government to get the contractor to mobilize to site and get the work done, residents continue to struggle to access basic healthcare services, calling on government to urgently act. Reporting for Joy News, Puiku Asante.
Still on the health sector, the Confanachi Teaching Hospital Doctors Association has declared an indefinite strike following what they describe as forceful ejection from the hospital's accommodation. Consultant and specialist doctors occupying the facilities in the Danyame enclave say they are facing threat from a private developer seeking to eject them after serving a 1-week notice. The association says the strike is to demand the government's swift intervention. My colleague Nana Boachi Yadom reports.
Medical doctors at the Confanochi Teaching Hospital say they are embarking on an indefinite strike over what leadership describe as harassment and persistent orders to move out of their Denyame residence in Kumasi. The doctors on Tuesday concluded on the industrial action to demand the installation of their bungalows despite claims that it has been sold out. Dr. Michael Leet is the president of the Cath Doctors Association. He explains the frustration of the affected doctors.
Some doctors in the Denyame residence are supposed to be evicted. I mean, this has been ongoing for about a year now. And as an association, we suggested some measures to management, but we see this to be beyond our hospital management, in that they are not the owners of the land per se. So some of our doctors have been an eviction. They've been given notices to evict their accommodation units within a week. Some have had their water supply cut off. Some have been called in.
According to him, the doctors at the hospital will lay down their tools to seek access to their accommodation.
We have close to about 20-something doctors, plus other staff of the Confanochi and other doctors from other hospitals. So we thought it wise that if you are being evicted, then we meet and decide as a group what is the next step. And what came out, the unanimous decision was to lay down our tools tomorrow by 6 a.m. and then go and look for accommodation.
Meanwhile, the Ashanti Regional Minister Simon Osei Mensah says the allegation of rejection are true. He wants the affected doctors to provide evidence to support their claims.
If I hear somebody saying that we've given him 1 week to vacate his bungalow or something, they should produce the letter so that we know the author of that letter. Whoever wrote that letter to them, we want to know. And also we've had agreement with the contractors that before they move anybody, they have to rent a place for the person for a period of 2 years, by which time we will be sure we will be done with all the structures we are putting up. And they should produce a letter that is giving them an ultimatum of 1 week. They should provide that letter to you. And we've said that no developer should move anybody without a rented alternative accommodation.
The minister indicated that the government is constructing bungalows to accommodate several doctors within the region.
Originally, we decided to build 200. Now we've reduced it to 180 because we are sure that the 180 will be enough for all those that we are going to relocate. And this location is one site, that is one contractor's site. And here we have more than 30 structures. As you can see, most of them are above 80% complete. Only few will be around maybe 75.
For JoyNews, Nana Boache Dankwayadom, Kumasi.
Now, pupils of the Tafiase Basic School in the Sesala East Municipality of the Upper West region struggle to cope with academic activities due to the unavailability of desks. Junior high school students sit on mats during instructional hours, while few available broken pieces of door desks serve pupils on first-come, first-served basis. Here's a report by Stanley Nibleu.
The Tafiase Basic School serves children from more than 3 adjoining communities due to its proximity. However, furniture is a major challenge in this school as the situation persists in all classes. A weak standing mat structure accommodates KG1 and 2 pupils who sit and perform all academic works on the floor. This has been the practice for years.
In fact, the furniture situation in Tafiase Basic School is very bad. Some sit on mats. Then those who are even fortunate to sit on the dwell desks, they sit 4-4. Because of that, it causes truancy.
The classroom serves the pupils during the day and houses goats at night. The situation is no different in the lower and upper primary levels. Broken pieces of furniture support the sitting posture of students at the junior high school. Few desks meant for 2 students are now occupied by 5 people, but even that, it is being assessed on first-come, first-served basis. The headmaster of the school, Comfort Bundi, is concerned the situation frequently results in fisticuffs among students.
One will come and put the bag on the desk and go out. Then the moment they march in, another will go and pick it and throw it and sit and say, I came inside first before you. So at times, we do face those kind of problems. So when a class teacher enters, you rather ask those who fight to also sit on the floor, ask somebody to sit. Then that is how we are just managing with the situation.
Inadequate furniture for pupils is a widespread phenomenon in the Sesala East Municipality. But the municipal chief executive, Fuseni Yakubu Baton, said measures are in place to remedy the prevailing furniture situation.
The challenge of furniture is actually an eyesore. I want some. I've seen the challenge they are facing. So across any of the communities I've visited, I try as much as possible to also get to the school to see what it is. Because I'm a teacher myself. Okay. So obviously this challenge is a worry to us. And like I said, in our next year's budget, we are putting closer to 400 pieces of furniture to be added.
Ghana's basic education subsector has the largest infrastructure deficit, with education think tank Africa Education Watch reporting about 2.3 million children in Ghana's public basic schools lacking furniture. This undoubtedly casts a slur on government's investment in education, as prevailing educational situation defeats the country's commitment to achieving the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal 4, which targets the achievement of sustainable education and lifelong learning for all by 2030. Stanley Nibleu's report, read to you.
And this is still the JoyNews Prime. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back with more. Do stay.
Hey, Charlie, what number? The malaria really knocked you down, eh?
Charlie, no joke. Fever, headache, vomiting, loss of appetite. I couldn't even eat my usual fufu.
You and your fufu. But I hope you got tested before the malaria treatment.
Yes, I did. And thanks to Malatu, I kicked out malaria one time.
When malaria strikes, take Malatu, containing artemether and lumefantrine. Comes in tablets and suspension for effective treatment of malaria.
Great to have you back.
Thank you. No problem.
Malatu is suitable for adults and children. Manufactured and distributed by NS Chemist Limited. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
When you're little, days are extremely busy. Work, traffic jams, meetings, conference calls. Luckily, our mom is here to take good care of us with day-by-day baby and day-by-day kids and their naturally active ingredients. Our skin is hydrated, soothed, and protected all day long. Yes.
This is a call to you. The dreamers. The ones that see no boundaries.
Dreamers take a chance.
The explorers that chart their own path.
Unlock the vibes, connect the energy.
The ones that dare to challenge the status quo.
Get connected, feel the
When others try to think outside the box, you wonder, what box?
catch the wave, enjoy the ride.
To the architects of their journeys. Every connection is an opportunity to explore every experience. This is your call to adventure. Your journey begins here. Be bold, be daring, be free. Connecting passions, connecting dreams, connecting ambitions. Telecom, connecting energies.
Across Africa, a new era has begun. Shifting our focus to a new horizon, connecting us with one purpose: to create and share opportunities to grow. Today, we are making a brighter tomorrow, built by our dreams and our energy. Across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future. A Pan-African future, together. EcoBank, a better way, a better Africa.
Daddy, this tank is big!
Yes, that's true.
It can store a lot of water.
That's so true.
Wow! It has a working tortoise on it.
That's so true.
I can see S-I-N-T-E-X. Syntax!
That is so true, my daughter.
When it falls down, it will spoil.
That's not true.
But why?
Hey! Syntex was the first to introduce double-layer tanks in Ghana. Syntex again was the first to introduce white inner layers in Ghana. Syntex gives you the biggest warranty, 7 years. No matter your water needs, Syntex is the answer. Syntex tank. Are you strong? Are you tough?
Are you to start freedom? Are you gone? You can start freedom.
A goal to every resident in our vibrant regions. Brace yourself for an unforgettable and transformative journey with Nana Kwame Bediako as he embarks on the groundbreaking regional listening tour. From bustling cities to the serene landscapes of Ghana, say hello to a leader who genuinely listens to your concerns, dreams, and hopes for a better community and country. A leader who is ready to get things moving again with you and by you. Nana Kwame Bedia, Banga Sankasa, Bae, Bona, Yena Zoa, Nwanan, Oliba. He's coming live and colored to your communities. Get ready. It's your time to be heard.
Welcome back from the break. The Lands and Natural Resources Minister, Samuel Abojinapo, has confirmed to Parliament that government has engaged the services of a company owned by Clement Jatto to reclaim encroached government lands. The minister has, however, explained that this contract was actually executed under the NDC in 2012. It will be recalled that Tamale North MP Alhassan Sohini had alleged that government had engaged the services of land guards to reclaim encroached state lands. Listen to the MP respond to these claims on the floor.
Mr. Speaker, over the years, public lands have come under serious threat from encroaches, with the state losing several prime lines these encroaches, including sensitive lands like Ramsar site and other biodiversity hotspots. This is as a result of years of actions and inactions. In most cases, the original owners of these lands, even after due compensation have been paid by the state to them, turn around and purport to sell these same lands to third parties. Mr. Speaker, the Lands Commission, the constitutional body responsible for managing these lands, lacks the requisite capacity to adequately protect them from encroaches, hence the indiscriminate encroachment of public lands over the years, a situation we all find unfortunate. Sometime in the year 2012, Anani International Company Limited, whose chief executive officer is Clement Jatto, applied to the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources for land to develop commercial and residential complexes in the Greater Accra region. The then Minister, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Mike Allen Hammer, by a letter dated 15th August 2012, addressed to the President of the Republic, requested for executive approval to allocate 172.18 acres of land in the Adenta municipality, popularly known as aviation land, to the company. However, since the said land had been heavily encroached at the time, the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources engaged Anani International Company Limited to clear encroachers from the said land in exchange for parcels of land as consideration. The company successfully cleared all encroachers on the land, and, Mr. Speaker, with the approval of the then President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, contained in a letter dated 29 August 2013, the company was subsequently engaged to finance the construction of 100 residential, 100 residual apartments on the land in consideration for 140 acres of the land. This agreement has been executed. Following the success of the demolition exercise carried out at the Adenta aviation land and the retrieval of the said land from encroachers, the Ministry of Land and Natural Resources has since the year 2012 engaged Anani International Company Limited and subsequently Anok Holdings Limited after its incorporation in 2014 to carry out a number of demolition exercises and repossess public lands that have been encroached upon in consideration of allocation of portions of these lands.
Now, the minister also says he has renegotiated the contract to give the company 15% of all the land it is able to reclaim.
With the greatest of respect, again, I think my honorable colleague is misconstrued or misinterpreted the act he just read. The Speaker, the act he read clearly on the face of it is an act of parliament which criminalizes land guardism, if you want, land guards and vigilante groups and all of that. Mr. Speaker, ANOC Company Limited is not a vigilante group. It's not a land guard group. Mr. Speaker, they do not employ the services of land guards. They do not employ the services of land guards. They are not a vigilante. Mr. Speaker, and if the honorable member or anybody had evidence or had reason to believe that this company employs the service of land guards and vigilante groups, I think the right thing is to report it to the police for them to be dealt with, because that is a criminal act. So, Mr. Speaker, let me just assure this House that the company is not a vigilante, is not a land guard. I will never be party to such an understanding or arrangement. So, I think this act doesn't apply to the situation we are dealing with here.
But some NDC MPs are not enthused about that government will engage a private company to protect state lands, despite the availability of the police, military, and other security agencies. Listen to Samuel Okujotoa Blakwa and Roxanne Nelson Dafiamakbo.
Listen to the Honorable Minister. I've really been struggling to find out within me the rationale for this arrangement. A failed state that with the entire national security apparatus, Ministry of the Interior, Ministry of Defense, National Security, Police, and all of that, we can't protect state lands. And we now have to engage a private entity to be protecting lands for us. I mean, then we should close down state institutions. I really can't believe this. I mean, Mr. Speaker, in all of this arrangement, no one for money. The minister himself admits that there was no PPA approval, if you look at page 48. And they later go for PPA approval, and PPA said they should go and reduce it from 25% to 15%. Financial loss to the state. So, Mr. Speaker, what is going on? Can't the state security apparatus do this work? Do we need private entities to come and remind us of how failed the state has become?
The minister is my colleague at the bar.
Are you the senior?
I'm senior to him. By far.
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, Section 7 of Act 999 proscribes any facilitation, promotion of any activity concerning land guardism. So, like my brother Eddie Bauer said, the incorporation of a company to engage in land guard activities is unlawful ab initio. So the superintending minister ought not to have engaged a company of that nature. That being the case, can the minister provide to this House the particular contract in question, the terms of the contract, the nature of the lands that they guard, and the nature that the company undertakes this land guardism? This House must know.
Our election headquarters is brought to you by Petrosol, your clean fuel in full quantity, and Chartered Institute of Management Accountant, CIMA, and the American Institute of Certified Public Accountant, together as the Associations of International Election Headquarters for an Informed Electorate. Now, flag bearer of the National Democratic Congress, John Mahama, is requesting an answer to why the NPP flag bearer, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, is waiting to be voted as president before scrapping some taxes. This is in direct response to the Vice President's vision of scrapping some levies, including e-levy, if power is retained. Mr. Mahama, addressing Christian leaders, has made a solemn promise to rationalize some taxes since the IMF conditionalities may not allow immediate scrapping of some levies. Nanaya Ojima toured the Greater Accra region with the former president, and as far as this report.
Preachers of the gospel from many churches in the Greater Accra region were present at the meeting. Many of them had the opportunity to get their inputs taken by the NDC. Most of the concerns raised bordered on deteriorating economy, with some of them taking interest in import duties. The former president explained additional levies are to blame for the hike in amounts paid at the ports.
The import duty is not much the problem. The import duty is normally 10%, except for luxury goods. Luxury goods is about 20-something%. The problem is the additional levies. There are so many levies. Yesterday, my regional chairman was showing me a list of a container that somebody had cleared. And you just had import duty, value-added tax, get fund, NHIS. But after that, the total list was about 19. COVID levy, special import levy, what and what levy. And the unfortunate thing is, these are the people who told us we're going from taxation to production, But in the history of this country, they've levied more taxes than any other government in history. And it leads to credibility problems, not only for them, but also for us. Because I go to many places and people say, but you politicians, before you get power, you tell us this, then when you come, you do something different.
However, the NDC flag bearer called on the government to scrap some levies to ease the burden of businesses. Mr. Mahama assured preparedness to rationalize the taxes if voted to power.
And so, I don't know, the driver and his driver's mates, if they are listening, if they are listening, don't wait till you come to office. They say when they come, they'll take e-levy, emissions levy, betting levy, they'll take them all. Why wait till you come? You can do it now. Because the people are complaining that the taxes are too many. A businessman came to me and said, look, their businesses are struggling because of the taxes. And Ghana Revenue Authority is on their necks every minute with audits. And so I assured him that when we come, we'll rationalize the taxes. They have signed an agreement with the IMF. And so you might not be able to come and dismantle those taxes immediately. But we will rationalize them. We will make sure that we get revenue from other places.
For JoyNews, Nanaya Ojima, Greater Accra Region.
Now, the national chairman of the opposition, NDC, has cautioned party supporters against creeping wrangling for positions in government ahead of election victory. Johnson Asiedu-Nketia says such actions can ruin the party's success at the polls. Speaking at a meeting with NDC supporters as part of the Building Ghana tour, he said the party members should rather keep the focus on winning power. Nanaya Ojima has more in the following report.
The NDC chairman is already on a mission of reconciliation among party members across the country. According to Johnson Asiedu-Nketia, visits to some constituencies have revealed interest in some positions in government have caused chaos among party members.
We've been going to the various constituencies in the region. There are places you go, and the difference is about somebody has said that when we win our appointment, the DC. And then that becomes the major bone of contention why you cannot even cooperate to win first. If you don't win, how do you get that DC? There are places where somebody will be fighting that. I have heard that that person is in that person's good books. And I've heard rumors that he will be appointed over me. So let me try and make sure we can win. Let's go for the hunting first. And when we bring the meat, we then decide who take the head, who take the quarter, who take this and who take that.
The NDC chairman says unity remains the important element in the quest for power. To him, the cause of disunity among party members may come from any context, especially their opponents.
And if you are being used and you don't know that you are being used, then there's something wrong. The biggest problem the MPP is having now is unity. If you don't have that unity, You can have all the money in the world, you can't win election. So they would want to create disunity amongst us so they can weaken us and defeat us.
Now, will the people of Anya give majority of their vote to the NDC, NPP, Movement for Change, ACP, or another political party? What will inform their vote? They have been speaking to us on Voters' Voice.
My name is about on the ebedin, emubedin pa. Na me ampa de se me vote pa in the abandon beton. Utia me na vote am.
We all know how Ghana is. The economy is very hard and we are all trying our best to make a living. But for me, I don't think I'll vote. I'll be voting this year because the last vote I did, my first vote didn't go well for me, so I don't think I'll vote.
Me sure nyememu maybe NDC be for this year. Na yen try ono so hwe se na ebesi akọ.
The my first sugar me use me ton asana. Me use first Mahama time na sugar 900 cedis per bag. Say sugar 6.5 6.8. So nti abrabo no de edem papa my nti e was aba no omo hwe no munye bibi emfa ho. School na ye mba no kwa esi free education. Enso e ka ye bono enya asem kitwa. Me ba penny ni say oko school go for as a tech. Let me tell you about 3.7. 3 months or 4 months. Now way of course here. Me tell you more than that. Yes if kakra na afraid you ani ebi okra you ani ni hokra medi.
Ke me tuka kakra timba me won se Ghana edin pa. Scan kra no so san kra hu ba bi ekoko na nam man no my edin. Almost like politics no my ya hu de ekoko na da edin Ghana se me de. Muntu abandi ye na man mu sisana e munya de kra so say higher din pa anya easy kra. Me kra de abatrom kra da me ntimi nto ababiom because otum na omkonya ba bi tena wi na omfi obi a we na uni scan na se omo san to nchena wona wo san twa tax de mo na omo de yo. De abatro no de ele nto ababiom mo me nto ababiom because Ghana setna anya de kra.
Oh abatro no wo say ya na edi no sis. Ya na ebe taxes ayen hwe se ne obeba no so no obesa ye se onu so ba no ntumi besa de fufresi so bio
kayento na o my papa bla papa ne ye bo my mo nyema bi anye bibie ni hoye be ka so ba ya de ka so wa ya ye ni kan e free education asan bibie ni ho bi.
The promises that they were coming to do it good. You know, things were bad before. We trusted them to do it better. Not perfect, but at least comfortable a bit. But it couldn't work like that. Things are deteriorating as compared to the past.
Well, for me, the current government has done well. He has really done well. Nana Akufo-Addo has done very well. We will have to give him credit because there are certain things that happened earlier on concerning maybe, for example, COVID destroyed the economy. Now, Bawumia is also another promising man who is coming in to do what was destroyed before. So I think that it will be very good if we give him the chance because he has never been president before.
Everybody knows the situation in the country now. So far, we've witnessed the past governance and witnessed the present one. We can see obviously there's a big gap between the past and now, you know.
The other opponent has been president, and we knew and we know what he came to do. Now, this person who is coming on board, so let's give him the chance so that we will take his digitization too, because that alone can change the mindset of Ghanaians so that we will have a good economy. Hence,
Election Headquarters is brought to you by Petrosol, your clean fuel in full quantity, and the Chartered Institute of Management Accountant and the American Institute of Certified Public Accountant, together as associations of international election headquarters for an informed electorate. This is still the JoyNews Prime. We'll take a break. We'll be back with showbiz. Do stay.
Investment Limited.
Well, welcome back. Let's do showbiz now. And, you know, the lady who has been recognized as part of the most 50 most influential young females, you know, in Africa is here. Hi, how you doing, Becky?
You don't have to do that. You've been away for how many weeks?
But I was reading. If I was away, it doesn't mean I was cut off. I was following what was happening.
How was your leave?
I was working, so it was fine. It was tiresome.
Just say that it was restful. So
It wasn't.
It wasn't?
No, I wasn't
You were
resting.
working on your leave?
Yes. Anyway, but that's for another conversation. Let's move on.
Let's talk about the royalty system in Ghana when it comes to music production and music dissemination. Sarkodie, I'm sure this has been a conversation going on for a while. We spoke about it. We're still talking about it. But Sarkodie has added his voice. He says that the system, if the right things are put to place or put in place, we will enjoy the benefits. Sarkodie.
The main reason why I'm sitting here is because of royalties. Not necessarily, I'm somebody that panic before something happens. You know, so when I had my first record in Ghana, which was the biggest hit, instead of me enjoying the moment, I was panicking because I was thinking about how to top that. So naturally, that's how I am as a person. So I'm not there yet. I'm not old. I'm still getting paid. But you never know. It's just a matter of time. So I'm panicking now, trying to solve it. So the royalty system has been a big issue here in Ghana, but it's very, very, something so little to do. It's not that hard. It's just putting the system in place and just getting the money back. You know, we have our people here playing the music. If there was a system in here where they had to log in for everything they're playing here, they play 2 of my songs. That's, let's say 2 CDs each or 4. So they just this evening I made 4 CDs. And how many events are they having in a week? Parties, naming ceremonies, funerals. We can get paid every second.
What I want to know is the platforms that you deal with so far are fair in their distribution.
That's a business model. So it will be at this point, because we don't have an option. You deal with what you have. Okay. You know, so you would wish you can have a good fair share, but I think some platforms.
Michael also Adu there. Let's move away, Breeze, and talk about the movie industry. So, you know Mickey Osei-Beko, you know, he's an actor and he's also a broadcaster. He's called Master Richard. Yes. Everybody knows that he's called Master Richard. He was on Showbiz A to Z with my colleague Kwame Daze, and he's been talking about the Ghana movie industry. He says that the Ghana movie industry hasn't been able to use a film to project the culture, which is the Ghanaian culture, enough.
I think the understanding is there that film is a tool to project one's culture, one's livelihood, one's story, one's history. These are enormous benefits that film brings to society. On top of that, it also creates employment for masses of the population, if well trained. And we know the consequences on economics and all of that. So it's been clear since God knows when film started. But as to whether we have taken advantage of that to project our country, our history, our culture, and all the areas that I mentioned, I will say no. I think that we started on the path, but at the point in time, we either got stuck or we forgot about the principles, and we were not able to use this important tool, or we have not been able to use this important tool to do what other societies have used films to do to their benefit.
Actor Mickey Osei-Beko. Now, Vice President and MPP flag bearer Dr. Baumia has paid a visit to popular Ghanaian actor John Bredu Piasa, known popularly as Drogba, who is battling a rare neurological condition. Drogba, best known for his role in the hit TV youth series YOLO, has been fighting a disorder that damages the protective myelin sheath surrounding nerves for over 2 years now. The condition causes difficulties with movement, sensation, and other neurological functions for the beloved comedian. Treatment for the lifelong disease has placed a huge financial burden on Drogba and his family. In recognition of Drogba's contribution to Ghana's entertainment industry and his current medical predicament, Vice President visited the ailing actor at his home on Tuesday, March 11. A video of the visit posted on X show the Vice President being welcomed by the family members of the actor. Well, we're grateful to the Vice President for doing that. A lot more politicians are, helping the industry and its members. Recently, Wendy Shea also,
KK Kabobo.
KK Kabobo, the former president, John Dramani Mahama, also visited KK Kabobo, and they've all been giving, the best help that they could.
Interesting times ahead.
Yeah. Well, we wish Drogba all the best. We hope that he comes out of this pretty soon.
Yeah, sure.
What you don't know, Breeze, I'll tell you,
tell me.
is the fact that Kanye West's daughter.
Okay.
You know her? Not West.
Kanye West has more than one daughter.
Yeah. North, the first one.
Okay.
She says that she will be releasing an album.
Oh.
Elementary school dropout.
Title is Elementary School Dropout, and we're definitely looking forward.
Is it dropping out of elementary school?
Well, we're yet to know, but musicians, they can do anything. She's following her father's footsteps, and we're here for it. But if time will allow us, I'll give you Prime Movie Box.
Okay.
The movie. I'll tell you something small about it. When the love of her life gets engaged to her best friend, Maddie puts her feelings aside to be a bridesmaid at their wedding in Ireland until a spontaneous wish for true love causes her to wake up as the bride-to-be. Irish Wish is a must watch, and it's coming this Friday on Netflix. Enjoy the trailer.
Start speaking up for yourself. It's too late now. I wish I was marrying Paul Kennedy.
What the? Oh, Paul?
Emma! Have you seen Paul? I haven't seen him anywhere. How did he get in there?
What is wrong?
I am not the one who's getting married. She is.
Exactly. You, my friend, are marrying Paul Kennedy.
Yes!
Come on.
Hello.
It's you.
How'd you get the ring on your finger?
You got down on your knee and you proposed to me.
I proposed? I mean, yes, of course. Yes.
Irish Wish.
That'll be interesting, huh? Anyway.
I always give you the best.
Yeah.
So just look out for this. It's just this Friday, so
Can't wait.
You cannot miss it. Because
Can't
you're
wait.
tired, I will just do this for you, right? That's
Anyway, I think it's one of the things that people love you for.
that
mean,
I closed.
There's some man in Golden Star, called Samuel Minta. He so loves you, and the people there. I think it's what you do. So yeah, Samuel Minta.
We love you.
So close for me.
All right, thank you so much, Brace. Thank you so much for having us in your homes. Samuel Minta, we're grateful, and everybody who loves JoyNews. And please, for more news, log on to myjohnline.com. Look at the way he's looking. That'll be all for the news. We'll see you tomorrow. Mwah.
This is a call to you. The dreamers.
ones that see no boundaries.
Dreamers take a chance.
The explorers that chart their own path.
Unlock the vibes, connect the energy.
The ones that dare to challenge the status quo.
Get connected, feel the
When others try to think outside the box, you wonder, what box?
catch the wave, enjoy the ride.
To the architects of their journeys. Every connection is an opportunity to explore every experience. This is your call to adventure. Your journey begins here. Be bold, be daring, be free. Connecting passions, connecting dreams, connecting ambitions. Telecom, connecting energies.
Hey, Charlie, welcome back. The malaria really knocked you down, eh?
Charlie, no joke. Fever, headache, vomiting, loss of appetite. I couldn't even eat my usual fufu.
You and your fufu. But I hope you got tested before the malaria treatment.
Yes, I did. And thanks to Malatu, I kicked out malaria one time.
When malaria strikes, take Malatu, containing artemether and lumefantrine. Comes in tablets and suspension for effective treatment of malaria.
Great to have you back. Thank you. No problem.
Malatu is suitable for adults and children. Manufactured and distributed by NS Chemist Limited. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
March is Colorectal Cancer Awareness Month.
Are you aged 45 years and over and or noticed blood in your stool and have a family history of cancer? Then don't hesitate to have a colonoscopy. Early detection of cancer and effective treatment saves lives. Visit us or call us on 0244 581 541 or 0271 054 204. Mintuba Hospital. In to serve a peculiar health need.
The business segment is brought to you by
EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Check your Sima bag for your QR code.
It's time you switch to Bell Pack today.
Good evening. Welcome to Prime Business with me, Emma Davis. A look at our stories. Oil exploration firm Tullow has indicated its preparedness to engage government in resolving almost 400 million tax charge by the Ghana Revenue Authority. Group Chief Executive of Tullow Oil, Raul Dyer, has justified their decision to go ahead to resolve the tax charge dispute with government despite expected ruling in middle of the year.
For some, the move can be described as interesting, especially when Tullow Oil is expecting a ruling on this issue from June this year. This was after it first took the case to an international court in London for an arbitration, following the almost $400 million.
The prompter.
We apologize for the wrong inserts. Meanwhile, energy strategist Dr. Isi Sulemana has urged government to tread cautiously with tallow in its attempt to attract more foreign direct investments in the oil sector.
Yeah, so you're right. It's very difficult to reconcile. I mean, the two. But I feel that they've seen what I'm talking about. And if you have a chance to read, to follow their annual reports, look at all their assets. Talk about Kenya. Kenya was one of the promising, but at the last minute, a JV partner pulled out. That delayed the FID, a financial investment plan or what into the field. If you look at Uganda, nothing is happening. Guyana, they hit dry hole. So Ghana has been undoubtedly. So Tano knows this very well. And Ghana government also knows that very well. Without Tano, we don't have upstream, I can tell you on authority. Tano also knows that without Ghana, they don't have, portfolio. So in all this, I think Tano they don't want to do any miscalculation. So I even think that had it not been the fact that it's just coming to give the ruling, they could have pulled out the case and resolve it locally and resolve it between the partners. So yes, resolving it locally because the stakes are very high is the way to go, undoubtedly. And the two players know that. The whole nation Ghana knows that, and Tano Ghana also knows that.
I want to know this, Mr. Yusuf Sulemana. Now, in our attempts to attract more FDIs into the oil sector, could this development hurt Ghana?
Yeah, definitely, definitely. That's why I didn't want it to go to the international terrain. I said we need the money, but we need to tread cautiously, just not to send wrong signals to the international space that Ghana is going after their investors. We don't have to let that. We don't have to let it look that way. And I believe that, like I said, the players know that. So the high time we resolve this amicably between these two players, the better. Other than that, the supposed wrong signals are there. And I'm just telling you that there's capital in the international space with respect to investment to the world of hydrocarbon. You will need to do a lot more to get people to invest into the portfolio because the stakes are simply too high and it's not bottoming well.
A recent report by GlobalPetrolPrices.com ranks Ghana as the 10th African country with the most affordable fuel prices in March 2024. On a global scale, Ghana sits as 39th position for the cheapest fuel cost. There is more in this report.
Currently, petrol prices in Ghana range from 12 Ghana cedis and 2 pesos to 13 Ghana cedis 29 pesos per litre, while diesel falls between 13 Ghana cedis 21 pesos and 14 Ghana cedis 60 pesos per litre. This represents an increase from previous rates. According to GlobalPetrolPrice.com, the average price of fuel, which is 13 Ghana cedis and 3 pesos, is cheaper than the global average of $1.30 per litre. The importance of a low fuel price cannot be overstated, particularly in countries with low income levels. Low gasoline prices have an impact on many facets of the global economy. They empower consumers and companies and shape the market while ensuring that an economy can function smoothly. With this reason, governments work to keep the price of fuel somehow low. It is explained that Ghana's ranking as the 10th cheaper fuel provider in Africa offers a double-edged sword, stressing that while consumers and some businesses benefit, the petroleum sector might face challenges. By adopting strategic approaches to efficiency, tax diversification, and infrastructure development, Ghana can mitigate potential downsides and leverage this ranking to create a win-win situation for all stakeholders.
Away from the energy sector, the Ghana cedi regained some stability against the US dollar last week, preserving its year-to-date loss to about 6.35%, following the approval of the $300 million facility from the World Bank by Parliament last Friday. Market watchers and analysts are projecting stability for the local unit in the near term. Here's more.
After a difficult period in the past 2 weeks, the cedi regained its footing as it firmed against the major trading currencies. Although corporate demand exerted some pressure on the local currency, the Bank of Ghana's marginal $17 million market intervention helped hold the cedi steady. As a result, it advanced by 0.93% and 1.4% as expected to improve liquidity and strengthen the intervention capacity of the central bank.
senior partner of AB and David Africa, David Ofosu-Dote, has urged Ghanaian businesses to push for effective policies which will enhance their operations. He spoke to Joy Business on the sidelines of Standard Chartered Bank's Future of Trade report on the African Continental Free Trade Area in Accra.
Main policies just don't happen. They are lobbied for. And I was encouraging the Ghanaian business community to come together for their own strategic interest to lobby for specific policies instead of waiting to hear those policies in the budget. I'm aware of how the policy process making takes place, and I see, and this is something I've said over and over, I see businesses more waiting to receive policies than pushing for specific policies. And I think we should do much better at the business sector. The banks are doing well in the midst of all the challenges that we have, the DDEP, etc., etc. But if we are talking about after, and we are talking about an integrating continent, it may be helpful if banks beginning to also fashion, let me call it, after specific facilities. So it's not a question of, yes, I will help you with export, but I'll help you with export with specific sector. If you meet X, Y, Z, that then guides businesses in terms of preparing themselves to be able to meet the requirements of the facility that the banks will be rolling out. And banks can do this alongside DFIs and even governments in this regard.
Some farmers cultivating staple crops at Kintampo in the Bono East region say the extensive manual labor and use of rudimentary tools in farming limits the skill and quality of their yields. They are compelled to stick to the slow and inefficient approaches of farming, which are difficult to sustain. In addressing these challenges, Oyster Agri-business has supplied some farming equipment to over 14 smallholder farmers in Kintampo to evolve their farming methods and improve their livelihoods. Here's more.
The Kintampo municipality gives rise to many farming communities with small-scale farmers, forest keepers and fishers who manage reasonable hectares of farmland. Farmers around these areas use simple tools and typical manual labor to manage their farms. Nana Asao Kabato Dramani, who grows sorghum, says farming in the dry season is difficult with simple farm tools and limits the scale of his produce.
The working needs the pulley tank to the farm, because if you start the work, you need the water do ready for the farm. If you don't get the water smart and for the farm, then the farm will spoil. And then the time you are taking the seeds, you need the tapoli, because of the rain. Because of the rain don't go spoil that sorghum. We need the tapoli every farmer for this sorghum.
Nana Asa was awarded a tricycle by Oyster Agri-business along with 13 other small-scale growers who received farming equipment to assist their farming. Oyster Agri-business operating in the Bono East region as well as the 5 northern regions under its Oyster Agri-business Smallholders Farmers Award Scheme awarded these farmers with knapsack sprayers, motorcycles, organic fertilizers, tricycles and improved seeds. Over 3,000 farmers have been assisted in the Bono East region since 2018. The award scheme aims to promote sustainable agriculture, improve access to modern equipment, and address social food security, rural development, and sustainable livelihoods. Daniel Kupol, who represented the Chief Executive Officer of Oyster Agri-business, indicated the focus is to help farmers access and fulfill market demands.
Government cannot do it all. So we came in 2018 to help government's effort and also improve the lives of farmers. Yes. So we, as a company, we have realized that agriculture is the backbone of the economy. However, to some reasons, sometimes it has been neglected. So most of the youth do not feel like going to agriculture. So we ventured into agri to improve the lives of our farmers, and then, subsequently also help in the improvement in the economy. From last year, we realized that we have a lot of farmers. We've gone far, we have covered a lot of places. However, we've not honored our farmers. So we took this year as a year for us to honor some hardworking farmers that we work with.
Municipal Chief Executive for Kintampo North, Isaac Ameyaubafo, commended the company for complementing government efforts to address farm challenges.